let this play through one time. Let everybody get up here. And then whether they up here or not, when this done, we're going to start this little video and go right into that conversation. How you feeling today, Ison? Video file. Let me share this video. Let me see. Where is it at? Alright, hey, let me cut this off so that way we can go ahead and get into it. Can you hear me, Ison? Ison, I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Oh yeah, he dropped off for a second. There he goes. And he's back. Can you hear me, Ison?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I had to put my headphones in.
Let me go ahead and load this video of the judge. Shout out Brandon X Bell, one of the judges on this beat. He makes instrumentals, actually. This guy's a jack of all trades like me. He doesn't stop, man. This guy's got 8 jobs: an educator, a judge, makes instrumentals, an executive on the broadcasting company streaming on Roku as well. He is doing the most right now. We'll be interviewing him this week, actually, getting some insight as to his judgment on your debate, actually, Ison. I'm going to be doing that for all of the debaters. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, you know, some people may get bitter, crash out, leave with a bad taste. They may come to watch the dang interview and be like, oh, shit.
Does he accept people speaking with him?
He does, because he's that guy. He actually is cool. That guy. He does like people speaking with him. I don't know, but at the same time, I'm the protector. I'm the watchman. So I don't. I think I'm gonna have to think about it. Not that I just want to protect my people, man. Because
I ain't attacking nobody. I'm just asking perspectives and seeing.
And I may have you write down some questions. It's not like you wouldn't get things answered if at worst, I would have you write down questions, and then the ones that I think ain't crazy, I would present them to him, because I have no problem trying to. But I do want to protect my people. I know if I start to open that door, then it opens the door for bad things to happen. You may be the cool one, and it's the next guy after you that does it. You know what I'm saying? And I have to think about that.
Well, that then would depend on. I understand what you're saying, but everybody's not the same.
So once I start doing it for one debater, then 16 others have to have the same criterion as well. I'm just thinking about, running. I got you. Fair for everybody.
But then maybe that will, if there's a level set, maybe that would say, well, if there's ever an engagement, then this is how the engagement would be. Anything outside of this wouldn't be acceptable. But like I said, it would be you and the judge's part.
At the end of the day, I ain't gonna say that, but. Yeah, man, we're gonna see what's up. I'm gonna holler,
because you may get more information out of that.
At the end of the day, I know he's gonna say, I don't care.
There you go.
It's me trying to protect people, because I've seen what goes on. I've seen the attacks. I've seen the negativity. I've seen the pettiness. And to me, those are spiritual attacks. Even when somebody says something slight, they can't touch you physically, so they try to attack you and bring you down in spirit. And I don't want anybody who's dealing with me to have to deal with a spiritual attack from anybody in here. It's crazy that I take it that extreme and I call it a spiritual attack. Hold on, let me turn this down.
And look, I want you to show me where you said I started the pettiness, because I didn't start no pettiness that night.
I mean, we'll go back. We'll go back.
Yeah, I want you to show me that because I
We'll go.
don't remember ever doing that.
And it was super slight, but I was like, oh damn, there.
I'll yeah,
I
let
ain't
me
gonna
know.
lie, it
I
made me
own
say, oh,
anything.
that's the you went and you're not a Christian, but you went Christian on him. I'm like, oh, he's doing the Christian thing where he starts to do the little subliminal shit.
Unless somebody did it. A lot
No,
of times, that's why I
and I can
said you got to show me where that started at, where you saw it start, and let's go back and see if
I'll tell
and
you
if
the
if I
different.
did do it.
I'll give you different instances. It's not these specific instances, but you were doing things along the
Of
lines of
course, I
this.
was.
I mean,
I knew I was.
I haven't said what you did yet for you to agree.
No, I mean I know I was being petty in different places because
Oh,
it started getting petty. Is what I'm saying.
but you said you started it. Where I felt like you
No,
started
I
it.
didn't say I started it.
No,
I said I
I
didn't
said
start.
that and you didn't agree. Where I
Right,
felt
right.
like you started it was
Okay.
you were the first one saying things like they were so subtle though. But as a
Like what?
somebody who doesn't believe, I definitely picked up on them, and it wasn't because I recognized that you couldn't control it because your belief is so deep to your bones that it's how you talk. So to you, you were talking as if you were saving people, and to other
What did I say?
you were saying,
That's
well, brother, if you don't believe, like you also did it to Hemi, and it's okay because there's no other way to talk when you have a
what
devout
did I
belief,
say?
brother. I'm gonna get to it. There's no other way to talk. You have such a devout belief as such as you, but you were saying things like, well, if you don't believe, you're gonna be doomed. It was something similar and
No,
things along the
no,
lines of that.
I
And
didn't say that.
we'll go
I'm gonna
back.
tell you.
It wasn't
Yeah,
that. It,
yeah, I
it
know.
was it was a little more subtle. It was a little more subtle.
Now,
Trust
now,
me.
now
But
watch. Now watch.
it had me turn my head to the screen though while I was doing other things. Like, oh,
Now watch. You go back and watch. I didn't say. I said something similar to Hemi like that because Hemi said that. Hemi said at one of our. I think it was our when you your face off.
mhm.
At the end of the face off, then Hemi says, I just want him to be safe and not be doomed or something like that. So go back and look. And that night, I didn't say that I can recollect saying anything about being doomed. At the end of the day, you believe whatever you want to believe. That's going to be between you and that day in judgment, period. Nobody controls. When I'm speaking to somebody, I'm not your judge because I even said that to dude when he was judging. I said, just remember when you judge, you got three fingers pointing back at you. So be careful.
But
I
even
believe
that
that.
stuff like that,
That's
that's what I'm saying.
what
That's
are you talking
exact,
about?
brother. To somebody who doesn't believe in your text, that is condescending,
How,
disrespectful,
how
brother.
No,
Okay,
listen, he was
no,
judging me. You're missing the point.
no,
He
I
was judging
understand.
me.
I
So
understand.
then for me to say to him, just remember when you judge, you're pointing is what I'm stating to you. And
To
you
some,
have three fingers pointing back at you.
either way, to somebody who doesn't believe in that, or even like
Doesn't believe in what?
let's say it was me or a Muslim,
Okay.
or we can have somebody who believes in Krishna. Let's do a comparative analysis. They will
Okay.
look at you and say that you're condemning people for not believing it, or in you, and you're using the Bible to cast judgment through God's word that we can't even prove is real. And it's not to be disrespectful. That's exactly how I saw it. And it was like, okay, we don't get anywhere when both people play this game because now it's not about the scholarship. Now people are saying you're going to be judged. You're going to be judged. You're going to be judged. Well, we can't even validate any of this.
You judge yourself. That's my point. You judge yourself.
Okay.
But
Well, then
but you
that's
understand what I'm
different.
saying?
That's a
That's
deeper
my point.
esoteric meaning.
Yeah, you're judge. I mean, it's between when I say that all judgment is going to come from within you. I can't impose judgment on you because I'm not you. I don't know what your vices are. But that's why I said when I recognize that happening, then I will say that. That's not being petty. That's bringing reference to what I hear you saying. So I want to make you understand before you start judging. Just know you're the one being judged. You're doing it to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. You'll rarely see me start anything. If I start something, it's because know the person and we probably had a history, and I was being messing with them or being petty. But in a basic
We
conversation,
we gonna play it back. We gonna see if you was being
yeah,
petty. Because I want to go and again, I may have missed something somebody else said. So
right.
I may show you the instance where I thought you was being petty, and you may rewind
Hmm.
in 2 minutes, like, oh, but you missed this
There
part,
you go.
and I might be
There
like,
you go.
oh, dang, I
There
did
you
miss
go.
that.
There
So
you go.
it's not in the effort of trying to prove you wrong. It's in the effort to get it right. Um,
Yeah, I just pay attention to slights when
yeah,
I'm listening and I'm talking. I pay attention to slights. So if you're trying to slight or trying to like even when somebody tries to say something that I said and I never said that, I got to correct it because I got to protect what I'm saying.
mhm. I'm waiting on one of the team Naga to get up here to further expound on what one of these
They
judges.
still in that back chat. So yeah, like I said, I'm trying to understand electromagnetism and what they're referring to by that. I've yet to speak to one of the brothers. I definitely get the portion of when they speak of light because I deal with light, but I may deal with it similar or congruent to a degree. I just don't know completely because I know they talk about electrons, protons, and neutrons, which all add up to three. So I'm with all that. He was talking numerology, which I'm with all of that also.
Yeah, he was breaking some of that down in the
Yeah,
chat thread. He said he's almost home now, so he's about to be pulling up real soon.
the thing I was
Uh,
saying to him when he was talking 9 and 0, and he's saying they were the same. I can respect where 0 comes from 9 and became nothing because it's a placemat. It has no value. So that's why I said I would be definitely interested in having that conversation because I've talked to a couple of brothers from Naga and we definitely have a understanding of certain things.
yeah, it's like I have an understanding. It's not necessarily that it's the premise that gets me, and that's what I was explaining to you. The premise throws people, but when we come around to the information, it's a lot of stuff that we all already agree on.
Yeah,
And
well, Naga's ancient. You know that, right? Naga's been here for a minute.
see, I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Cap Naga that I deal with, or
No,
Naga
the word
as
Naga, as in what these brothers have been talking about, that stuff has been out. It's been out with Sufism. It's been out with this goes back in time.
see? I don't know anything about that, so maybe when they come up here, I'll be able to get one of them to explain it. I did look it up, and I saw there was some history to it. I just didn't know if
Mhm.
they tied what they were doing to those people. So
Yeah, the Naga people, yep. And they're more like an esoteric type.
okay, that's interesting. That's
So
interesting.
yeah. That's because that's where I thought they were coming from.
Mhm.
That's where I thought they were coming from, that aspect. That's why I said I'm trying to figure out because I don't know a lot about the ancient Naga. Just some of the stuff that I study, I see that popping up every now and again. I think no, I wasn't in the Kabbalion. Uh, and then I think I did see something when I was looking on some stuff with Troth. What else? I'm not sure if it's any in Sufism.
I'm not familiar with Sufism. I think I saw one of them playing a video on it
Yeah, that's the. Did you
recently.
saw one of them playing it? Yeah,
Yeah,
Sufism is the
I don't know too much about it. Isn't it like a practice of Islam?
similar. Yeah, it's like because I technically I am Islam, but I'm not Muslim.
I thought you were like an ex-Christian.
No, I've never been. I've never been a Muslim, a Christian. My mother was a Christian, but I was never. All I one time I believed. I've always believed in a higher power. Let me put it to you that way. I was given the word God as the name or the title, which you would think was. But then I went on a search and a seek to find out, who are you? You know, I keep hearing God, but who is God? Because as a child, I always and and what was deep, somebody just did a. I was watching something, somebody just did it, and it says, "How can?" And I said this to my mother at 12. I said, "How can something be so powerful, but if I spell it backwards, it's spelled dog," which never made sense to me. And I learned, and I had to be like 11 or 12 when I asked my mom that. I'm like, how is that? That doesn't, it just didn't add up to me. You're too, my mother's telling me this is the greatest thing ever. But
And
then I
because
spell it backwards. I got dog. I just didn't buy it.
so that was the kicker for you. Huh?
Yeah, one of them, but not to the degree where I didn't believe at that time. I just didn't. Again, I just didn't know the name. See, one thing about myself, everything on earth has a name. Everything. So if everything has a name, why does not the creator have a name? Why is everyone calling the creator a title? So when I say creator, that's a title. But if I get specific and I say I, then I'm speaking of the creator's name, not myself. So I can say creator as a title, but then if we get into a specific conversation and you ask me who my creator is, I'm going to tell you my creator's name is I, but never being that I. That's why when you see it, it says I, son.
So you threw me with that one. I, but never being the I.
I'm
What?
not I, right? The I, the spirit lives in you. The spirit lives in everybody. The only difference is the I has awakened in me, which is the light they refer to, which would have been the ninth letter or the number nine, which when you go to the ninth letter, it equals I.
Let's go. Let's go. I want to play this judge's result right here. Um, and again, we may have to play it again when Ruben hops up here. But let's see how far we get before he pops
Not
up.
good.
How you doing,
We played
Titan
twice.
family? To help us go the extra mile in keeping unbiased judges so this is a fair playing ground for everyone, make sure you donate to our Cash App today at $Titans Debate League. Again, that's $Titans Debate League. Appreciate you. Have a blessed day. And here are your results.
Hi, I'm Judge Number One. I'm a medical licensed therapist, transformational coach, background as a Christian pastor. How I scored Laryl Burns. Laryl Burns, calm and respectful throughout the debate, focused solely on scientific evidence and facts about light and electromagnetism. Clarified.
And I
I
really
don't
should just
practice
go
a
to the
religion.
end.
That same divine energy.
Here it
Small
goes. Let me go to
which is made up entirely of energy. So he was really saying that this seemed to be everything in existence, an attack on origins of OAHPSE. This is reflected in the scoring. Even though the Laryl didn't say it word for word, his message seemed to be everything in existence depends on light, and light is made of electromagnetism. Without it, nothing would hold together or even exist. So he was really saying that this energy, the invisible light that fills all space, is what people call God. In his view, God isn't somewhere far away, but is the living energy or field that keeps everything alive or connected. He did not call it the quantum field or wave, but that is what he was describing, which is made up entirely of energies. He described a power that flows through everything, not a person sitting on a throne. If you follow his logic, our bodies are like houses for that same divine energy, small pieces of a much larger field that never stop moving or creating. Respectfully, Judge Number One, Judge Number
So, did you hear what he said right there at the end where he was explaining the quantum field and the energy moving through all of us, our body being like houses for this energy, um, and us all being connected?
Right. That's exactly that. Yeah, that's what I'd speak of. I is electricity, current, energy. That's
Yeah.
what that means. That's why when I speak, somebody said the other day, I never heard you say that I is electricity. I said I've been saying this for years. When you look at what is called Ohm's law, there's three bases to it. You have ohms, which is resistance, which is your ego, your negative side, the fallen side. Then you have voltage, or V, which is you when you don't, when you will link up with the I, which is the electricity and the current, when you've removed the resistance that you have inside you. All of this comes from within you. It's the awakening that comes from within, not from without.
Mm.
There's an inner eye inside you. In the pineal gland, they talk about the third eye, which is really the eye, the only one eye that lives in all of us. Some some people's eye will awaken and then the light inside them will come on. Others, it
Hello,
will never
everybody. What's going on today? What's the topic on?
it would never awaken. And that's when they say you die of the second death, which is you die in darkness and not knowing. That's all it's saying. So I'm well aware of that. I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand what they mean when they go through the electromagnetism part and things of that nature. And like I told you, I'll pull out those books when I talk about protons, neutrons, electrons, and all kinds of different things, radical cells. I got all kinds of stuff that I used to talk about.
Yep, we had somebody come up. That guy was a troll. He's been trying to pop up and say crazy shit to us in the private chats. I'm gonna play a video real quick. I'm trying to find where it goes into.
Have you ever studied Ohm's law?
I have, and you pulled it up. One wasn't it a presentation that you pulled it up for me? We were on here
Um,
one day, and you pulled it up. We were looking at it. I think you were doing an interview, I believe.
I could have been doing an interview, but yeah, I what Ohm's law is. I used to take technical electricity in high school, and that was one of the first things that I grasped and a great understanding of, because it tells how the wires behind the walls work, just like the wiring inside us. So when the judge was referring to the house and how it's wired, is, what came to my mind. So if you have a fuse box, your fuse box deals in different amperages. So you may have 15 amp, 5 amp, 20 amp, depending on what type of voltage is going to be going through to run a particular appliance in your home. So in
Mhm.
this particular case, when you're talking about your body, the temple, when you have different vices, ego, and things that are slowing food you eat, things you drink, thoughts you think, all of these different devices stifle your your current to come through to you. So that's where the ohms come in, and they resist you from getting the full voltage you should be getting. You may get a dim of light, but that's just a dim of light is not light. So when you understand that energy and that currents inside you, you got to remove these resistors, these ohms, so that you can enlighten your entire being from within. That's why they say that when they spoke of Jesus, they said that he was a light. because he had gotten rid of the egos, the resistance inside his body, and he just became one with the what you call current or electricity, the creator who I teach of as
There
I
you go, bro.
inside you.
What's up with you, Thought? How you feeling?
I'm
You on the
cool,
screen?
bro. What's
You on the
going
screen?
on, man?
Chilling. How you feeling, Connie Son? We got Connie Son in the building as well.
I'm good, King. I appreciate it.
Give both of these gentlemen a round of applause for stepping up here
Peace,
today.
peace, brothers.
Peace, King.
I'm glad we got Thought up here. We needed one of the team Naga because I was actually playing a clip for Isan over here, and we got King Naga. Shout out Connie Son. Connie Son, this conversation started in a Facebook group. I'm actually gonna add you to the group just so you can see what be going on. It's all the debaters who are in the league, but we have all of the amazing conversations that end up spilling over to here. They be deep conversations that may span days or a week in a Facebook group. You know what I'm saying? That we be having, and they be sharing a lot of sources and information. But Isan, yeah, Isan didn't know what team Naga represented. Naga, you want to pick up right there?
Well, I
So
do know some of it. I just don't understand their exact concept. I understand some of what they're referring to when they talk about light. So, like I said, I've had some
In
conversations, but
every
I haven't
debate, there's
got the gist of it all.
okay, well, I'm gonna play this judge's result because this was my pops right here. He's one of the judges in my tournament, and I felt like he gave a excellent explanation as to what they were talking about, which blew me because like I wasn't expecting that from him. So when I got this result, I'm like, what the heck? I called him and we was building for a few days on this. I'm like, what the heck have you been watching? I ain't seen you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and let this play.
Showed strong research and understanding of the topic. Additional credible resources were
Let me skip to
Cosmo
the
and
right
Cal
part.
was confident and knowledge around, lacked depth and clarifiance around, an attack on our light. And light is made of a, though the
There we
Laryl
go.
didn't say a word,
Right here.
HPSE. This is reflected in the scoring. Even though the Laryl didn't say it word for word, his message seemed to be everything in existence depends on light, and light is made of electromagnetism. Without it, nothing would hold together or even exist. So he was really saying that this energy, the invisible light that fills all space, is what people call God. In his view, God isn't somewhere far away, but is the living energy or field that keeps everything alive or connected. He did not call it the quantum field or wave, but that is what he was describing, which is made up entirely of energies. He described a power that flows through everything, not a person sitting on a throne. If you follow his logic, our bodies are like houses for that same divine energy, small pieces of a much larger field that never stop moving or creating. Respectfully, Judge number one, Judge number.
And I felt like that was a great explanation of their premise, Team Naga's premise, which is God is light, light is electromagnetism. I was saying to Isan that the premise throws people off. And they're like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? Like, it doesn't make sense. You sound crazy. But when they go into the evidence that they use to support their premise, it's all stuff that we already agree with and believe in, as like Judge number one was explaining right there. Um, he was explaining what Labrel was actually trying to convey. I say actually as if he didn't convey it. He did convey it, and it was picked up on. And he just reiterated it home for the people who may get caught up on the initial topic or title of what they're presenting. Am I accurate in saying that, King Naga and Thought?
Yeah, you will be accurate in saying that because he gave a very brief, detailed synopsis of the premise, and it was on point. That's absolutely what we're saying.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything. Okay, that's dope then. I'm glad. Isign, does that bring more clarity kind of to what?
Well, I agree. I agree. I don't see the sitting on top of a throne situation. I definitely agree that who I teach of is I is in constant motion. And that's why I use the word current because it's constant. It doesn't sleep. It's always moving. I guess what I would ask the brothers, what does this light, where is this light found? Their perspective of where the light is found. And if King Naga can answer that.
Uh, our perspective is that light is found all places at all times. You know what I'm saying? It will be omnipotent and omnipresent and omniscient. It's all places at all times.
All right. Okay. So I guess what I was trying to figure, I wanted to see if you would say, is it found in you?
Yeah,
Be found
absolutely.
everywhere in all
Yeah.
things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got you. Now, how is it?
Everything is predicated upon it.
Right. And how it
I got
relates to us individually is like, we are the universe and the universe is us. It's what connects us to the universe and what connects the universe to us. Because,
got you.
you know,
Let me ask you this question. So, how is it obtained within you?
Is you.
It's obtained. It's obtained through like sexual abstinence. That's one of the ways because you got the fluid that
No,
comes from the brain,
listen,
from the pineal gland down the spine, back up,
Super
lies
deep.
dormant in the brain, and it
you
sparks a light
you
in the brain.
Hold on. Let him talk, and then I listen to you. I just wanted to hear one at a time. So I'm saying,
but
go ahead, bro.
So the light that's in us that he's speaking about is thought. We own these phones right now, which was a thought out of somebody's head, which is technology. Everything we sit inside of a house, which is thought. Everything that was ever built was built based on the human anatomy. We got a roof over our mouth. It wasn't no structures when we was here. We built these structures. We built cars. We built pots and pans. All of those things was thought. And the thought is the light that's within us. It's creativity.
I would
Right.
say that the
Okay.
light,
Go ahead, brother. You were going to say?
Mm.
you are the light, period, because your existence is predicated upon that, right? Without these covalent bonds and things of that nature, right, you wouldn't exist. Like what bro talking about is extension, you know what I mean, of that. But you and everything else that is in existence, right, exists because of light.
Okay.
yeah, and
So,
to take
And
it
we
a
let
step
me hold
further.
on, hold on. Let's go on and what you come. So what I would say to that, just because you're living doesn't make you the light. It makes you alive, but it doesn't bring you into what
Do you
is the
not give off
true.
radiation?
Hold on, you got it. Hold on. It doesn't mean that just because we see this world as a dark world, although it is a current it's current in the world, but there's a greater resistor in this world than light. So the reason why I was asking that question is there can be a governor on that light, which when me and the brother was talking about the O or the zero, which would be the resistor that don't allow true emittance of light. So a thought or an ideal, it may come from light and then moved into the world, but that doesn't mean that individual was in the light, if that makes sense to you.
Sound religious to me, and it's not religious.
Yeah, I don't see how it's religious. Well,
But
I don't call spiritual religious. I'm
you admit
spiritual,
light.
not religious.
You emit light, right? By default, right? Your body emits light. It emits radiation,
My
right?
Yeah,
my
your body emits
it emits energy.
biophotons.
It
Bro,
emits
bro, bro,
energy.
listen,
Yeah.
It
we're not gonna
emits
play semantics,
biophotons, brother.
shit, right?
Well,
We're not
hold
gonna
on,
play
bro.
semantics, right?
Thought. We're not going to talk all hard, bro. We having a conversation.
Yeah,
We just chilling. The way you talking about semantics, I'm
I
not
don't
playing semantics. I'm trying to have a conversation
Nah,
with
we
you.
good.
So we're
let me
not
kick
going to
let
do
me kick
that.
the jazz for y'all, gentlemen.
but
We're not going to do that.
the day, your body emits light by default, right?
Are you
Right?
calling light energy?
bro.
Now, light is
I'm
light is.
asking you.
It should be understood that light is energy, but
Yeah,
your
like,
body emits biophotons.
Okay, is darkness energy too?
y'all stand in your own way.
Darkness,
Is a
darkness
form of
is
energy,
subjective.
right?
Darkness is like what we
Darkness is
perceive
not a
as
thing
being.
all its own. Darkness is not a thing
I'm right. I got you. I'm not
of
saying
its
that it
own
is,
self.
but I'm saying, is it also a form of energy?
Darkness is subjective to human perception. I mean, or rather, it's like what we perceive as darkness still contains light that we can't see. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because you
So
gotta understand the human
yeah,
eye is only
we
able to
we
see.
all we only see visible light. You know what I'm saying? We only see the visible light portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is all the 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's
Imagine being able to build an
99.9965% that we don't see. You know what I'm saying?
With which eye are you referring to?
Come on, man! Like you playing
I'm
semantics.
talking
Bruh,
about
hold on. If you
your
can't
name
keep
on
up
it
with the
just by
conversation,
thinking about
man,
it.
the
So it
brother
don't
building,
mean no
I'm
Space
trying to
for you,
understand
a
something.
complete AI.
bro.
He's making a statement. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. So if I'm questioning or asking him something, then
creation.
I'm
you
talking
should be
about
able
your
to say, okay, I'm trying to understand where he's coming from.
I'm
Bro.
talking about your eyes that have retinas and
Okay,
pupils. Those.
okay. Okay, because see, then from my perspective, I'm speaking from the inner eye, so that's what I meant when I asked you that.
You're making it
Nobody,
bro.
hold on. Nobody's playing cement, bruh. You getting emotional for no reason.
Get emotional, bro. You playing with niggas
Tell
and
me I'm
shit.
playing semantics. I'm trying to
Bro,
understand
you
what the
are
brother's
though.
saying. So
Like
no,
Bro,
I'm
we
not.
talking about
I
let me
just
break it
told you I'm
down.
not.
see
Let me break
with
it
your
down for you
Man,
what we
eyes,
you.
mean
and we're talking
when
about
we
visible light. What the fuck are
let me
you
break it
talking
down for
about?
you.
Hey,
Hold on,
bruh,
gentlemen.
Right.
bruh,
What we're gonna
exactly.
do, what
Hold
I'm
up.
gonna do is play this
You need to
video.
check with your electromagnetism
Wait.
because it's off right now.
Hold
No,
on,
you
gentlemen.
weird. Who
Hold
you
on,
think you're talking
gentlemen.
to?
Hold on. What we're
Just
about
sit
to
there
do
trying to
is I'm
understand
about to
something with the
play this
brother. If you're
video.
not built to have a
I sign, I
conversation,
sign, I
then
sign.
calm
Hold
down.
Hey,
on.
son and
Hold
thought. I need
on.
y'all both to
What you
calm down for a
talking
second.
about? Both
Come on,
bugging
y'all.
Y'all
Come
both
because
on.
I'm
talking
asking
over
a
me.
Back to
question.
your corners. Back to
Man,
your corners. Back to your corners.
I'm about to mute both of y'all. Y'all tripping. Don't talk over me, man, please. I'm about to play this video so y'all can quit bugging. Now I'm about to unmute both of y'all. I apologize. I hate muting grown men because it seems like I'm censoring y'all.
I got a video you will play after this one.
I
Hey,
got
I
you,
want to
sir.
set and line me up to share my screen so I can show eyes on what we mean when we say we are light.
Thank you,
Yeah.
brother. That's all I'm trying to understand.
And I think this video will help you. This video helped. Remember when I was telling you how I already knew stuff about the stuff they was explaining about? This is one of the videos I saw like a long ass time ago that helped
Got you.
that when I came across the stuff they was spitting, it made sense to me. Not that I necessarily agree with their premise or anything like that.
Right.
I might choose to debate them on that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Because but the information is solid. But let's get into this
well, yeah,
single
that's
geometry
to
video.
be that's to be seen. You know, you may grab something I may not grab.
Exactly. And you may, yeah, exactly. You may expound on
Yeah.
things I
So
may have
yeah,
missed. And that's what we're here for today.
that's
So
what it's just an understanding.
yeah, and yeah, and thought, yeah, he trying to understand. Thought, just
Yeah, but
take your time with him.
comprehension
Take your
with
time with him, baby.
Nah, it
comprehension.
don't matter taking
Bro,
time. I'm a grown
bro,
man. Just don't talk crazy.
comprehension
That's the whole
in a
thing. Uh,
conversation is key. And if we're not trying to
well, brother,
comprehend and listen to what
you
people are
don't know
saying,
what we trying to do if I'm asking a
brother,
question. Let the brother play the video. You talking
if
too
we're
much right now.
talking about visible light that
Hey,
the
bro,
eye can see,
I'm
what
And
the
thought,
asking
fuck are
from
you
what
talking
dimension?
about?
I think I have a
It's
way
over his head, brother.
to let
It's
him
over his
see
head,
this.
brother. It's over his head.
I'm
It's
about to
over
play
his
the
head.
video because this is exactly what the video is explaining, and it's like a
Yeah, because
kid's
he ain't
video.
doing a good
So
job.
I got you, thought. I got you. Literally, visible light that the eye can see.
If you
Let's
look at
get
the shape
into it.
of male and female bodies,
Gain some
men
Sound
have
check.
patience.
Can
straighter
y'all hear
bodies,
that?
women have curvier bodies.
Yeah, I got
We'll
you.
probably come
Okay.
back to this in the lesson down the road. Okay, brain hemispheres. We have two of them, and if you remember what you learned in grade 10 biology, this will be familiar. The left brain is the male energy side of the brain. It is orderly, statistical, logical, and mathematical.
I might
It
have to
sees things
skip
in straight
ahead of
lines,
here.
rational and practical. The right brain is the female energy side of the brain. It is our creative
Man,
side, a free
y'all can
spirit.
sit
It is
through 50
passion and
seconds.
experience of taste and feeling, movement and art. as is the same with the energy. The
Peace,
left brain cannot make
Nefertali.
sense
Peace,
out of the
Chris
right brain.
Harris.
You
Peace,
cannot put
Ruben
feelings and
Lion.
expressions
Hope
within
y'all having a
boxes.
beautiful
They
day
must
out
be
there.
felt to be truly experienced. The right brain, too, cannot make sense about how the left brain understands things. Okay, so as a species, we are primarily left-brained. Well, incredibly left-brained. This basically means that as a species, we essentially have a male energy imbalance. There is way too much of it. It is dominant and is constricting on the female side of the brain. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's kind of a blessing in disguise, but we have to talk about some other things first. Everything in the universe is geometric, whether it's people, trees, cats, planets, solar systems, stars, you name it. Anything in the universe can be measured on a geometric scale. Having said that, it's important to note that creation is also geometric. What we're going to be looking at today is the pattern of creation. Essentially, what this means is that everything in the universe comes out of this single pattern. I'm not making this up. This
And
single
at
image will
anytime
change
that you want to
everything.
interject,
When I mentioned in
just
lesson
speak up
5 that
and
the
I'll
ancient
pause it.
Egyptians and even more ancient civilizations
Pause
knew
there
about
for
a
a
deeper,
second, real
basic
quick.
understanding of the
Okay.
universe, this
I just want to
is the
say,
power of life.
Go ahead. Do your thing, baby.
I just want to say something about what we talked about the other day. You notice how I said everything comes out of a single pattern when a brother was talking duality and I was saying single pattern. That's what I meant by that. Okay, that's all. I just wanted to just build
Okay.
off of that.
See,
Just
and I knew this was going to help connect a lot of dots. I felt like this
no,
connected a lot of dots for me, and maybe it will do the same for you. So
yeah, this is in the Kabbalion. I already the brain. I got you.
exactly, yeah,
I already
it
know
is.
what this is talking about.
Some of this stuff is, but not broken down like this stuff in the Kabbalion.
The creation pattern of everything in existence, even non-tangible things, emotions, thoughts, music in its entire spectrum, everything comes from this image. Okay, so there are 13 information systems that comes out of the flower of life. Today, I'm going to show you how physical reality can manifest itself, which is just one of the 13 systems. In future lessons, we will look at more. It's also important to
Yeah,
note
we
that
can't
at
see it,
first it may not
A1.
make
Oh,
sense.
sorry. What
I
happened?
ask that you do not choose immediately to shut this
Okay.
out.
Oh,
No, we
sorry.
can
Watch
hear
with
it,
an
we
open
can't
mind.
see it.
Try and see this in a new way. Also, I want to tell you that by learning about sacred geometry simply by observing, you are absorbing only a very minuscule amount of information. If you really want to learn more, you must begin to draw it yourself. I kid you not, when you do this, you begin to see things in a new way. You begin to understand why things are done in the way that they are done. Promise.
I drew
The
it. I
flower
ain't
of
seen
life was known
nothing.
around the world in ancient times. It was found in Ireland, Turkey, Israel, Egypt, China, Greece, Germany, India, and Iceland. It's also been recorded to have been found in England, Tibet, Japan, Sweden,
The
Lapland, the
symbol of
Yucatan,
life.
and I think 14 other places. This thing is everywhere. Not only that, but everywhere around the world it has the same name, the flower of life. Now, to understand the flower of life, first we have to talk about how it's formed. This could get incredibly complex, so I'll try and keep it simple. Imagine consciousness, or spirit, floating in a void, which means it's nothingness, and then spirit. No physical body or mind, just spirit, and that's it. Then blackness, essentially nothing, all around the spirit, for infinite. Spirit decides to do something, so it expands its consciousness all around itself as far as it can.
And I am going to pause this right now to say that this is in line with a lot of different cosmologies and different belief systems, whether the people who believe in them want to debate me about it or not. Okay. And this is definitely in line with the Egyptian cosmology.
Hold on.
And
It's saying that the brain, the mind expanded, and then the mind just sort of the universe is the mind, or where everything what exactly is it?
I'm
How
a,
they say?
I'm gonna let it finish
What?
so that way I'd rather you argue with the video and not with me. But let's let him finish.
Hey,
I'm
hold
gonna
up,
let them land their plane, and
hold,
then
hold
I'm
up
gonna
before you
go ahead,
before you
sir.
go past.
Something to say about that statement, or no?
Huh?
I'd rather you wait till they finish,
I,
and it's only like 2 minutes, and then you can.
let me just say this real quick, and that's when I was talking about when it's talking about the spirit that's inside the darkness. When I
Mhm.
spoke about the inner eye, and me and brother King Naga was talking about the visual. That's why I was trying to understand what eye and what's he talking about through the light. That's what I meant. What it exactly just said. What it exactly just said.
Got you.
Go ahead, brother.
Let it play. I'm about to let it play.
India and Iceland. It's also been recorded to have been found in England, Tibet, Japan, Sweden, Lapland, the Yucatan, and I think 14 other places. This thing is everywhere. Not only that, but everywhere around the world it has the same name, the flower of life. Now, to understand the flower of life, first we have to talk about how it's formed. This could get incredibly complex, so I'll try and keep it simple. Imagine consciousness, or spirit, floating in a void, which means it's nothingness, and then spirit. No physical body or mind, just spirit, and that's it. Then blackness, essentially nothing, all around the spirit, for infinite. Spirit decides to do something, so it expands its consciousness all around itself as far as it can go without moving. It creates a sphere around itself. This is the first circle in the flower of life. Then, spirit has an awareness of what's around itself in 360 degrees. It moves to the very edge of the sphere anywhere and repeats what it did the first time. It creates this image, which also creates the Vesica Pisces. Within the Vesica Pisces is a vast and incredible amount of knowledge about width, proportion, depth. Also comes the square roots of 2, 3, and 5, which are all numbers that go on forever. But even more interestingly comes geometric information about light. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, spirit has no choice but to do.
I just want to pause that.
What did you see?
Because I'm just reiterating the point that a lot of stuff that I studied made a lot of stuff that they be spitting make sense. Because
what was that image that you saw?
The Vesica Pisces. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, well, it when they put it together. No, I'm not familiar with the Vesica Pisces.
Okay. Well,
so let me just say this. But when it closed, what means dual, I understand that. But when it closed, it showed an eye, didn't it?
I'll give you that point. Let me go back because
yeah, it's eternal. It's the eternal.
I didn't think you were going to make one on that. I know you're
absolutely,
full of but I didn't think
absolutely.
You were coming with one when you cut me off.
Comes geometric information.
Right there. You see that?
There you go.
It's
the inner eye.
And it's crazy that from this comes the information. Hold on. Yeah, what did he say?
About light. We'll talk about that in a moment.
And they're about to get to that.
Spirit has no choice but to do it again. Spirit is flawless, and therefore it will move flawlessly, creating the next circle either here or here, exactly one radius away from the other circle next to it. Every time spirit moves another sphere, more and more knowledge comes out of the image that is created. The first complete image to be formed is this. It has two names, the seed of life, or the Genesis pattern, and for good reason.
What do salespeople hate more than anything in the world?
CRMs. Yep. Well, Monday CRM.
Now, let's look at the book of Genesis for a second. Each of these movements or creations of circles can be seen as another day. On the first movement, the second sphere, it created knowledge about not only mathematical proportions, but light. The first sentence of Genesis says, "The earth was without form and void, and that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." In the very next sentence, God says, "Let there be light." The key here is in the order. The movement happened first, then light happened immediately after. Well, but what about the waters? Well, you have to remember, the Bible has been changed over time a lot. The ancient Egyptians would say that the way our modern Bibles begin creation is impossible, especially if you think about it from a physics point of view. Imagine a dark, infinite space that goes on forever and ever in all directions. You're just floating there with nothing. You can't really fall, but where would you fall to? From a purely physics or mathematical point of view, motion itself, or kinetic energy, is absolutely impossible in a void. You can't even rotate, because motion cannot become real unless there is one other object in the space around you. So the ancient Egyptians would say that before God moved upon the face of the waters, it would first have to create something to move relative to. So, Genesis pattern, after 3 spheres, you get the Holy Trinity. Another interesting one, it says in many Bibles of the world, not just the Christian Bible, that on the 4th day of Genesis, exactly 1/2 of creation was completed. Starting from the first motion, exactly 1/2 of the circles were formed on the 4th day. 5th day of Genesis, 6th circle, more information, and then on the 6th day, a geometric miracle takes place. The last circle forms a complete 6-petaled flower. This is what many earlier Bibles meant when they said, "In the beginning there were 6." Our Bible even said creation was formed in 6 days, and this fits exactly. This is the pattern of Genesis, and so it's called the Genesis pattern. It's also the beginning of the creation of the universe that we live in. These original movements of spirit are really important, but now let's look at something even cooler. Another image that comes out of this pattern is this. It's called the Tree of Life. Many may recognize this as the Jewish or Hebrew Kabbalah, but the Kabbalah did not originate this image, and there is proof. The Tree of Life does not belong to any culture, not even the Egyptians, who carved the Tree of Life on 2 sets of 3 pillars at Karnak Temple, Luxor, over 5,000 years ago. It's outside any race or religion, as with all of these images. They are patterns that are intimately connected with nature. You'll also notice that every circle on the Tree of Life is either the length or width of the Vesica Pisces. The second image beyond Genesis in the Flower of Life is
Let
the
me
egg of
pause
life.
that
This is formed during
again
the second
for
vortex
Team
motion.
Naga. Every length and width is the same as the Vesica Pisces, which is the code for light. I'll continue. And I'm not Team Naga, I'm just saying.
Upon its completion, it creates an image like this, a 3-dimensional shape that you can hold in your hand. If you were to connect their centers, you would see a cube. So what? Who cares? Well, the ancient Egyptians did, because they were concerned with creation, life, and death. They called this cluster of spheres the egg of life. You probably won't believe me just yet, but this shape is the morphogenic structure that created your body. Your entire physical existence is dependent on the egg of life structure, and everything about you was created from that form. Everything from your eye color to how long your fingers are. This is a whole lesson on its own, so let's move on for now. All around the world, the flower of life was always made the exact same way. See, this pattern can clearly go on forever. However, they always stopped after 19 circles. Why? Well, because they didn't want you to see what I'm about to show you.
Pause it. Got you.
Back then, this image...
Got you. Talk your shit.
Now, see, now we got an issue. Okay, from what I was told, eye color is not even your eye color. It's the way the blood moves in your eyes, and that's the veinage, and that's the color, the pigmentation that it gives you. It's not an eye color.
Is that a fact?
So, is that a fact?
Yeah.
That's real, right? So,
No,
for this person,
what you saying a fact?
No, he's asking you, is that a fact?
Oh, I haven't vetted it, but I did check it out. I mean, I have heard a little bit about it, and I have heard that they say that it's not there's no such thing as an eye color. There is no eye color. It's what the color of what you're seeing is the veins in your and then the colors in the blood through your eye pupil, and that's the light emitting.
I want y'all to retain. I want y'all to retain the one thing from that video where it said every length and width of the flower of life is the vesicle Pisces, which is the code for life. Because what I want to share on my screen kind of fits that narrative. It's not only how we're made; it's what we're made of.
Right.
I want to get into that because I don't know what you about to say on that, but when finish, I'm gonna let you go and play and share your screen for.
All right, let me just say that before brother jumps in, and I just want to make reference when it talked about it said the spirit came, then the light came, so the spirit is before the light.
Exactly, the order was very important, and they
that's right.
Reiterated that.
You would actually have to link that up, line it up against the duat also.
We can do that on. Hey, we gonna do that this week, Silky. So just write that down and keep that in mind. Like that's a whole episode in itself. Yeah,
and that 19 is important too. Right. That's the 1 and the 9. But we'll go ahead.
Oh yeah, they about to get into all of the Let me
that's
go ahead.
The I was
so sacred that they couldn't allow it to become common knowledge. It was appropriate at that time. However, now we either use the information or fall further into darkness. In biology, all cells have a zona pellucida around the edge. These circles around the flower of life are the zona.
Oh shit! There you go.
You must remove these. Then complete the spheres that were cut off by the zona pellucida.
Okay, let me go back in here because you can't. The visualization lets you know what's really going on. So here we go.
I had that tattooed on my arm. I had that tattooed on my arm years ago.
Dang, shout out Zion. I forgot you was even up here.
And that vesicle Pisces, if y'all ever really see that symbol somewhere, a lot of times it's flipped the other way. Like in Islam, if you look at the rock that they kiss, you know what I'm saying? That shape is the vesicle Pisces. Also, Mary is oftentimes placed in the vesicle Pisces. It also has a feminine symbolism when you turn it the long way. It actually represents the yoni.
I wasn't hip to that.
Yeah, it's from the yin and yang. You see it in the 6 and 9 under the symbol of Cancer. Also, that's where they got it from.
I went back too far. Here we go, right here.
Fingers are. This is a whole lesson on its own. So let's move on for now. All around the world, the flower of life was always made the exact same way. See, this pattern can clearly go on forever. However, they always stopped after 19 circles. Why? Well, because they didn't want you to see what I'm about to show you. Back then, this image and knowledge was so sacred that they couldn't allow it to become common knowledge. It was appropriate at that time. However, now we either use the information or fall further into darkness. In biology, all cells have a zona pellucida around the edge. These circles around the flower of life are the zona pellucida of the flower of life. You must remove these. Then, complete the spheres that were cut off by the zona pellucida. With one more step, you will have the secret. Finish the drawing, add the final missing circles, giving you this. This image is the fruit of life. This pattern of 13 circles is one of the holiest, most sacred forms in existence. It's called the fruit because it is the result, the fruit, from which the fabric of the details of the reality were created. Remember when we talked about male and female energy, lesson 4? As you can see, this image is female. It has no straight lines. However, when you combine male lines with these female circles, something amazing happens. What you do is draw a straight line from the very center of every single circle to every other circle in this image. When you do this, you get an image which is known throughout the universe, everywhere, as Metatron's cube. It is one of the most important informational systems in the universe.
But in that, you also had a Star of David. But I don't know if they're going to mention that here.
Definitely don't believe in that.
With the Star of David?
Nah, look. Y'all might ask, how does all of this that we're watching relate to the number 9, right?
Oh,
Each circle that we saw in Metatron in the flower of life, each circle is 360 degrees, right? 3 plus 6 equal 9. So bam, 9 is all throughout the flower of life. And when you look at Metatron's cube, if you add up the numbers of each angle, the degrees of each angle, then they will also come up as 9 once you do the sacred, sacred mathematics and the digital root mathematics. It will come back to 9. So 9
What's
is
the
all
9th letter in the
throughout.
alphabet?
9 is all throughout Metatron's cube, and it's all throughout the flower of life.
What's the 9th letter in the alphabet, brother?
You tell me. I ain't never just count them like
I want you to just do it and tell me.
It's easy.
It's I, brother. Let's keep it
There you go.
Smurf say Smurf.
It's I. That's what it is.
Keep it coming, brother. Keep it coming.
He over here cooking today.
Hey, hold on real quick.
Well, anyone
Go
who's
ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on real quick. Hey, well, yeah. I just wanted to say, now in the video, you hear what they're telling you. They're saying that all this knowledge is all sacred and ancient, right? Yeah, that's what they're saying. And they're talking about the Egyptians are saying that it's sacred and ancient to them. But let's not forget. The Berbers predate Egypt by how many
I
years?
knew he was about to segue to the Berbers.
He always bring it back to the Berbers. How did he do that? This brother is good, man.
I'm out, bro.
He got a smooth spin. Let's go ahead and get into
How many years they won? How many years?
300,000, but Silky, I know you done taught me well enough. Now I know from kicking it with you.
We're just gonna say 5K for Egypt. We're just
Okay, 5K for Egypt. Yeah,
Man, just play the entire video.
Yeah, that's
all
all
right.
I
My
want
bad.
to say.
You know what? We're gonna play the
But,
video. No more interruptions for the people in the crowd. My apologies. Let me find
Why they say ancient history?
a screen setting that I like for everyone. Do I like this one, or do we want to go on the bottom right here? We go. Let's go on over here. So I don't like that. Let's go over here. We're gonna go right here. Okay.
Studied sacred geometry, or even regular geometry for that matter, knows that there are 5 unique shapes in the universe, and that they are crucial to understanding both regular and sacred geometry. They are called the Platonic solids. A Platonic solid has certain characteristics by definition. First of all of its faces are the same size. For example, a cube, the most well-known Platonic solid, has a square on every face, so all of its faces are the same size. Secondly, the edges of the Platonic solids are all the same length. All edges of the cube are the same length. Third, it only has one size of interior angles between the faces. In the case of the cube, this angle is 90 degrees. And fourth, when put inside of a sphere, all of the points will touch the edge of the sphere perfectly. With that definition, there are only 4 shapes besides the cube that fit that description. So what are they? Well, we have the dodecahedron, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the isosahedron, and the hexahedron. All of these shapes are found within Metatron's cube. This knowledge is also where original alchemy came from. The ancient alchemists and great souls like Pythagoras, father of Greece, considered each shape to have an elemental aspect to them. The tetrahedron was considered fire, the cube was earth, the octahedron was air, the isosahedron was water, and the dodecahedron was ether. Ether, also known as prana, and tachyon energy are all the same thing. They extend anywhere and are accessible at any point in space, time, and dimension. This is the great secret of zero-point technology.
I'm gonna let it play.
The sphere is voidness. These 6 elements are the building blocks of the universe, and they create the qualities of the universe. To summarize, this is the first informational system that comes out of the fruit of life through Metatron's cube.
I gotta
In
pause
alchemy,
it,
they
man. Let me
rarely
go
discuss
back a hair, man.
I've read that in any point in space,
what he
time,
just
and
showed
dimension.
y'all.
This is the great secret of
People will
zero-point
look at
technology.
this and
The sphere.
Okay, wait. That's 6. Okay. The pentagram and the 6-pointed star are both very important symbols. Neither one of them are sacrilegious or evil or anything.
I disagree.
It's a discussion that we'll have one day, and and maybe you can educate me on your perspective, and I'll be able to do the same. I'm sure I will be, because your decorum is good.
Yeah, I'm open.
And I'm gonna just go ahead and let this play,
Is
and write that down so we don't forget that what you just said.
No, I got it. I'm locked.
Take notes on all the conversations that we're going to get started in the future off
I
of
heard
this.
that pop shot about the quorum.
Hey, no, see you insecure.
I ain't offended. I ain't
Hey,
offended.
Zion, that wasn't no pop shot. That was an absolute to you, Zion.
I wouldn't talk about him when I'm complimenting
That
him
was an
and then
absolute.
dissing nobody else. Don't do that.
Matter of fact, when he said it, Zion, I saw your face.
Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny. All right, let's go.
These 6 elements are the building blocks of the universe, and they create the qualities of the universe. To summarize, this is the first informational system that comes out of the fruit of life through Metatron's cube. In alchemy, they rarely discussed ether. I've read that in the Pythagorean school, if you even uttered the word dodecahedron outside of the school, they would kill you on the spot. That's how sacred this shape was. 200 years later, when Plato was alive, he would discuss it, but only very carefully. This is because the dodecahedron is near the outer edge in your energy field, and is the highest form of consciousness. There's quite a bit more here, but I don't think I can go much further on it right now. Anyways, recognize this? The periodic table of elements? Every single element on this table has a geometric relation to one of these 5 shapes. Modern scholars ridiculed this idea until the 1980s, when Professor Robert Moon at the University of Chicago demonstrated that the entire periodic table of elements, literally everything in the physical world, is based on these same 5 forms. In fact, throughout modern physics, chemistry, and biology, the sacred geometric patterns of creation are being rediscovered. Another example is the egg of life that I showed you earlier. Hopefully that will help you to understand just how incredible and important of a discovery this truly is. We have 5 Platonic geometries that form everything in creation, but we don't have a hexagonal shape. If we look at the flower of life, we see that its ultimate basic form is in a 6-pointed shape, called a hexagon. Want to see where else hexagons form in life?
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an
And
infinite
again,
campaign,
when y'all want to pause it, let me
process is
know.
pretty
'Cause
streamlined.
this
What
video
we'll
is
do
really
we'll
2
get into the
hours. I
popular
only
phase
wanted y'all to
platform.
see
Oh
about
man, we
10
can't
minutes
do
of
no
it.
2 hours.
Yeah, we're not gonna get 2 hours.
You gotta get an ad
I really,
blocker, bro. Get an ad blocker on your computer so you don't have to. Yeah.
yeah, you know what? I am going to go ahead and pay
'Cause,
the
yeah, I
little
don't.
10 or
My YouTube don't
$15.
never play no ads, bro.
I'll be more concerned with making that StreamYard good, making sure that stream.
I feel you. I feel you.
Because I know that music probably killing me right now too. Okay, forget this.
Mr. Fuller. It is actually formed from, well, I want to introduce the vector equilibrium, which was
I have never seen this part. This is a new video with some of the same old elements, I believe. But I just really wanted y'all to see that part. See, here's where they go into the 3, 6, and the 9. Oh man, you know what? Let me go back in here because Isan was bringing up the number 9, and I want to go into this here.
examining coral, they found that each coral head has thousands of different polyps. These polyps are constantly budding and branching into genetically identical neighbors. Through performing heat experiments on these polyps, they were able to find that every single polyp is part of a whole, a single unit of being, but each one is experiencing its own reality individually. From their findings with the coral, they were able to look at quantum mechanics. See, the mathematics of quantum mechanics shows us exactly how our universe works, and we see that everything in the reality is just continually branching into new possibilities, just like the coral. As humans, we are individually experiencing only one of these possibilities, much like the individual polyps. What physics is telling us is that everything comes down to geometry and the interactions between elementary particles. Things can happen only when things are perfectly balanced. So Garrett starts showing us some subatomic particles and the things that make up electrons and protons and neutrons. We always consider these to be the smallest particle, but we never think about what's creating them. Garrett demonstrates to us how the particles that create point particles really work. He shows that when you plot them out in how they move, this is what they look like. At the tiniest scales of the universe and how it works is very beautiful. Now, look at this. This is one of the ways that these charges branch off from each other. As you can see, it flows in a hexagonal pattern, the same pattern that we found in the expanded flower of life. Then, if you rotate this pattern in 6-dimensional charge space, you see it forms yet another pattern. Many of you will recognize this as the shape of the Star of David, but its true name is the star tetrahedron, which maps perfectly over the fruit of life. This entire pattern created by the particles is mapped across over precise places on a 200-dimensional spherical shape scientists have called E8, of which also has a geometric shape. By rotating that shape as well, you can see how there are nearly infinite possibilities as to how these elementary particles interact with each other. The details of the reality begin to take form. Now, as this shape is rotating in 8 dimensions, you can see a myriad of different patterns here. Look at this one in particular. This looks a lot like Metatron's cube, doesn't it? At the heart of particle physics is pure, beautiful geometry. By now, you probably can begin to see where sacred geometry falls into this. Where do these shapes originate? Do they just come into being at random? Or does the first shape come from somewhere else? In Lesson 6, we talked about the flower of life, the original, perfect geometric symmetry that created the universe. This shape, as we learned, is not only the root of all mathematical proportion, light, the platonic solids, but is also the source of every musical system in the universe, including systems both used and unknown to modern man. It is also the source of energy patterns and, well, everything. It all comes from the flower of life. I believe this is what is at the heart of what's forming every subatomic particle formation, and it probably goes at least a few levels deeper than what Garrett is showing us. Phi, also known as the golden
Anybody
ratio
want
or
to
golden
comment
mean,
on that,
is a
or
very
just let it
simple
ride?
relationship.
Yeah,
if you had a
Let's
rod,
stop.
we're going to put a mark on it.
Hey, hold on.
Two
A1,
places.
rewind that real quick. I'm going to show something real quick.
What it didn't
I was just
mention,
gonna say,
what it didn't mention was the thing that's responsible for the interaction between these elementary
strings.
particles.
Strings.
Light, the exchange of
Okay,
photons.
got you. But yeah, that octet rule is called an octet rule when you have that rule of 8. That rule of 8 is what creates a what do you call it? A stable atomic structure.
Yeah, the eternity of it. Where, exactly. It's two zeros put together to never break. Go back to where you had that I, and O. Some call it iota.
The eye?
You heard that?
The eye
Did you
that I
see it?
showed you?
No, you just had it on your screen.
Okay.
They called it phi.
But
No, that's actually he's actually about to break that down. So let that
Right, but
phi
I'm
stuff
just saying.
play.
Right, you see the I and the O. It's also called in the Greek. It's called iota. That's what I teach about the O being the negative and I being the creator.
Right there.
But I'm just pointing that out. That's all.
In order for you to have any of those
Oh,
structures,
you can't see it.
you
Okay, let me add it
absolutely
back.
need a covalent bond.
Need a what?
A covalent bond, which is made by the electromagnetic force. None of those structures will exist without a covalent bond.
I'll be back if y'all still on.
Yep.
So what you saying? They missing out on missing information?
Huh?
I don't understand.
Nah, without the atomic structure, without the exchange of photons between electrons and atomic nuclei, there is no atomic structure, basically. You know what I'm saying? And the covalent bond, you wouldn't have molecules. It's like H2O. In order for you to have water, H2O, you absolutely need a covalent bond. You know what I'm saying?
So you're talking about the table that they were just talking about.
Yeah, the
Okay.
periodic table.
All right. Periodic table. Okay. I respect what you're saying.
What Naga talking about, you could just about throw that whole table away.
Right.
Also known as the golden ratio or golden mean, is a very simple relationship. If you had a rod and we're going to put a mark on it, only two places would mark the phi ratio, which is here or here. The length of A plus B is equal to the length of C. This ratio is 1.6180339 and continues on forever. If you multiply the length of C with phi, it will create the exact same image, only bigger. C and D is equal to E. This ratio could then span on forever, going smaller and smaller or bigger and bigger forever. This ratio is infinite. It has no beginning and no end. It is also believed that phi is the mathematical root of all other sequences. See, every mathematical sequence in existence needs a minimum of 3 numbers to figure out the sequence. Phi only needs 2.
Too fast.
It is the only one. Similar to how the circle and square are the source of all shape, but we'll get to that later on. The next thing that you need to know is that this ratio is found in all life everywhere. Sort of. By sort of, I mean it's really Fibonacci, but we'll look at that in a moment. Look at your hand. Not only does each finger have its own ratio moving up each finger, which is phi to the next bone, but it oscillates back and forth from the tallest finger to the thumb. You wonder why the human hand is like that? It's based on phi. This relationship is found throughout the body in various ways, moving up the arms and legs, in your face, throughout the entire body. This is a Greek statue that accurately represents this. The Greeks were very precise when they made their art, because they understood phi, Fibonacci, and the importance of these sequences. When the Romans took over Greece, you could see the perfection in statues just completely disappear. I'm not saying the Romans were bad artists. They just didn't measure everything to the same caliber that the Greeks did. Here is the phi ratio in butterflies. You can see this ratio everywhere, from the wing size to the body to the antennas. They're all phi ratios. Here's dragonflies. It's the same story. Phi runs along the entire body, and the relation to the body and the wings. Here it is in frogs. Phi is found throughout the body in relation to the head, to the arms, to the fingers, and so on. Well, what about fish? You'd think they wouldn't be found in fish. Well, here's 3 kinds of fish. Once again, the ratios are consistent. It doesn't just apply to these creatures, though. Regardless of what mammal, insect, avian, plant, or living creature of any kind, you will find this ratio one way or another. There's a reason for this, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let me show you the importance we used to place on this golden ratio. In ancient times, we built many structures based on phi because we understood divine proportion. This is the pagoda of Yakushiji Temple in Japan. It's built with these same mathematics, from the doorway to the ball on top of the temple. It is a structural embodiment of the proportions that all life holds. The Parthenon in Greece also has the exact same mathematical structure, but even more. I recommend watching Nova's Secrets of the Parthenon if you wish to learn more about this, because the stuff that they find is really cool. The Great Pyramid in Giza also has these proportions. They're incredibly precise, perfect in every way. You'd think that by building these structures using the logical and mathematical proportions so carefully, that they would hinder the creativity behind these buildings, but they really don't. In fact, the left brain understanding all of this can even enhance creativity if used correctly. It makes me wonder about all of the world-famous buildings of the modern world. Could phi be a large factor in what makes them stand out? Let's move on to our next sequence, which is called Fibonacci. Now, the Fibonacci sequence is life's way of creating the golden mean. Allow me to explain. This sequence is continually made from adding the previous number to the current. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 and 2 is 5. 5 and 3 is 8. You can see how it continues. Now, what most people don't know about Fibonacci is that it actually continually strives closer and closer to the phi ratio. By dividing the current number into the last, you can see this happening. 1 into 1 is 1. Well, that's not close at all. 2 into 1 is 2. This time it's over phi, but closer. 3 into 2 is 1.5, which is under, but closer still. 5 into 3 is 1.666. This time it's over, but even closer. Continuing with that, it's 1.6, and then 1.625, 1.615384, 1.619048, and so on. It continually oscillates over and under the phi ratio, never quite making it there, but continuing on closer and closer every time, until eventually you can't even tell the difference. Because phi is an infinite number, this sequence will go on forever. Let's look at some spirals in nature, another way that phi and Fibonacci can manifest. This is a nautilus shell. Many people will say it's phi, but it's really Fibonacci. See how when it's in its earliest form, it's crude, not smooth or anything? One look and you can tell that's not phi. But as it goes out farther and farther, it gets closer and closer to phi. It becomes a nearly perfect phi spiral by the time it's all the way out here. This also happens with sunflowers, pine cones, and many plants in nature. In many cases, such as the pine cones and sunflowers, it flows in a double spiral or more, much like the spiraling arms of a galaxy. From the microcosm to the macrocosm, spirals are always present. So phi is basically source, or spirit, or God, in a mathematical way of thinking. The math of God. Don't forget that this sequence is an intimate part of nature itself. I'm going to call it source. It is the source of all mathematical sequences, and all life in existence grows based on phi. However, phi has no beginning and no end. Life doesn't know how to deal with that. It's like source says, go and replicate this.
There's a whole lot of belief and imagine and I think type of stuff going on here.
Yeah, I see I and O as a negative and a positive, a higher and a lower. That's how I view that.
Are they going more Greek now? They leaning and going away from the Egyptian to the Greek, looking like.
Well,
Yeah,
I think they're just, there are sources all over the world from different time
Right,
periods.
right.
It's not about following a certain ideology, bloodline, none of lineage. It's about following the information, I believe. But I
Yeah,
do think
this is
they,
a point. This is a point where all of the ancient ideologies intersect. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because they can find this. I would dare to call it science in in places all over the world. You know what I'm saying? And it's all referencing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? This is a point where all of the world's cosmologies kind of intersect. You know what
and
I'm saying?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
And
That's
that's basically what they're expounding on. Now they're referencing Greek, Romans, and Egyptians because they are more popular for the mainstream. You know what I'm saying, as opposed to saying, say, the the Welsh or the Celtics or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So they're using like Greek and Egyptian shit as a reference point. It's not to negate anybody else's cosmology or nothing.
No, they said the statues were I guess getting made sculpted better. Is
Oh,
what
well, they were saying that the Greeks had a better grasp on
Yeah,
the mathematics and the geometry, and that's why they were
Right, right.
better. That's all they were saying.
yeah. I thought they
But
said they
was
weren't
it in
being
the Greek?
sculptured better.
Who went in? I'll go back.
well, they said one was doing
Yeah,
it better.
cause they
We
talk
looked at
Right.
it.
The
the
first
Greeks,
one,
right?
was
Greeks,
doing it
Greeks was
right, where
doing
they
it
were
better
doing
than
it
the Romans.
right. And
Cause
then the
that's what.
Romans came in, and then they had no geometry in it. That's why
Right.
they said that the sculptures weren't, I guess we say, eradicated as they were in the Greek,
They're
as
saying
if
they're
they
not
didn't
applying
care.
as
Because the
you
Greeks was
know.
aware of pi and the golden ratio, so their geometry would have been better. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to somebody who didn't care about pi or the golden ratio. You understand?
Right. Well, see, that's all right.
They all the same people. But that I and no, that's right up my alley right there, Jack.
Bro.
I see O as a resistor.
Sorry about that. I had to run to the bathroom real quick while y'all was talking.
And life says, we don't know how. Because life doesn't know how to create from something that has no beginning. So it creates the Fibonacci sequence instead, which has a beginning, but starts out crude, very basic, and then continually goes closer and closer to source, becoming more divine every step. It does take steps too, which actually has quite a bit to do with evolution. Let's move on for now though. The only other sequence you need to know for this is binary sequences. This is a sequence like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. We're just doubling the last number instead of adding it to the previous one. We're all very familiar with this. Binary sequences are found in life as well. For example, mitotic cell divisions are binary. We go from being a single cell being to having over 100 trillion cells in only 46 divisions. Binary sequences are also how computers work, by turning on and off chips. Computing at its
Ones and
core anyways is
O's.
binary.
Eyes and O's.
This is how a polar graph usually looks, with 36 radial lines in 10-degree increments representing the 360 degrees. Then concentric circles are drawn, each with the same distance away as the last, creating 8 equal demarcations as the one before, counting the inside circle as 1. Think about what this represents too. It's a two-dimensional drawing of a three-dimensional sphere, one of the sacred forms, by projecting it onto a flat surface. This is also called a shadow form, and casting shadows is a sacred way to obtain information. Also, a polar graph has both straight, male lines and circular, female lines, both male and female energies interacting at once. If you plot a golden mean spiral at 0 degrees on the polar graph, it will loop all the way around before hitting 0 again, exactly at the 8th circle. You'll find that this golden mean line crosses 5 specific places as it goes out. These places are where the female circular lines meet the male lines. It crosses at 120 degrees, 190 degrees, 240 degrees, 280 degrees, and then it jumps to 360 or back at 0, depending on how you look at it. What's interesting about this is that it creates both a binary and Fibonacci sequence. Looking at the radial increments from the center, it crosses at 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Well, that's Fibonacci. But it also crosses at 2, 4, and 8. Well, that's a binary sequence. We're going to look at the binary sequence in particular, though, because what you find is very cool. If you draw lines from the outermost circles on the lines where the binary sequence was formed, you get this image. It is an equilateral triangle. If you continue the spiral outward, it would continue to hit these exact same places and continue to form larger equilateral triangles. Let's divert yet again to look at something very interesting. There was a man named Keith Critchlow who discovered something very important to understanding the geometry of music. First, he drew a straight line through an equilateral triangle, and then he measured from the middle of the center line and drew a straight line up to the top edge and back down to the bottom corner. Then he did the same, but passed through the center line of the top and back down again. He did this yet again on the other side. You can keep doing this on either side as well. By drawing this funny little form, he discovered something of great importance. He writes, continuing in this way, each successive proportion will be the harmonic mean between the previous proportion and the total length, and all of these proportions will be musically significant. 1/2 being the octave, 2/3 being the fifth, 4/5 being the major third, 8/9 being the major tone or step, and 16/17 being the half tone or step. In other words, he discovered the geometries of music, or at least one aspect of them. Then he tried measuring it in a different way, starting at a different point of the center line. At 3/4, he found the measurements were 1/7, 1/4, 2/5, 4/7, 8/11, and 16/19. All of these numbers are musically significant. This is very interesting. It means that the harmonics of music are somehow related to the proportions of the central line moving through a tetrahedron. Back to the polar graph, you can see that this drawing has a much greater value all of a sudden. Not only that, but it becomes even easier to make your
I was muted last time, but I wanted to say, not to give Terrence Howard no credit because I don't know whether he crazy or not, but everything that he was doing involved all of this, and that's why people thought one of the
Right.
reasons people thought he was loony
Yeah,
because
no,
he
he's
thought
not
that he had
crazy.
the key to everything, and they're like, "What are you talking about?"
No, it's actually whole sciences that predate what he doing that's predicated upon what it is he doing, even with the shapes and everything. Like he say that, you know what I mean, he's the first one to find it. I don't want to take nothing from a black man, but you know what I mean, doing my research on it, it is definitely, you know what I mean, nice little workload of that particular thing, you know what I mean, being worked out in the same way that he's doing it. You know what I mean, he got his own little nuances to it, but generally it is a whole practice.
And to what Isan was saying, like, is it the Greeks or is it the Romans? It's like it does all go back to one source. He's just there. I think they're just showing different points in time where it was being used, recognized, implemented. Um, because even they didn't own it. Like the flower of life was everywhere, so the geometry was everywhere. If you had the knowledge of what that symbol meant, but yeah, we'll get into it.
Your measurements thanks to the polar graph itself. You can just draw a straight line through the drawing on the graph, and it will give you the center line. This information has been taken light years beyond what I just showed you, though. A research team found that you can draw these lines not only from the center, but from any nodal points inside the upper half of the triangle, and you will come up with all known harmonics in existence. Basically, this means that anywhere the straight line and curved lines on the polar graph cross from 0 to 120 degrees and start making the pattern, you will come up with all known harmonic systems. Not only the Western keyboard, but the Eastern, and even many unknown systems that have never been used. As I'm not a musician, there's not much more I can show you related to this, but I would love to see what a musician could really do with this knowledge. Remember when we talked about spirals in nature? They often travel in twos. Usually this is male and female. So on this polar graph, if you're going to copy nature, you don't just plot one spiral, you have to plot two. When you do that, it gives you this image, which is a star tetrahedron inside of a sphere. We mentioned this in lesson 7, and this image is more commonly known as the Star of David. Do you remember the face on Mars? NASA obviously tells us that it's just a random formation on the surface of the planet. But right next to the face, there are also a few pyramids and other anthropomorphic structures. I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would I bring that up all of a sudden? Well, Richard Hoagland and his colleagues have spent a lot.
To respond to Isan when he was saying that maybe the 5-pointed star may be evil or the 6-pointed star
No,
may be
6-pointed,
positive.
not 5. No. You got it backwards. The
I'm
6-pointed.
just my
I'm
point was
saying is
that
evil.
these symbols. My point was that these symbols have been around before any doctrine that promoted evil.
I got
And
you.
and at that point in time, they weren't bad. They were just geometry. That's all it was. It was math, geometry, and these symbols. You can come to find out how these symbols were used by the people from the Kabbalah and the people who had the higher knowledge, and then they're
Right.
represented, put out in the forefront. But even the Star of David is, you have to see the female version of that. That's the masculine version, which we're under patriarchy right now. It gets deep, I'm not gonna go into all of that, but
check
just
this out.
to say that like this stuff was around before it can even be considered evil. Go ahead though.
100%. And check this out. I agree with what you're saying. The only thing is somebody can take something that was once good and use it for evil meaning. And that's where I'm coming from with it. As far as the universal situation, if there was ever such a 6-pointed star, which I've never heard of one personally, I've heard of 5 points. I've never heard of a 6-pointed one. As far as that being true or not, I've never seen that, never studied that, to be honest, because I've always thought that they were not a such thing. And these stars are really like fire burst also. So they don't really have a form as they claim. And I think Zion hit me to that. So I'll give him credit for that one time we had this discussion.
I ain't hip to that. You don't have to.
After they showed that 6-point on that video, then they showed you that inside of nature too, right? Immediately after they showed it and was talking about it.
Right? As far as nature, you said as far as nature. I couldn't hear what he said. I think he said for his nature.
He did. That's what he said. So
Okay. Yeah, I just to clear what I'm saying up. As far as this, I look at it as them. As far as the Israelites, per this conversation, the reason why I say they call it the Star of David, because when you look at the pyramids, the highest stone, which is called the capstone, is is the eye at the top. So what they did is with the 6 pointed star, they took and inverted the pyramid pointing to your lower nature, whereas the top part points to your pineal gland in your head. And the other one, that's why they call your penis also a head, which is in the lower nature.
I think what A1 is saying is why trap yourself in a paradigm, especially a paradigm that you don't believe in, right? To take
I don't
away
understand.
from something that predates all that.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. What I don't believe in.
Because you don't believe. Go ahead.
Nah, it wasn't to you per se. You know what I'm saying? Like in general.
Yeah,
it was directly to him. It was
so what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't believe in? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you mean?
You're not no Jew or a Christian.
You don't right, but okay. You don't have to. I'm going to explain. You don't have to be sure because that's where our people are mixed up and lost in. So it doesn't have anything to do with myself believing in it.
That will be a personal.
Then let me do my personal walk. Then that's personal, right?
I was asking a
Well,
question.
I'm saying no. You were telling me I didn't believe in it. So what I'm saying is,
you told us that.
Right. I don't. Let's hold on. Let's get clear what I'm saying. I don't believe in their ways. Hold on. I got what you're saying, brother. I don't believe who they think they are 100%. And I believe that they've misinformed people of who they are. So therefore, if I feel that correcting that situation by exposing it is something that I'm sent and called to do, then that's what I'm going to do, whether I believe in it or not.
What does that have to do with what A1 telling you to don't be stuck in a paradigm, because that paradigm existed well after the image that he's showing existed. So why be stuck in a paradigm on what these people say this shit mean when we know that this shit was around before them people was even around?
Because A1 didn't understand why I said that I didn't agree with it. So if you'd have been listening to you didn't no, you didn't hold on. Let's get this clear. You did not know why I did not agree with the 6 pointed star. You just heard me say that I didn't. No, you didn't, because I never said it to you.
knew, bro, before when you said
Oh my goodness.
I said religious shit. Straight up.
No, he right
First of all, that hold on. First of all, that wouldn't have been religious. That would have been spiritual. So you can't make spiritual and religious the same. Hold on. You can't make spiritual and religion the same, brother, because they're not one and the same. Religion tried to intervene with spiritual.
They use their 6-point star in their religion. What are we talking about, bro? You gotta stop it.
Say what? I didn't hear what you said. You hollering and not making sense to me.
They not use the 6-point star in their religion.
Yes, they do. 100%.
That negates your argument, brother.
Let me give him an example.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Hold on. Let me say this. But I didn't take it from religion. I took what I said to you from. Hold on. Listen, no, I did not. I just told you I used it from the pyramids if you was listening. But you so busy, and that's not religion. So therefore, maybe you should be quiet and listen better. Because I never said it about being a religion. I told you how they came about with it. Which they made it religion, but it was a spiritual reasoning that I said. So quit thinking it was religion. Now I'm just saying, you try to tell me what I'm saying. Don't do that.
But here's his point, though.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Because to the point that he was making, everything that you just went through was irrelevant, because he was making a point that why be trapped in a paradigm, which was my point. Why be trapped in a paradigm when you understand what it really means? So it's just like this. You can every time you see a swastika, you can focus on what Hitler did with it. But if you know that your people's had it first for way longer than he did, Why would that be the only thing you see when you look at it? And he's just
Because
trying to tell you stop
okay, go
seeing
ahead.
that when you look at it. Like that's the
No, 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 no,
paradigm
no,
you're
no,
in,
no, no,
and that's the
no, 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 no. That's my point. You can't tell me what to see, what to think, how to think. What I'm saying is what I see. So therefore, let's say nobody knew anything about what I was saying. So therefore, which he didn't know what I was coming from because he's still thinking. No, you didn't. He's still thinking it was about. Hold on.
You
He's still
still
thinking.
negating from the point, though. That's not the point.
I'm not negating from the point
You
because I
are.
said that it came from the pyramid fact. So then it was flipped. Do you get what I'm saying now?
Okay,
It
okay.
was flipped. They turned the pyramid upside down as a form of disrespect to point to the lower
pyramid?
nature. Yes. That's what
That's
you're
not.
looking at when you're
Hold
looking
on.
at us. Yes, you
But hold on,
are.
sir. Hold on. Thought, let me get him.
Good
I rarely
gracious.
debate on my channel. Thought, let me cook. Thought, I rarely do this on my channel. You already know. I be in the back chat with it, and barely even on here. I never do this on here. But
Go ahead, bro.
what you just explained with the pyramid
Mhm.
turning upside down and all of that is
Mhm.
thousands of years after the symbol was already in existence. Are you aware of that?
I don't disagree with that. I just
Okay,
said
so
that to you
you
earlier.
can't say that that's where it's from then.
No, I said that's where they get it from.
That's a lie too.
Who is
Flipping
they?
it and when
I'm
you
just
when the
confused. I'm not
star of
trying to
date.
trip
Hold
you
on,
up.
I'm going to tell you. Okay, listen. You notice when the young lady or whoever that was talking, they kept referencing it as the Star of David. But what she said was it's a time before that. I'm not talking about the time before it. I was talking about the purpose of why they brought that Star of David out. It is a form of being disrespectful to the Egyptians who created the pyramid. So what they did was that they made that pyramid and they flipped it to point it to your lower nature and not your higher exalted nature, and they put it over top of that. That's the same thing that is done with the cross as a lower nature and an upright nature. If you can't see it, that's not my fault.
Let
But
me
I'm not
respond to
saying
you,
they
and then I'll let
invented it.
thought go.
Shit, that's not even real. That's not even
Yeah.
You don't know what's
Let me
real or
let me
fake. So who
respond
you
to him. Then
talking?
thought I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because
be
he
brief.
go ahead,
I'm
bro.
gonna let thought cook or whatever. I'm gonna let him go until he
Well,
land his plane. But
go right
my
ahead, bro.
whole thing was what you just said. We can't verify. Okay,
How you can't verify?
I remember when there was a point in time where I said such things until I went to verify things, and certain things just weren't what I thought. I've heard you say several times they knocked the noses off to disrespect their ancestors. That's not how a lot of the noses got knocked off. Um, and not to, and it's not for me trying to defend them because
Has
I
some
was
of them been
saying it.
knocked off by the
Hold on.
Caucasian man?
I'm just saying I was saying it until somebody fact checked my black ass. Like, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, yes, I do. I went to go look. Like, damn, this thing got me on live. Okay, so I'm just trying to pass on that information because somebody already got me. But
Quick
when y'all
question:
fight,
Did the
y'all fighting with me
Europeans get
over
their nose?
information.
I'm
That
asking you a question.
I'm just saying you should.
Did
I'm
the
trying to help
Europeans knock
by
the nose
passing
off?
on.
I respect that, and I received that. But I'm asking you: is there proof that they say that the Europeans start breaking off the nose of some of the sphinxes there? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
I don't want to give you a yes or no. I want to give you an exact history of it, and that's what I'd rather
Okay,
give you
good.
because
Because just now you said that's not true. Is what I
yeah,
thought I heard.
I'm not going to
Okay.
recant my statement. You know, I don't do
Okay.
that. If anything, I would just admit I was wrong and be like, "Hey, you're right." I wouldn't recant and be disingenuous.
So
I'm typing
what
it
are
in
you
though.
saying?
I'm gonna type
Okay.
it in so we can learn together. It's not for me to prove you wrong. It's just so that way everybody
Nah,
else can get it right. You know what I'm saying?
that's about teaching. Always about getting to the truth. That's what it's all
I'm
about at the
not
end
gonna
of the
share my
day.
screen because I got one thing sharing. What you want me to type in though, Isan? I'll even do
What
it.
do you mean type? I don't want you to type in anything. I
I'm
thought you were
searching.
saying
Oh,
you were gonna
You're
show where that the European didn't have anything to do with the sphinxes
the
noses.
European knock noses off Sphinx. SPA.
Did they have anything to do with that?
A lot of
Yes.
Muslims had something to do with that.
No, no, there's no evidence that Europeans intentionally knocked the nose off the Great Sphinx. Here's the
And
break. Hold on. Who didn't here's the breakdown. Who didn't
Go
do
ahead,
it?
bro.
There is no historical record of Europeans, Greeks, Romans, Napoleon's troops, or any other foreign group damaging the Sphinx nose. The popular myth that Napoleon's soldiers shot it off with cannons is completely false. Drawings of the Sphinx without a nose existed long before Napoleon was even born. What the historical evidence actually shows. 15th century Arab historians Al Makri, but I only know this because I was doing what you're doing right now. And somebody, Leandre, shout out Leandre, fucking dragged me around the room on this topic. And, you know, it was embarrassing to me to see that, dang, you know what? I jumped out there on something that I didn't actually study. And I rarely do that. I will shut the hell up and say, you know what? I've never looked into that before. I'll get back to you. Because that saves me from looking like an idiot.
Well, hold on.
So,
because I do
since
believe.
I love looking great, that's what I do. But
Check
he
this
got
out.
me at that point, and I learned to, you know what, never even do it on shit like that I thought was solid. Because this isn't solid. And
what the Sphinx or the pyramid?
You specifically referenced the Sphinx. I didn't look that up, but that's what came up. Oh, I did type in the Sphinx. I typed in Sphinx because you said Sphinx.
So you're talking about the Sphinx? No, I didn't say Sphinx today. I didn't say Sphinx today. I talked about the pyramids. I didn't. You brought up the Sphinx today.
I didn't bring up anything. I didn't bring up. Sir.
Bro, play the tape back. You brought up Sphinx today. I never said anything about a Sphinx today. I said the pyramids. I said nothing about a Sphinx.
Can I respond now?
Sure.
I haven't named any physical location. I have been actually very vague. I just said that they didn't knock noses off of Ish. And then I was vague because there may be some Ish that they have knocked noses off of. And I know that I should never speak in certainties. So I wouldn't do that. What I was actually saying, let's learn it together. You were trying to get me to lock in on one thing, and I actually wouldn't answer you. And everybody saw that I wouldn't give you an answer. And I was like, you know what? Because everybody was like, is he going to get him? Is he going to get him? I'm like, no, I'm not going to say nothing. What we're going to do is type it in. I never
what I want you to do, listen, what I want you to do, no, I said pyramid. You brought up Sphinx saying that I spoke. Listen, brother, let me finish. Well, listen, just rewind this. We're at what? 137 now. Rewind this like 4, 5, 6 minutes back. Rewind it from 130, wherever you want. You'll never hear me bringing up the word Sphinx until you brought it up. I strictly spoke about the pyramids and the capstone of the pyramid. We were talking about stars, so why would I bring up a Sphinx? You said that I brought that up earlier one day before, not today. So I'm thinking you're talking about something that happened before today, which I have said that about the Sphinx before, not today is what I'm saying to you. You brought up Sphinx today because you even referenced saying that you brought that up before. That's what you said. Check it out.
Okay, I got you right here, Ison. You know I went backtrack and pulled it up for you.
Yeah.
Just because you. I got one thing, Sharon. What you want me to type in, though, Ison? I'll even do.
No, before that.
Hold on.
It's before that. No, it's before that.
Listen.
It's before. Go back further. Go back further.
Hold on. Why are you interrupting the audio recording?
Because the statement was before that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, let it finish, and then you could tell me to go back, though. It's 30 seconds. You're actually cutting yourself introducing Sphinx and me asking what you want to search and you saying Sphinx.
No, so, you wanted to search Sphinx.
Bro, I wanted to search Sphinx. I
back up some more. Back up some more. Back up some more.
You said, look up Sphinx.
Do me a favor and back up some more. When you introduced the word Sphinx to the conversation. I never introduced the word.
Did you ask me to look up Sphinx, though?
Because you said, what do you want me to look up? You brought up Sphinx, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I wanted you to look up, but you didn't really want to look it up.
Do me a favor.
I hear what
just
you're
back
saying.
up.
I asked you to look it up.
Right.
You only told me to look it up because I said it earlier. But
there you go. There you go. Exactly. There you. That's all I've been trying to say.
If you didn't really want.
What are you talking about? You was. Get out of here with that. Get out of here.
The whole thing was what you just said. We can't verify. Okay, but I remember when there was a point in time where I said such things until I went to verify things, and certain things just weren't what I thought. I've heard you say several times they knocked the noses off to disrespect their ancestors. That's not how a lot of the noses got knocked off.
See, you're talking about the
Hold on.
Sphinx right
Did
there.
I say Sphinx?
Well, hold on,
No,
stop,
no,
stop,
wait, no, no,
stop
no,
it,
no,
right?
no.
Stop it,
Sir,
stop it,
you
stop it,
keep
stop it.
cutting me
Hold
off.
on,
I need you to stop.
stop.
Let me cut you off
Hold
on
on,
my show one time. Let me cut you
I
off
want to
one
make
time.
sure you. Go ahead,
You've been
go ahead,
cutting me
go
off
ahead.
the whole time.
Go right in,
Again,
because
you
what
said
are
I
we talking
introduced
about? A
the word,
nose.
sir. Did I introduce the word Sphinx? That's what
What
you're
are we
telling me I did.
Okay, let me ask you this
Now
question.
I'm nitpicking because I know I'm right and I'm still going with
Well,
you,
hold
even
on.
though I'm going
Let's.
right. So I'm gonna just
Okay,
continue because I
let
already
me get
know that I didn't.
let me get an
And
understanding
I
from what
shouldn't
you're
have
saying.
nitpicked to go rewind it
Hold
for
on,
everybody,
but I
but
want to make sure I understand
I just
what
wanted you to show that
noses.
I really be paying attention and I'm not.
I got you. What noses are considered
Bro,
being knocked off of who
now
and what people win? I'm
you accused
asking
me
you.
of introducing a word. Did I introduce it? Yes or no?
No, you didn't say the word
Okay,
Sphinx.
thank you. That's all we
Okay,
need.
no,
That's all
listen.
we need, bro.
Hold on,
Now
hold
you're
on,
trying to still say, "Well,
hold
I
on.
inferred it," after accusing me
There
of
you go.
actually saying it.
Well, here's
Well,
what I'm
the
saying to
first
you. When you said
accusation
a
was
nose
you
being
never,
knocked off,
bro. The
before,
first
yes, sir.
the
I
first
agree with that.
accusation,
Go
the
ahead.
first accusation was that you never said it and that I introduced the word, and that was false. So we don't even need
Well,
to
no, I
go
never
into.
said I never said it. I never said I never said it. I said you introduced it. I thought you did say Sphinx when you were talking. Well, my
All right, y'all.
interpretation was
You know
knocking the
what?
nose off as a
When I
Sphinx.
realize I got
That's my
you, I'm gonna
interpretation.
let you have it. I don't need to.
It's
Now,
not a matter of getting or gotten.
no,
I'm
sir,
saying to you,
you're tapping my leg right now. I don't have to break your arm. You're in the
oh,
submission
please,
hold.
tapping your leg. I'm not in a
You've
submission hold
already
on
admitted
nothing.
and conceded
Not
the
at all.
point that you
I
did
ain't
that. It's
conceded
okay.
nothing, brother. Just answer my question then. What nose are you talking about?
Long time.
What
I
were you
was talking,
what were you referring
sir.
to?
Now, can you not cut me off?
I'm all ears. Go right ahead, bro.
Okay. I wasn't referring to any specific one, and that's why I know I never said the word Sphinx. Because I know the whole time when you're trying to refer to one thing, I wouldn't lock in on one thing because I know that the history of the whole region, they not only are there accusations of noses being knocked off, there are accusations of carvings of the facial features of people being carved off of temples. Some of that is actually true. The noses thing isn't. The whole argument is conflated, and that's exactly what you were doing. But I wouldn't let you lock me in because I already have a higher perspective and have been through these conversations. So I'm trying to bring that higher perspective. And everyone, when you rewind it back, you'll be like, "Dang, this nigga's good." And I've never even seen him in his prime like this because he's always hosting. But today he brought the fucking sword out. Like,
some of those temples,
right,
that they finding were buried thousands of years ago by the predecessors of those people, and they was trying to erase them from existence.
Yes, and that's
So
actually
they were trying to erase what from existence? What were they trying to erase?
The prior ruler,
Oh, dynasties and shit.
So they knocked the faces and noses and shit off of the statues and then buried them.
It wasn't
Right,
necessarily a race thing. It was about nigga, this our shit now.
Yeah, family and it's different family.
Yeah,
They were trying to take us out of the equation.
Man, you
They were
keep
trying to
make it
erase.
about
They were
race.
trying to erase.
The same people. No,
It is about race.
No, listen, bro.
Nah, it wasn't about race.
It was about region and resources. It wasn't about race.
People of different tribes, the same people. We're not talking about different races of people. We're talking about the same people.
I'm not saying nobody else other than that. And what I'm saying is my lessons on the Sphinx being the nose knocked off came through the Europeans. So when the brother mentioned, hold on, I just want to make my point. When the brother came and said the noses, that's the only thing I'm thinking of. So when he referenced that, I'm thinking the Sphinx. That's why I said that.
The Arabs did that when they stripped all the pyramids of they motherfucking God damn, what the fuck? They made all the mosses and shit out of the motherfucking stones they took off of the pyramids, the cover stones. Damn. It's like marble. I think it is marble. It's a particular type of granite though. That's what they
ivory, maybe ivory.
I forget off this. I don't want to miss
granite. You're probably talking about granite.
It's a particular type though.
Yeah, granite and ivory was two of the main materials that they were using. So it was, to me, we was talking about two different things because when you say nose and you say ancestors, I'm only thinking about the Sphinx. Thinking about.
There's more things that people.
I said I am only thinking about that. Is what I'm saying to you.
And
That was my preference.
There's a saying that I heard somebody say it was one of the greats, and I don't know who said it, but it was every time you speak, you let me know what you haven't read.
Or if you're
So
given a
if
vague
that's all,
statement,
now if you
if you're
now
given
when
a vague statement, then we don't have a precise conversation. So if you're speaking vaguely and I'm speaking direct because you asked me, then I'm answering what I thought you were referring to. So because
exactly,
you
and that's what
never
I'm saying.
hold up, because you never honed in on something, then I brought up what I believed you to be speaking of.
And only because you haven't expounded your knowledge on other things where noses were taken off, you couldn't even think of those.
I wouldn't have thought
Exactly.
exactly. I
So
wouldn't
every
have
time
thought
you
about
speak,
it.
you're letting me know what you haven't read. Now I've read other things about the noses, so I can expound on those.
Then
And
that's
that,
when you should have said that. So
bro,
when
I
I'm
was trying to
answering,
participate in an argument instead of
what do
being able
you
to learn.
mean?
Bro, you weren't able to learn from me. You were combative.
I
And
asked you. No, I
even to
asked
the
you,
point
and
of
you
right
said I don't
now,
want to.
even right now, you're
What are you
still being
talking about?
combative. All right,
I'm
bro.
not being combative, brother. I'm
Either way,
explaining
you're
to
still
you.
family. It doesn't
Because he
matter, bro.
told you
I
Oh
do
yeah,
stop
this.
family all
doing
day.
I go back and
Family
it.
forth
all day.
with
You
my
agree
Family
family
all
like
with
this,
day.
everything
like
Yeah,
in a
listen,
certain way, and
listen.
then you wrong,
We
and
ain't
it's
never
okay.
gonna. Unfortunately, people don't agree on everything. We got things that we discuss, and that's what this is—a discussion. I
Well,
don't.
when
I
they
don't
go
look
through
at you
circular
any
reasoning,
different.
I just let it go with them because they're family. Anybody else, I would honk all the way down to the ground. But it's like, okay, brother, I know I got you. I know that you were
Well, it's
wrong,
not
and
a. To me, it's
instead of
not
just
about a
saying,
get
"Oh,
or
I was
got.
wrong about that," no,
No,
it's
I
not.
don't. I don't agree with that. I don't
It's
agree
not a.
with that because you never put a position to it.
All right,
You
son.
just said noses. So I said thinks. That's all I was
He told
thinking
you
of.
several times that it is more than just that, and you keep going.
I respect that now that he's saying it. He didn't say it prior to. So
He
there's
did
two
for like
different kinds.
I
5
He
times.
did,
did
and that's
not.
why I
He
wouldn't
said,
let you
For
lock
like
me
5
in, bro.
times.
That's why I wouldn't let you lock me in to nothing because I know that there's several instances, and you're trying to
"Well,
talk
I
about
didn't."
a sphinx,
I'll go back
and then
personally
I
and look
wouldn't
at
even
it.
lock into that when even
Hold on.
though I
I'll
knew
go
that
back.
that was
It's
false.
it's
All right,
several
I'll go
it's
back
several
and personally
instances
listen
in
to that
multiple
because I'm
different
saying things
cultures
two
where you
different
find
ways.
that.
So if
And
you
you know why
correct,
I
I
wouldn't
don't
lock
have no
into the
problem with
Sphinx?
that.
Even though I knew the Sphinx was false and you kept saying it, the still reason I still didn't lock into that was because I knew your next move would be to sidestep to something that actually did happen. So that's why I
No,
wouldn't lock
that's the
into any
only
of it.
thing
And
that
I
I've
said, let's look it up
seen,
together.
actually. Listen,
Okay.
that's the
Well,
only thing I've ever encountered with the nose issue as far as going over there. So I wouldn't have sidestepped to anything.
okay.
I
Okay. My
just I
apologies.
just explained
And
that to
I'm
you.
just trying
That's
to
why I said
bring your
when you
knowledge
said
up,
nose, that's what yeah, I
bro.
mean, that's
Because I
cool.
got
I
embarrassed.
appreciate that.
I
I'll
got
never knock that.
embarrassed. A nigga
I
embarrassed.
don't take it
Somebody
as an
embarrassed me with
embarrassment.
this. They didn't
I
do
don't
me
take
the
that
way
as
I'm
a,
doing you. They didn't do it with kindness. They use it as a
but
chance to exploit.
I don't
Why
think
you
you're
keep cutting
doing
me
me
off,
anyway.
bro? Why you?
Because
Why
you
can't
think
I?
you're doing something that I don't think you're
I'm not.
doing.
I don't think
You
I'm
said
doing
the way
anything,
I'm doing you.
and actually, what I'm saying is I'm not doing you like that. But you keep talking over me to not let me finish, to not even hear what I'm saying. You
No, I'm listening
keep
to you.
cutting me off. You couldn't have been because I
Did you
actually said
say
that.
the way I'm
I
doing
said
you or
the
not?
opposite. I said the opposite of what you are inferring, but you heard 3 words that were accurate. You just mimicked my 3 words, but you didn't
You
get the
said
meaning.
I'm not
You cut
doing
me
you
off
the way they
again.
did me.
Why are you cutting me off?
Because I've corrected what you said. Because you
How can
asked
you
And
me.
you
correct
let
what
him
I've
land
said
his
before I've
plane.
said it?
Go ahead
How?
and say
You
it,
let him
brother.
land his
Because you
plane,
already
bro.
said it.
You gotta listen to that entire statements and not just respond to a few
Go
words
right
that you
ahead.
heard.
My fault. Then I apologize. Go ahead, brother.
I
Because
did say exactly those 3 words you said. But if you listen to the full sentence, the meaning of what I said was completely different than what you took from it. That's scary to me. But you only can do that if you don't let somebody land their plane. And I watch
Go
you guys
ahead.
do it every dang on day. That's why I don't usually hop in, because I hate to be the host doing, and it's not, you got to come back here. I don't like this energy with y'all. And I'm like, man, A1, I don't fuck with A1. It's always something. People feel it. That's why I don't usually even do this. But
Bro, speak your piece. You like I said, I'm trying. You saying what you're saying. Finish your land your plane on what you were
either
saying
way,
that I
I was
cut you
never
off on.
saying I was doing you like anything. Suave Boss is in the back. My apologies. I'm going in on iSign and I didn't even add him to the chat. Shout out Suave Boss. What I was saying is that somebody dragged me around on this conversation. And what I was doing was I saw you making the same mistakes in your knowledge that I made that got me dragged around. So I'm like, hey, brother, this is what I do for everybody when I see them spitting misinformation. They may be spitting some misinformation about Trump, and I'll come and try to tighten them up. Like, hey, that's actually false when you look at the da-da-da-da. And I want you to have a good argument. So when you go around these people who hate this nigga, you don't sound like a dumbass. And then they'll be like, oh, you're a Trump supporter. I know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, man, I'm trying to help you, brother. I'm literally trying to help you so you don't sound goofy when you keep going around these other people and you trying to argue with me. I wasn't trying to slam dunk nothing on you, but you keep saying, oh, that's what you said you was trying to do. No, I was saying that that's what happened to me. And I was saying I wouldn't try to do you like that, and I don't want that to happen to you. And that's why I was passing that knowledge on to you. That's what I was saying.
You know what that's called, A1? That's called love. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't recognize real love for what it is. If you love your people, you're not gonna if you love your people, you're not gonna let them go out there with misinformation if you have the right information. You know what I'm saying? Because you done already made that mistake. You done already. You know what I'm saying?
Let me explain something to you. You don't use the word goofy because ain't nobody goofy nowhere. So if we having a conversation, hold on. Why you cutting me off? Let me answer. Let me finish. This is what you're saying. So I'm explaining back to how I'm hearing what you're saying. So when you're saying somebody goofy and you just get done dragging somebody, if I'm looking at you as my brother and we having a conversation, one, I ain't looking at you goofy. Two, I ain't thinking about I'm dragging you. I'm thinking we're having a conversation on information to try to get to a point or a reason.
Hey, this is scary.
That's how I see it.
Once again, you completely didn't. Hey, thought. Don't say nothing. Thought.
Yeah, I did.
No,
talk about I did.
Please let me respond to the rest of the room, because again, everybody saw that you completely didn't hear anything I said. I never said I was dragging anybody around the room. I continuously keep telling you I was the one who got dragged. I never said I dragged anybody around the room. I got dragged, nigga. I was the one who got dragged. Using the same arguments you're using. And I was like, dang, I don't want to see my peoples get hit with this. Let me bring them this information. And you arguing with me about it because you so adamant about believing it. And I'm telling you, I already got cooked on it. But fuck it, my nigga.
Adamant about believing anything. You just said such and such.
You goofy.
I'm not saying you're the way you're speaking, and the words you're using. I'm telling you. Nah, it wasn't in reference to himself.
Yeah, it was. He was like, you know what I'm saying?
He said that. He did. He did say that. I'm not denying that.
Like, damn, how did I miss all that?
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. He did say that earlier.
Shout out King Hurt.
I'm just asking.
Go ahead, brother.
One
go ahead.
thing, bro.
Sure, go ahead.
What he said was, I already got cooked this, and he was up there looking like a goofy because he got cooked on it.
I was looking like a goofy.
He was looking like a goofy.
I
never made
that.
you look goofy.
Anybody else to be looking,
and I didn't want nobody else. Man, come on, man. Why do you twist that like that, man? They try to make me a bad guy.
I'm telling you the way it came on my side is you were speaking, and that's why I was like, yo, I'm cool with dude. Where we going at with this? So I make sure I understand what we're talking about.
Enlighten you. All I've been trying to do is enlighten you the same way you've always been trying to do to me.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you the way I heard it.
Bro, and here's another saying that you should take home too. I'm only responsible for how I can't be responsible for how you interpret what I say. All I can do is sir, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna be long. I'm never long-winded.
Go ahead, brother.
All I can do is be genuine and put it out there. I can't be responsible for how you interpret it or perceive it. Like, people are going to perceive it based on their own biases and experiences in life. I could be just talking normal, and you could feel attacked. That doesn't mean you're being attacked, but you may feel it. So go ahead and tell me more about how you felt it was coming across that way, because it doesn't matter, because it's not relevant to how I was actually conveying it, and everybody else on this panel heard it the correct way except for you.
Okay. Now I'll say this. When you first, hold on, so you understand what you said, what we're talking about. When you first said somebody's in the back chat, then you said, well, I was cooking son. This is what you said. I was cooking son. So I'm like, yo, slow down, bro. Ain't nobody talking to you. So when he says I'm cooking, ain't nobody worried about being men, brother. You ain't got to tell me what I know I am. So when you said, hold on, that's what you said. You said I was cooking son. Then that's when you proceeded to say, when I heard the word goofy come. So I'm like, where is he going at with this? But
I
then
haven't
again,
commented in the
hold
back
on,
chat,
hold
bro.
on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
But
So
I never
all I'm saying
commented.
is, hold on. So all I'm saying is, I go back and look at that. I'm a man all day, every day. If I go back and I say, oh wow, I misread what he was saying. He was saying it this way. But when I'm initially hearing it and what you were saying, I didn't feel as though I was misreading it. So I'll remove that part of the feeling when I listen to it. So that way I'll get a better perspective. But if I get the same answer, then I'll come back and say I got the same answer. If I get the wrong answer and perceive it the way you saw it, then as a man, I'll come back and say, you know what, bro, that's my fault. I misunderstood how you were saying it. I read you wrong.
You
Simple as
definitely
that.
read me wrong. I was telling you how
We'll
a nigga.
see.
Let me know when I can go. I really want you to be able to finish because I want to be able to finish.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say you definitely read it wrong. I've never ever tried to drag you. I haven't commented in the chat since we've been talking, so I don't know what you thought I said I cooked you and then called you a goofy. I haven't
No, you
commented in
said
the back chat. So
no, you said someone. This is what you said. Someone was in the back chat. You were talking about somebody that you didn't know was back there.
Come on, man, we live.
Anyway, man,
I'm just telling you,
brother.
chill.
You know what I
I'm just
did?
telling you what I'm saying, and
I
my
gave
word ain't gonna get
props to a
muted.
whole
So you
nother
know,
man.
we talking.
I gave props to another man who's not even on the show right now. I told you that, hey, I was making these same arguments a few years ago. Leandre dragged me around the room live on these things. He sent me packing. I did my research, and he was right. Somehow you've taken that as an insult to yourself. But again, you will go back and watch the tape and see, like,
There you
damn,
go.
he did say like that's all he was saying. How the hell did I internalize that as him calling me a goofy when he called himself a goofy?
And I
When
would
I said this nigga
apologize
dragged me around,
100%.
I said he dragged me around like a goofy.
Yeah, you told me that before on the
Bro,
fact
stop.
that he was being
Stop. But
gay.
just absorb instead of trying to respond. Just think about what I just
No,
did.
I was agreeing with you.
Stop.
Wow.
I didn't even insult you. I insulted myself. I said he dragged me around like a goofy, but somehow me insulting myself is insulting you, and you keep cutting me off to not be able to realize it. Stop. Just absorb it. Like, dang, you know what? This nigga never insulted me. He said he got dragged around like a goofy. How the hell does that? Why am I calling you? Because you, oh my God. I'm about to go.
Again,
I gotta
brother.
roll up, bro. I gotta roll up. Gentlemen, continue
Again,
the panel for like 10 minutes without me, man.
yeah, roll up, brother.
I'm just.
Argument about goofy shit. You gotta be feeling like.
And this all started by moving the goalposts by saying that I was the one who brought up Sphinx when that wasn't true. Then he was like, "Well, you hold on." Then after it was proven that I didn't bring it up, he was like, "Well, you inferred it." Well, and it just kept moving and moving and moving until we got here. Like, damn! Instead of just being like, "Oh, my bad, I was wrong about that," and then we kept going. We just wasted 30 minutes because somebody just couldn't concede a point. This took 45 minutes or however long. Because somebody couldn't just be like, "Oh, dang, you didn't even say that. My bad. Oh, go ahead, play the video."
Nah, bro. I absolutely said that when I saw it as an inference, and I said you didn't say it, and I did say that. So I don't even know where you missed that at, because I absolutely said my bad. You didn't say that. Well, I may not have said my bad, but I definitely agreed you didn't say it, and I brought it up for the simple fact that that's the only thing. That's when you said, "Well, oh, now I understand your level of understanding on the noses," because I said I didn't know of any other noses.
Was that
That's
before
exactly what
or after
discussed.
you kind of threw your weight around and made me pull up a video to prove you wrong? You see what I'm saying?
I didn't throw any weight around. I asked you to play it back. That's not throwing weight around. That's
No, you know what I
that's
mean. You were
requesting you to
telling me,
play it back.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and I'm wrong, and that I don't even know what I said. And then I had to rewind it back to show you.
And again, like I said, as a man, I apologize for that part all day, every day. I apologize for that part, but it was a misunderstanding of us.
My bad. I didn't mean to.
For me, on my side. No, you cool. It would been a misunderstanding on my side because I'm inferring that you talking Sphinx. You wasn't talking it, and like I said, you left it open ended. So when you having knowledge of some other noses, then we couldn't have never been talking about the same thing. So I was only talking about one thing, and that was that. So that's already been addressed.
And the reason I did leave it open ended is because somebody who knew this shit in and out tried to trap me like you. I'm
I
sorry.
wasn't trying to trap you, though.
You're absolutely right. You wasn't trying to
Yeah, I
trap
wasn't
me.
trying to trap you.
You genuinely didn't know. My apologies.
Right.
I said
Yeah,
that
I wasn't
wrong.
trying to trap you.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
My apologies. That was my fault.
Yeah,
He
I
was
wasn't
trying to trap
you.
me because he knew it in and out. You
Right.
generally were asking. But since I've been in that situation before, I knew not to answer it a certain way just in case you were or somebody in the comments and be like, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm already on, like, I've been in these battle tested situations to know how to literally be able to discuss these topics in the proper way so that way we're not misleading people or it's just, it gets
Now, I'm a genuine brother. I wasn't trying to trick you. I was trying to have a conversation on what I would have been speaking about. So I wasn't trying to, first of all, when I talk to you, I don't look at trying to put you in the position to put you out of position. Every time I've always spoken with you, it's always been on and up about a conversation. Now, whether we agree on something or disagree on something, that's cool. Let's go ahead and get to the business of it.
Okay, let me play this video. My apologies for I usually don't. I usually just be letting it go. That's why I was like, you know what, you got it. I don't have to let you know that I know I'm right. I was trying to walk away when you thought you were right. But that takes a man of extreme character. So I just want everybody to recognize that as well. Because these niggas will argue with you and mess the whole show up.
But that wasn't a right or wrong situation, brother. Again, you just said, hold up, you just said, hold up, no, right. You just said I genuinely didn't know about the other noses. You was having a conversation with me
before that,
about Leandre.
You said, quote unquote, you brought up Sphinx and then you said,
are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish, please?
Did you say you never used the word Sphinx? Yes or no?
Let's move on.
No, I did say I used the word Sphinx. I said, hold up. I said you used it first. That's where I said I was in error because you didn't use it. You implied it to me, but not to you.
Pretty crazy.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Eye-opening now that we have this information about what this really means. Inside the star tetrahedron, another one fits perfectly. We can continue to put more and more star tetrahedrons inside or outside of the other star tetrahedrons, the same way the golden mean spiral can wrap around the polar graph infinitely big or infinitely small. You'll notice that this smaller tetrahedron also happens to fit perfectly around this sphere. Well, check this out. If you put this same size sphere centered on the point of every single star tetrahedral point, guess what suddenly reveals itself?
And the fruit of life is the Star of David, the female version, without the masculine lines.
The fruit of life. It's back. According to the Egyptians, this is one of the holiest, most sacred forms in existence. Of course, we already learned one of its informational systems in Lesson 6, and what you just saw was the second, only in reverse order. What this means is that all of the information of music, harmonics, sound, and spirals come out of this image. Not only that, but light and the dimensional levels work in the same way as harmonics, which we've already discussed in Lesson 2, 7, and 9, meaning that the geometric information about light and dimensions are also related to this star tetrahedron pattern. So what you just saw was the second unraveling from the third rotational pattern of Genesis, the geometry at the heart of creation.
So the flower of David is on the third day of creation. We shouldn't be what the Hebrews or Jews are using it for, not to be disrespectful. But this symbol is way older than their ideology, their bloodline, and all of that.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So
that's sacred geometry. It's sacred geometry, but that's also going to go into your binary code.
Mm-hmm. Explain.
Yeah,
expound
all
on
of
that.
that are interrelated. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead and cook, Silky D.
Yeah, let him go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all computable. It's all mathematics. So, I mean, that would almost kind of be in a numerology type
How
of.
does it equate? How does it equate though? Like to, I mean, how you just broke it down when you first said what you said.
Well, because they're speaking mathematical numbers and equate, like, the numbers is the only thing that don't lie, that I guess is predictable because it's going off equations and percentages and possibilities and ratios once again. But after you, I guess, go through so many ratios, you start to see the patterns, and that's what they're referring to. So the pattern that they're seeing in the ratio that is reoccurring is going to go back to your binary code, which is your ones and zeros. It's a lot deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
I'm
would have to
asking
go.
you to break that down.
I'm about to break down a cigar right now, so you're gonna have to take it over.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. What day did they say that Star of David came in, or that 6-pointed star came into play? What day?
Let's say on the third day of creation.
The third day of creation. What day was David in the day of creation? Around the 3,000 to 3,000 year period, right?
I don't know the years on them eons and all of that like you. That's a whole different
Yeah,
study I
yeah,
haven't got hip to yet.
exactly. So when this star, they keep introducing it as a Star of David. So this 6 points
That's because it's
is
religion.
before whether it's religion or not. That's when they're introducing it and they're using it for David. So
And they,
my whole point was when I was speaking about the Star of David, I'm only talking about his reasoning behind the Star of David, not the fact that this hexagon was before David and the geometry side of it.
according to
You
them,
do have
doesn't even
crop
come from
dusting,
where you saying it
crop
come from.
circles on it.
What is what?
Because people that read the extra biblical books, right, will understand that David was a wizard like his son, right? And in relevance, right, we could look at his books, or we could look at the older writings in which the keys of Solomon and shit come from, not just the Kabbalah, right? And see that these images are in there, right? So the Jews don't believe what you said on how the formulation of that star came about. It'll even double down on them not believing in the biblical God itself and actually believing in the other entity, right, which will be one of the two of the star owners, in which the one of the gods of that Bible stated that nigga shouldn't be fucking with. At the end of the day, that's the Jewish understanding of where that protective star came from, right? Because it was a protective spirit placed upon David by David to go into a war, and that spirit energy was certain comfort into that shield, according
Well,
to the Jews.
The 6-point star is no.
Yeah, nah, but they'll be talking about a particular
well,
crazy
of course they
people
of
on
course
how.
they won't follow my logic because they're gonna lie about it.
Yeah, but
That's
you
what
just
they
not
do.
understand how you. But yeah, that don't make sense. That they already got some shit that they explaining this away thousands of years before you were even thought of, type shit,
What
and then you
what
come
that
up
got to do with it?
and say this is not what them people believe. This is what they believe based upon what I said, right?
I didn't say this is what they believe. I said this is what it stands for. No,
bro.
I didn't
How
say
can it,
nothing about what they believe.
bro? It
I said
stands
this is
for
what it
what they
means.
say it stand for, not what you just made up.
Nah, it don't go that way. It don't
It
go that
don't
way.
go. Bro, do you hear your
No, it
logic?
don't.
It
Yes,
don't
I
go.
100%. 100% I hear my logic.
What
How
So
do
y'all
it
you
arguing
not
about,
go the way I'm
Ernest?
telling you it go, and it goes the way you're saying it go?
What did
no,
I miss?
because you don't think they have hidden mysteries behind this stuff. You
Yeah,
don't
and
think that they took
the
stuff. You don't think
mystery,
they took stuff. Hold up. You don't think they took stuff and changed the meaning of it. Yes or no?
bro.
Okay.
The
All
six-pointed
right then.
star David comes from a spirit that was motherfucking encapsulated into the shield, brother. We see this same symbol in his son's works, right? At the end of the day, David was also a wizard, like his son was a fucking wizard. At the end of the day.
Hold on,
And the
real
lower
quick.
and the point at the lower part refers to your lower nature. And that's what they're pointing it down to, or lower selves. That's why it's flipped from the pyramid. It uses that
Let me
6-pointed star.
let me share my screen right quick, A1. Hold up. Let me show you, bro. Cause
And just to keep it cool, not saying everybody has to talk, but we should just everybody get 2 minutes to explain what they want to explain. They don't have to
It's
take the whole 2
crazy because I
minutes.
know niggas heavily
But
relying
I'm just
on the
saying.
15th century meaning of that shit.
A1 still away. I'll wait till he come back.
Symbolism and shit like that of it. You know what I mean? From
I'm just saying so we can all just get our points out without being
Hey, bro,
interrupted.
you
That's
stop
all.
talking until you could get the information together to explain the shit you was trying to say.
I talked as long as I want when I want. What you
I
talking
like
about?
explained what I wanted to say already,
it's like
nigga.
the 6 pointed star though, bro. It goes back way further than the biblical narrative does.
I'm not disputing that, brother.
It predates
I
that.
said that.
Bro, can I land my plane? Damn.
Yes, but you're making it sound like I didn't agree with you, and I had on that point.
But
You
you
making
was
it sound like you're saying. Go ahead, bro.
hold
I'm
up. Did you not interject the Star of David into the conversation that was a general conversation about said symbol in order to negate or paint the symbol in the evil light?
No, the young lady interjected it as the Star of David, or whoever that was speaking. I didn't bring it up. It was brought up in the video that we were all listening to.
Yeah, that
She
was in
kept
the
referring
video.
to it as the Star of David, and
Yeah,
that's when I said something about the Star of David.
and what did you say about the Star of David?
I said the Star of David is showing a lower nature. When it's pointing, what they're referencing is that where the capstone is has the I, which is the perennial, the higher self. When they flip and they're viewing it as the lower nature. They're trying to get you to think from your lower nature and not your higher nature. So they use that star as the 6 pointed star. It's
That
also
star,
an invert. Can I finish? Now y'all always talking about I'm cutting somebody off. Now you cutting me off.
bro. Go ahead, bro.
So I'm
Just
reviewing.
make sure you
Yes, sir. I'm making quick.
just
I
make sure
got
you
you.
reciprocate that energy. You know what I'm saying? Of
Not a
allowing
problem.
everyone to speak.
Respect. And all I'm saying is that it's an inverted pyramid pointing to a lower nature. And that's why I said we refer to our lower head and we refer to our head on our shoulders. They use that as a way of saying both are a type of head. So when they're talking about your lower nature, you're thinking from that nature of the head, not the knowledge side, the lustful side. That's my whole point about what they were doing with that. I digress.
Well, what according to my knowledge of that symbol as it pertains to Judaism to speak or Hebrew Israelite culture, it represents as above and so
Yes,
below. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? So you can't just point to the triangle that's pointing down because that's not a pyramid, that's a triangle. The one pointed down and negate the one that's pointed up. You know what I'm saying? It is as
Right.
above, so below, bro. And that's what we find in nature, as above, so below. So the esoteric meaning of that star, it kind of plays into the overall premise of the video we're watching. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like it's more of an esoteric universe. It's a universal esoteric concept. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you can find that same symbol all over the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we may call it the Star of David, but we can also find this symbol in Ethiopia, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Japan,
Right.
India. We'll find the same
South
symbol all over the
Africa,
world.
Central Africa.
Right.
Right.
Listen. Okay. Listen. As a matter of fact, I just want to respond to the brother. I just want to explain to brother, I'm the one that just said it refers to below and above, meaning the lower nature and the upright nature, the conscience. And when I was talking about the penis, I'm not saying what it refers to for different people. I'm saying their position on it. I'm not saying anything beyond that. I'm just talking about the Star of David, where I view it from them. That's all I was talking about. I'm not talking about what it was used in Egypt because I never studied it. I'm not talking about what it was used
You mean how
for
the video
anywhere
was
else. I
referencing
haven't
that?
studied that. I was specific on what I was referring to.
I knew what you were saying. I knew what you was referring to.
Get out of here, Silky.
You know what you were
I
saying?
knew he was
We about to
referring to
drag you
the
around by
video.
that silk press, Silky. You come over here trying to defend.
No, he was referring to it.
No, I'm
He
messing with
was,
you, both of y'all. I'm
he was
messing with you.
rebuttaling it. He was rebuttaling it to the point
I'm
to
just
like
fucking with
how
you.
the girl was referencing it, and I understand. I knew what he was saying.
Yeah, that's all I was talking about.
My question, my question would be.
I see you change your light colors in the
Good
back.
thought.
My question.
Oh yeah, man. You know it go down.
My question would be: is it really the Star of David? If it predates any biblical character, how can you say it's the Star of David?
Right.
More of a universal.
Oh, damn!
And that's why I said only the Star of David. I didn't refer anywhere else. I just talked about when she said the Star of David.
That's okay. I'll leave it at. I was gonna say something.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
all I
see
was
why you said
referencing.
it, because she said it
Yes.
like that. So you.
Thank you. That's all I was. I'm not saying it was.
You know what? I feel silky
It's
now.
not the Star of David. Like it'll be the Flower of Life before it's the Star of David.
No,
I'm not disputing that.
Hey, real talk. My question, I want to ask, and I mean, just to see what you think. Why does it have to refer to the upper and lower nature as far as the mind and the penis? Like, what happened to the vagina?
And that's what it represents for real.
Hold
But
on.
I didn't want to.
It could be both. It could be both. It could be both. The lower nature.
Both. That's that tranny shit.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, when I'm talking about. First of all, I use the word. First of all, I also use the word lust. I also use the word lust, meaning our lower natures.
So real quick, because I just popped in. Ison made some interjections that I've never heard from any Judaic or even Kabbalistic. It's not King Naga Zion.
Sorry.
So yeah, it's all good. So when he talks about the 6-pointed star representing masculine and somehow interjecting phallic symbol in there, and that's not what it really symbolizes. Although people who get into like the new age, ideologies, I saw that somewhere in a Dr. York book where he put the man in the 6-pointed star and the female in the 5-pointed star. That's all. That's not even what it represents. The Star of David comes from the lily of the valley and also the pomegranate at the bottom of the pomegranate. So those are the national flowers of Israel. Those were the main plants that grew around those regions. And so that star is not an actual star. It is a divine geometry because we see it everywhere in nature. However, when it's reference to the shield of David, it is reference to him being called the lily of the valley, and lilies have 6 points. That is it. There is no sexual connotation to it. There's no masculine, feminine. There is none of that witchcraft and wizardry and warlock stuff. That all came later from Aleister Crowley's interjections and some of these other mystic dudes who are trying to use Kabbalah as magic. That is not what the cultural definition or meaning of it meant in ancient biblical times. That's ridiculous.
Solomon was a wizard's son. Come on, stop.
He clapped back before he can even absorb what somebody else said.
I know what he said. I know exactly what he said. Me and Zion talked before.
What tech do you have to prove that? Can you substantiate?
All these cats is magicians, bro. They all magicians. They liars. They deceitful.
Objection, speculation.
But you the only liar here, because
we
you
gonna
think
find
truth
out.
only relies on your reasoning, which is wild crazy, because your reasoning, as we all seen up here, is wild crazy.
Hey, you can take it what you want to take it as.
No, that's a fact, bro. We got motherfuckers.
Nah, that ain't no fact. That's what you.
We got at least 4 other people on this panel that been up here since you've been up here. And I can guarantee you that all 4 of us will motherfucking agree on what I just said.
Hey, listen, if you do, that's cool. I ain't worried about it. Believe what you want to believe. The truth comes.
You think that your narrative and your explanation of how you interpret it is the truth, and that's the problem.
There you go. No, hold up, but you're taking someone else's interpretation, right?
You think that your eye is
never said I was I. Never said that. You already knew that.
I'm not saying.
Yeah. Do I? Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you. Yes, sir. There you go.
Inner eye is
yes, sir.
The eye, and that's a whole load of freaking daggone self-exaltation in itself, sir.
There you go.
And let me show him something, A1, right quick. Because share that screen right quick. I want to show him the Tesla 369 model. Because you see that same symbol right inside.
Hold on. Before we get to what you're saying, I just typed in on ChatGPT. Where does this wait, what did I type in? Let me see exactly what I asked it. Where does the Star of I typed in something crazy come from, but it knew exactly what I was asking. The Star of David, also called the Megan David Shield of David, has a long mixed history. It did not begin as a uniquely Jewish symbol, and it doesn't come from King David in ancient times. And then it goes in to say, here's the real history. But just as a
Yeah,
starting
it's
paragraph,
ancient.
that's very strong.
Right, we just simply attributed
It's
to him.
ancient before
Yeah.
Egypt.
Oh,
It's
and
more
that
ancient than that.
that goes into
Yeah,
what what's the
You
name was
know,
saying. It was
I was
symbolic.
on.
So yeah,
Yeah, I
you
was
know
on
what? Zion
saying
was right. It's
David's
symbolic.
side.
Yeah, it come from the Merkava.
Yep, it's symbolic. So I guess nobody's wrong here, and nobody, we're all right.
You could be right and wrong
A1.
at the same time.
We can all be wrong at the same.
A1.
It was
What's
It
up?
happens
applied in
sometimes, you
early
know what I'm saying?
Hey,
BC
yo.
and
Hey, hold on real
early
quick.
motherfucking first century as mystical things coming from the Merkava. Use
Hey,
that
Oh,
as
you
a
A1.
protection cell.
Silky, go ahead.
Yo, on the next line of agenda, next topic, I want to touch on the Lucy.
Come on, brother.
So I'm
Well,
just
we're
saying,
gonna go right back into this Burberry
after y'all get
discussion.
done with this.
Yeah,
No, I'm
hey,
just
hey,
dealing
yo,
with
I'm
Lucy.
leaving.
That's what
I'm just dealing with Lucy.
I need my own panel or some shit because this
Well,
shit
you
is
can try over
ridiculous,
there then.
bro.
I'll
Go
set
try
you up.
over
Get the
there.
admin
We
thought. I
got
got
two
you.
and yeah, we
We
got
could
two
be
and a
talking
half
about
hours.
aliens, and
Good
that
I
Yeah,
boy
get
lord.
you
you
gonna
some
can
find
go
us
graphics and
try
the
to
over
inject
there.
admin. We
Burberry.
gonna make it happen.
No,
I'm
because
about to go
somebody
ahead
said
and
talk
let this
about
video
Lucy.
ride a little bit more and go into the Star of David because no, it was on King Naga actually. King
Yeah,
Naga,
let me
my
show him.
apologies. I see your screen back here.
Look, check it out. You see the Star of David right in the Tesla 369 model. You know what I'm saying?
That's in the video I'm about to play. That's crazy. Go ahead though. That exact
Right.
image like that.
I kind of figured that's where your video was going because it's kind of hard to avoid this
Mhm.
with that talking about that topic. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, go ahead, continue.
That's crazy that you put that exact image is in the damn video. Where y'all go? Okay, here we go.
The
Let's go
36,
back
that's
to
back to the numbers.
it.
That's just back
Nah.
to your
I was
mathematics.
gone for a
Yeah,
second. All right, let me go back. I didn't use the same YouTube tab to search on ChatGPT.
Hence why it's binary code, because it's all mathematical.
Right.
That's the
Commercial.
only thing you
That's
can't change.
obvious,
The
bro.
numbers.
Yeah, you
keep
can't.
saying
The
that,
math
right?
won't.
But we need you to elaborate on that. That's obvious as mathematical. What about it stick out to you that you keep wanting to say that part?
He just showed you 369, right?
No, we seen all that.
He just showed you that, right? And then they
Yeah.
show you how it comes in 6, right? And then
Yeah,
how it
numbers.
goes from 1 to 3, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
then
a
how
bunch
it
of numbers
replicates
that
that, right?
add up.
And then it's infinite, right? So that's all mathematics. But if you break it down in a computer with quantum style, it's going to be binary code, ones and zeros.
Oh my
What do you think those ones and zeros? Do you think they stand for something besides programming? Which I agree with.
He about to interject an
Like,
I
yeah,
in
to be
here.
saying obvious shit out loud, you bro me, it's crazy.
Oh man, if between Silky's Berber and I's son's I, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like y'all
wild
repeat these things.
Hey,
Like,
you know what that means? That means we two people that think on our own and not accepting everything that
oh, you
somebody's
have
telling us.
that just means that you're just focused on one thing, and see that's the lack of
Yeah.
abstraction. I'm sorry. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect
No. Listen, I'm not arguing with you because when you have too many ingredients, in something, there lies an issue.
Oh, your wife been cooking your
Now when you cooking gumbo, it don't.
He
It depends on what
put
you're
no
putting in there
seasoning
too.
on. He don't put no seasoning on his gumbo, bro. He don't get
I'm a
raisin in your-
vegan. I don't eat gumbo, baby boy.
Hey, no one should argue a point.
Raisins,
Try to
put
make
raisins
the
in
shit
your
you argue
potato
with
salad.
stand
No,
way
I
more
said
complicated.
ingredients, brother.
Okay,
The purer you keep it, the better it is.
So abstract
Wow,
thought
man.
requires you to have more
Word.
angles, more positions than one. And when you're singular, you're linear in thought. So that's why you don't see me always arguing Haile Selassie, Haile Selassie, Haile Selassie, Haile Selassie, Haile Selassie all the time, because there's more than that to the person. You have to have more layers than just being on your one, track mind. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Naga, argue God is light, but I've also heard them talk all other things. And it's okay to have a diverse portfolio. Some of y'all brothers got to diversify your bonds, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it wears your topic out. It wears it out to the point where people just get tired of hearing you. Even if you're right, they don't care anymore.
Hey, listen.
Like, oh, here we go again.
Especially if it's the same.
Listen. That's right. It's gonna be I till you die.
Smurf. You sound
and
like
you're going, hey, listen, and just let it go. It ain't nothing going to stop it from coming out. So, what's your point? What's your point?
How long has I been in existence?
Predates Egypt, so keep going, man. Y'all are learning. Go ahead.
So how long has the reality of I been in existence, and you're the only one teaching this doctrine? You know what I'm saying? How many billions of years into the creation of Earth and human civilization? You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, the only I, you know what I'm saying, who's talking this I, the only prophet of I is our son. Like that, I sucks.
What's your point?
His marketing strategy, like
marketing. Who's marketing?
You marketing?
Hey,
I'm not marketing. I'm just having conversations, brother. I ain't got to market.
The ones playing going to light letters electromagnetism. That's what's going.
But you stay where you at, and we'll find out what happens.
Yeah, keep it academic.
When you go on to the eye, to the all-seeing eye.
I ain't going nowhere.
What the hell you said?
I'm not going nowhere.
Right back to their own religious doctrines and
okay, well, all right. But do you know that for a fact?
Bro, it's not.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you just talking?
I'm saying that it's the most probable outcome.
Do you know it for a fact? Is what I asked you. I'm not asking you what you're saying.
Okay, so where are your followers, and where is the teachers of?
Hey, bruh, listen.
Where's the book of Edom? Hold on.
Don't get mad at me because I'm not an Israelite like you.
Hold on, I'm asking you some questions.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Where's the book of I? Where's the book of Edom? Where's the book of Esau? Nada near nada. I said that to you when I beat you up in the first debate that we had, and I'm gonna repeat the question again.
You ain't beat nobody up in nothing. Stop your lying. Stop your lying.
Where is the? Yes, I did. I got the. Yo, come on now. I got the freaking.
Yeah, let's play it where you beat me up. Stop that BS. Stop it.
Hey, shout out to the viewing audience. Me and the brother Swab Ball stepping in the ring tonight later on the platform. Y'all make sure to come tune in and check that out.
I like to see where you won that debate. Send me a copy of that.
Shout out to you, King Naga, man. Yeah, bro. Today, bro. We gonna get it in, man.
Zion, you just an Israelite with Rastafarian thoughts.
My bad, man. I know y'all.
This November, the Coliseum of Arguments opens its gates once again. The stage is set. The Christian explosive. In one corner, the Argument League champion, the revolutionary voice shaking platforms across the internet, Suave Boss, preaching black power, unity, and unapologetic truth. And standing across from him, the former Lions Den Debate League champion with a record of 14-1. The mind behind the philosophy God is light, light is electromagnetism. The electrifying intellect King Naga. This round's topic: does being American conflict with being black? Two titans, two worldviews, one question that cuts the core of identity, loyalty, and liberation. Who speaks for the truth? Who walks away victorious? Find out Sunday, November 16th at 8 p.m. only on the Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League, where minds collide and legends rise.
Hey, one, I'm gonna play that video.
Hold on,
video when you're ready.
Real quick, gentlemen, real briefly. Let me go ahead and give a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give a shout out to Pandemis African. What's your record, Pandemis? 6-1, 7-1, 6-1,
6 and a possible.
Six and we don't say 6 and a possible. It's still questionable. 6 and a possible in the debate streets. A hardened atheist voice who doesn't flinch, doesn't fold, and doesn't bow to anybody's doctrine. He's come armed with receipts, relentless logic, and the no-nonsense African-centered worldview that forces people to rethink what they thought they knew. Shout out Pandemis African, and everybody give him a round of applause. This is his first time ever hitting the panel. Appreciate you for coming up here today.
That boy good. That boy. Salute, family. You know what it is. Super Pan Man, wild as a Taliban. Just wanted. I just heard y'all was talking. I just popped in. I just seen the stream yard. I didn't even really have nothing to say. I was just saying what's up.
Definitely had to shout you out, man, and give you a warm welcome, man. Go back to you, gentlemen. My apologies
Yeah,
about that.
hey, one, when you ready,
The
I'll share
Panda
that
Man, my
video.
favorite
Go ahead,
avatar.
share it. I'll pull it up right as soon as I see it pop up in the back.
All right, hold on. Let them finish doing
our
what they
son.
doing, though.
Our son, where our son at? Did he leave?
Oh man,
I
I got him first. I didn't get him, but we were going back and forth first, and then
every time I do that,
y'all was then you hit him with that ish about marketing, and I know that wasn't nice at all.
Like
that was
the
very
loneliest number that I
he probably was
ever-
like, you know what, I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my
I
day in
killed him,
peace.
yo. I destroyed him in that debate, man. My son
And
was
I
in the
would have did the
background.
same
Pan
thing.
saw it. Pan saw the clip where I went in on him and I said, B, you know what I'm saying? You always over here with this Edomite. Where's your book of I? Where's your book of Esau? Nada near nada. You know what I'm saying? And then what did I say at the end? I said that nigga, I said, yo, B, you over here talking this doctrine, ain't nobody following it. I said, you know what I'm saying? I got me and my son, I got, you know what I'm saying? I said, you're all alone.
Word.
I
Hey, you
went
my little
in
boys
on
be hollering knock around here. You heard me? Hey, even Jesus Christ Michael got white people saying his name on their forehead.
Right, I ain't got no followers, yo. You can't even get your cult off the ground. I guess I is one person, you know what I'm saying? God damn.
Well,
man.
we ain't gonna bash him though, you know what I'm saying?
No, I love the brother. I just think
some
that
of what he be
gotta
saying
work
actually
the holes in his doctrine. That's all. You know what I mean?
some of
Like,
what he be saying actually resonates with me. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, I'm gonna bash him, bro.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah.
I bash anyone that can't take information but got heavy opinions on shit.
Right. Gotta throw mad
you're
opinions. Right. Yep. And it always turns right back into his doctrine. But the main thing he's got such an obsessive hatred towards, you know what I'm saying, anything Israelite, but then has to use the Bible, you know what I'm saying? He uses only 5 chapters out of Genesis, and then totally freaking discredits the whole entire book. How can you discredit the actual document and take one part out of it and try to give that credibility? If you discredit the document, the whole entire document is incredible. And that means so is your doctrine that's built upon those 5 chapters.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
No, it's his interpretation of them 5 chapters is what make it right.
Right.
See,
And then
what happened was them people that wrote that shit, they wasn't thinking right, and they didn't know how to interpret what they wrote down.
Right.
Only he do.
Right. That's
it. And you know, the Bible is perfect for what it is, you know what I'm saying, when left in its own proper context, you know what I'm saying? The problem comes when people try to take it out of the paradigm it belongs to and apply it on a universal scale when it only fits within that cultural paradigm, you know, that is written about. And you know, it ain't our business to say they right or they wrong within their own paradigm, you know. I just accept it for what it is.
Right. But to come in and then try to tear down like the whole book when you're leaning on the book to build you're leaning on a portion, a small portion of the book, you know what I'm saying, in order to substantiate your claim. That's the book of I, 4 chapters in Genesis.
The beginning, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't go to the next chapter where Esau and Jacob rectify their problem. They hugged. Freaking Esau ran to Jacob's aid with his army of soldiers, and then Jacob left out of the land, and Jacob and Esau stayed in the land. So all he wants to focus on is when Jacob basically tricked his brother in a sense, but his brother wasn't really that bright, because how you come from a war and you ain't got no spoils, you came back home with no food and had to beg your brother for food. Wait, who goes to war, wins a war, and comes back with no food and no bitches?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that was a mishandling of whatever resources he had from that war, came back and begged his brother for food in the family. And he's supposed to be the head of the household. So why would his father choose to give the estate or the inheritance over to somebody who would mishandle and have to beg the younger brother for food. At that point, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they rectified. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, Jacob apologized, and that's why he was repentant. He became Israel. They changed his name to Israel, and Esau and them hugged and freaking daggone and became brothers again. So why focus on the daggone beef and not talk about the rectification of the situation?
That's because controversy sells, bro. Controversy
You're gonna
sells.
leave out that part. You're gonna leave out the
because it don't fit into his paradigm, because he's the prophet of Ah.
Yes.
And if it ain't his lineage, you feel me, then it can't be.
Right. And that's it, right. So everything else has to be discredited and minimized.
But he don't know his great-great-grandparents.
You know, he don't. I mean, if he did his DI, listen, he can be whatever he wants to be. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, people can choose to be a different gender. I can't call it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Niggas can be from outer space nowadays. You know what I mean?
My thing is this: when we talking about information, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can choose to be whatever you want or have whatever stance you want, but at the end of the day, you must have some type of knowledge on the information being discussed.
Right.
Because if you don't, it's just a bunch of congestion. Niggas throwing shit at the wall trying to see what stick.
Right.
You got a whole show for our bad homes and shit.
It's like, at least if a topic is being discussed that you're not familiar with, you know what I'm saying, take that as a learning moment, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Be quiet, and as you are hearing the information articulated, then you be there typing it into your Google and see if you can verify it. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be learning while we're learning, or while we're discussing a topic that you're not familiar with. You should take that as a learning moment. That way you could diversify your portfolio, like Zion was saying earlier. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like, if you don't never admit when you're wrong and humble yourself and listen, then you're going to stay stuck in the same paradigm. You're not going to grow. You know what I'm saying? And that hinders us all eventually.
Right. And he's stuck on the letter I being, the ninth letter in the English alphabet. Like the English alphabet is some kind of cosmic daggone, you know what I'm saying, thing. And he doesn't even study the Hebrew. So wait, so how are you reading this text and thinking that you have the full understanding of it if you're not reading it in the language or trying to understand the context of what the culture of that culture, the people of that culture of that time period were trying to express? Or you're going to just read it for face value out of the book, out of a King James Bible, and think that you got the whole understanding from 4 chapters and then leave out the whole other chapter and then freaking daggone never but the I, you know what I'm saying, is the ninth letter. They didn't have a ninth letter in daggone. The ninth letter wasn't no I in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's the case in many different languages. You know what I'm saying? Right. You can't use English as a universal language, because there are many different languages that it might not even have a character I in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He said to me, in this paradigm, the English language is what we know, and this is what we go by, and the way, and this is why we read the English. And come on, man, you just
this is the thing to me that's crazy and dangerous. Like, he's basically doing, I ain't mad at him, but he basically doing what Islam did, right?
Yeah. Right, Nation of Islam. Yeah.
Right. And he's motherfucking, like, you don't believe in none of it real, but you believe in Abraham, right? You believe in people of this book that substantiate this book, right? And you trying to take the parts out of it that you could use to substantiate what you're saying, but none of that shit is real.
Right. Even me, you know what I'm saying? Even though I lean toward, I still don't believe in inerrancy. I still know that there is lore and that there is mythos in the Bible. And it's not, all things are not to be taken literally, but to be read in allegory. So a lot of the characters in the Bible did not exist. But what was the reality was certain aspects of the story that relate to, transmigrations and such of a people, not necessarily one dude from the Ur of Chaldea and, and the freaking daggone flood that flooded the whole earth. All of that stuff, all of those myths have some relevance, but they're not literal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I saw you derail an attack on that exact topic in real time on the platform, and they asked you, do you feel like the Bible is infallible, and you avoided the attack by simply saying no, I don't feel like the Bible is infallible. It's written by men. You know what I'm saying? And how you attack that? You know what I'm saying? And
You
it's
don't.
true.
Yeah, you leave it alone. You know, there's no going forward unless they're trying to prove that I think that the Bible is literal, that Negroes actually walked on water and freaking fed a multitude with freaking 2 fish and 5 loaves. No, man. You know what I'm saying? There's symbolisms that have to be extracted. That's why people who, like I say, there's lineal thinkers on the scientific side and there's lineal thinkers on the religious side. Religious side, lineal thinkers think that everything in there is real, and they're not extracting the symbolism, the cultural context, etc., etc. And then on the scientific side, there's folks who are lineal who think everything is pseudo, and leave out, you know what I'm saying, the realities of our mind, how our mind functions and how we process. So you think that you can just take the data and synthesize the data, but you're synthesizing it through the same prefrontal cortex and neurological brain functions that religious folks do. And so now that data is going to be filtered by your biases, by your cultural, and you're going to make it make sense to you, even though the data by itself is just data. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, and that's what when people become scientism followers, they're practicing scientism. You know what I'm saying? Certain people, the only way to get to the brother the other night said, what, we should have just left religion. You're not thinking deeply. People were not going to just leave religion because, you know what I'm saying, we found out that Jesus wasn't white. This whole book, and then all black people are going to become scientific. We didn't even have daggone half the information that we have now in the 1920s. So how do we make steps toward evolving out of by challenging it? So the first step of breaking the bond of religion is to break certain things one step at a time. The first thing you break is the lie about this white supremacist Jesus. Now we go over here, we break this lie. Now we break this lie. And then 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years down the line, we're now understanding, our generations are understanding better than those who had to make those first steps. And nothing is going to come in one day. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is just going, well, black folks, we should have just, after that, we should have just, you know what I'm saying, became secular. And that's a lack of understanding the depth of the cultural aspect, how religion was so powerful at that time, how the institutions were necessary for folks to even eat and function and move together, folks. And then, think about 1920s, 1930s. If you were to say, I don't believe in God, the Negroes would have stoned you then. And white folks would have hung you up. Miss Strange fruit. So it wasn't that simple to just say we're not going to believe, but we should have just stopped believing. No, there are steps, and you're not going to make my ancestors stupid. You're not going to say that they were dumb because they still believed in this. No, they took the proper steps. They synthesized the information, realized that white supremacy was being interjected into their religion, and they turned around and they adapted and said, fuck your white Jesus. I'm going to put a black Jesus here. That began a whole nother cycle. It began a freaking, what do you call it? A snowball effect of things that we started slowly breaking away from some of these religious ideologies. And that's still happening now. So that's why, we got to think a little bit deeper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't even demonize the ancestors, right? Because I say this, right? What they give us, I got a book called The Pale Fox, right? I don't know if anybody read it.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, going deep. It going deep about the Dogon tribe, right?
Okay, yeah.
I understand by the means and way we get the information, right? And I understand that when our ops show us information, they show it to us subjectively, right? So when they show us our ancestor shit, they show us images of motherfuckers naked, jumping around, looking very primal,
Now I mean, speaking in a way that may sound crazy to us, right? And then they tell you that it's some bullshit. But then when you sit down with the ancestors and let them explain this shit to you, right? What the ops is giving us of our ancestors and what our ancestors was actually doing is two totally different things. Because the math behind they shit, the science behind they shit is out of this motherfucking world. But they will never show you that, and that's why I think a lot of us demonize our ancestors and shit. My thing is this: I don't think it's hard for humans to get away from looking for something outside of us that can explain the things that we can't, right? In a paradigm of God, or lack of a better word, right? I don't think people should move away from their connection with the all, right? Moving away from your connection with the all and moving away from religion is two totally different things.
Right.
I believe religion is GMO relationship, right? When religion hinders you from a connection, right? Although it give you a guideline, right? You know what it is you need to do to connect with the thing that created all things. And that wouldn't necessarily be in anyone's one religion at the end of the day. You feel me? But I'm just saying, I would rather refer back though on our ancestors shit, especially when you actually get into learning about, I mean, their quote unquote religions and things of that nature, because you see that it is very high in math and science.
Right. Yeah, and that's the interesting thing.
Too.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Like, the minimizing of our elders and our ancestors who went through a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think that there is a I won't say a hatred, but disillusionment in a sense, because we expected things to be, we in this generation, we wanted things to be different. We want things to be different, and we still see some of the things still persisting. And so, our ancestors should have did this, or our elders should have did that, or you know what I'm saying? And we really miss the climate that they were in, and the actual strength, the resilience, the bravery, the courage that they took to even make the steps that they did. You know what I'm saying? We minimize those things because now we have all of these all of this information and stuff. Now we minimize that because we don't understand the climate that they were living in. But if we did, we would have a whole different respect for them. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of whether, you know what I'm saying, it was still in the Christian church, or they made Jesus black, or what have you. You know how brave it was to even do that at that time. You know what I'm saying? Or to stand up against and to resist against white supremacy and racial institutional racism, systemic racism. You know what I'm saying? And put your life on the line for that. Why? Why would I put my life? Because I could just be killed any day. Walking around the street, somebody could just throw me in the daggone back of their daggone pickup truck, ride me down to a daggone barn on you know what I'm saying, some dark road, and I'll be swinging from the tree the next morning for doing nothing. So what was the purpose of folks dying for their freaking cause? They were dying for something, not dying for nothing. And we have to take that into account. We have to be careful not to minimize, you know what I'm saying, the struggles and the freaking daggone courage that it took to daggone even just say, you know what, F your white Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Even just to turn them, you know what I'm saying, and make a black image was a heresy to white folks, and a total attack against a global white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That little simple action.
Yeah, I want to just piggyback with the brother saying, with the African spirituality. And the Pale Fox. Yeah, I got that book. It's a good book. And one of the things I remember, I asked one of my professors, like, "Yo, how come we don't consider the traditional African spiritual systems as like, we take it as myth? They always take it's a myth. You know what I'm saying? But when it lines up with actual science, and the thing that he explained to me was like, because there was no math behind it. They, you know what I'm saying, they telling the stories and stuff, but there was no no calculation behind it, whatever, even though it could actually lines up with today's and the science and stuff that we know today. and it's the same stuff. Like I said, that makes no sense. But that's what that's what white people do. They want to minimize our shit, you know what I'm saying, and pump up their shit. You know what I'm saying? When we reading the text, you know what I'm saying, and it's explaining the beginning of the universe, you know what I'm saying, and then you read the shit today about the beginning of the universe, and it's the same shit. Just because they give it names,
right?
You know, to these elements, you know what I'm saying, anthropomorphizing them, it doesn't mean that it's not true. That's one of the things that kind of like not pissed me off, but I was just like, man, that's some bullshit. Y'all be trying to minimize our knowledge that our ancestors had. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, I always thought that the ancestors knew more, you know what I'm saying, than the Europeans. It just seemed like it.
Right.
You know, you talk about a group of people that have been here, you know, for thousands, tens of thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're gonna come up with, you know, at some point, you know, they had these discussions about, you know, is this real? You know, can we prove this and stuff? And this, how is this real? And they had those discussions. It's not. I don't think they just sat around and be like, yeah, okay. You know, I mean, you had people who want to doubt it, and so they just came to the conclusion like, oh damn, maybe this is real. Okay, this is real. So we looking at, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the ancestors, man. They, like you say, I've always just put them on. I never doubted what they. I never doubted. It's just like, okay, damn. This is how they said this. They've been thinking like this, you know, 5,000-6,000 years ago. It's like, damn.
And they leave out our math because we didn't express math with Arabic numbers, and we didn't express math through algebraic equations the way we do now in modern mathematics, right? What our ancestors really did have a higher understanding of mathematics, and it was seen inside the structures. See, mathematics was actually expressed through tangible things like rhythms, right? So even playing rhythms, you know what I'm saying, they got algorithms in there, braiding and hatching, you know what I'm saying, those are mathematical structures that they created with you know, they lived in grass huts. Well, grass and mud huts were better for that climate and that ecosystem, you know what I'm saying? And on top of that, the work that they put into it had mathematical precision. Math was expressed through creating, and not through writing down numbers and freaking equations. It was taught, you know what I'm saying, passed down generation to generations, rhythms. If you ever really sat down with African drummers, I grew up in the African drum ensemble. My father and all of them were into, you know what I'm saying, the Yoruba, and the rhythms had to be played a certain way. And if you had 3 players, or you had 4 players or 5 players, everybody had a specific part that played in a different time. So you know how hard it is to play in an off rhythm when somebody's playing one beat and you have to play a totally different beat, but somehow those 2 beats come together. You got to close your ear to what this Negro's playing so you can play this part, but you still got to follow and still be on the same time and within the same time. And you have these algorithmic. One time I went into and Etche and these brothers were in there drumming, and freaking daggone, the echo, the echo inside the hall, you know what I'm saying, the room that they were in, the way the drums were reverberating off the walls, it sounded like voices, bro. It literally sounded like voices speaking in an African dialect. It wasn't just after that, it was like, I'm like, oh my God. I heard voices, you know what I'm saying? And nobody else, you know what I'm saying? Everybody else knew what I was like. I never heard that before. But the acoustics in that hall, you know what I'm saying, turned the staccato rhythms, the algorithms that they were playing on each drum at each note, and the cowbell and the shakers and all of that stuff turned into a voice. And that's why they call a lot of it talking drums. But a lot of that is math. That's how we expressed math. You know what I'm saying? So niggas be bugging, man. They you know, white folks try to minimize us and say that we didn't do good in math, or our IQs are this, that, and the other. And y'all are cultural. Your IQ tests are culturally biased. If you were to understand how we perceive math, we would probably blow these cats' minds away. You know what I'm saying? And they still taken from us. You know what I mean? To this day. But yeah, appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna shut up now. I went on my little rant. Chased our son out the room. I didn't mean to do that.
Bama Silky gone too.
Yes, stepped out. Probably went to the back chat for a second. Yeah, man, good dialogue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just one of the things I remember. I asked another professor about the Pythagorean theorem, and I was just like, and I wasn't trying to start no controversy, but I had to ask. I was just like, yo, like why do you know what I'm saying? We give the Greeks the credit, Pythagoras the credit coming up with the theorem when we know for a fact that he studied in Egypt,
right?
And we see, we can see the Pythagorean theorem right in Egypt with the pyramids and all that stuff. And he said, of course, it was a white guy. And he said, because basically because they didn't write anything, they didn't write it down. Pythagoras said they wrote down a theorem, and this and that. I was like, but that still don't make sense, man.
That don't make sense.
But that's basically what it was. It came down to is because saying the ancestors, they didn't leave any theoretical proofs and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay, that's how
because they expressed it. Yeah, they didn't theorize it. They tried it.
they put it to use. They put it to use, and they showing you, saying everything they knew. They put it right there and left it in form.
Right.
It's like, here it is, man. This is what we know, and it's like that's I was in my presentation. I was saying that the Schrodinger equation is found is inside the Great Pyramid. It's like, that's the Schrodinger equation. Right. And you're looking at it, it's like, okay, they knew this 4,000 years ago. Like, God damn, this is like, they was on that level,
right,
back then. And so, but what I'm saying, when we miseducated, we got that mind. We had that mindset that the Europeans came up with stuff. What I'm saying, they came up with it, and everybody else.
No, they were Tomb Raiders, man. They, what I'm saying,
the true Tomb. Yeah, that's right, Tomb Raiders. You know who they are. We know who they are. And stuff, but yeah, like you said, they left us this work because they put it to use. It was practical use, and they they left the evidence in the architecture, in the buildings and stuff, and it was practical, and they showed it. So yeah, we gotta once we not just disprove them, but once we because like you said, we vibrate differently. Black people, we vibrate differently. They did math differently. They didn't use the Arabic numbers. So it's but once we get back to understanding and doing it the way they do it, I personally feel that we'll leapfrog over everybody else. We're gonna leapfrog over the Chinese, the Europeans. Our technology is going to surpass all that.
Right.
So that's how I see it.
The Shango bone is what, 25,000 years old, and correct me if I'm wrong. Don't it have like 2 or more different counting system, base number systems on it?
Yeah, that has it has prime numbers on it, and it got the it's a calendar. It's a 365-day calendar. So they was doing that. What the Shango bone? No, the Shango bone is 40,000. So we're doing that about 40,000 years ago. 365-day calendar. That's crazy. And you got prime numbers. Prime numbers is like the atoms of mathematics. And so, right, so it's like you got that knowledge. They had that information that far back, and they brought it up. I think they brought it up, to the time of Kemet, and they built the cities and stuff. It's just like, they showing you what they knew. Because they knew them, that they knew that evil white wave was coming, that white wave of death was coming. So they had to leave the information, for their descendants. And so, we talk about 40,000 years ago. They on that knowledge.
You think they did that because of white supremacy?
No, I'm saying I think they left the building the pyramids and stuff like
they
that.
left the information written on stone because they knew you said something about
not white. I didn't say white supremacy. I just said you got. Because they was
I'm searching for clarity. I'm sorry, brother, but you did use the word white, so I assumed that you were using a metaphor for what happened between white people and Africans.
Oh yeah, them Euro-Asians, they was coming out the mountains, man, acting all wild and shit.
And that's the reason why the information was written on everything, because white people was coming.
I wouldn't say that. But
I'm saying the reason I'm saying that is because they looked at stuff and they looked at it as ages. They didn't look at it as we don't look at it. We don't look at stuff as ages. They knew that a different age was coming. You know what I'm saying?
And they
Like
knew
the
the
Aquarian
age of white supremacy. And
I'm saying the Aquarian age, the Pisces age, that stuff.
okay, so what did you mean by
And
that
those,
phrase, by the
I'm about
verb?
to say, I'm about to say it. I'm telling you. And when when certain ages come around, you have certain activities happen. Like it was say I think the Pisces age, which we're leaving out of now, is more of a warlike age, and that's why what I'm saying and they just knew that this age is coming. These people are warlike. All they do is kill. They like killing. They're deaf. They're about violence. So they're aggressive. They're going to destroy everything we have. So they built the structures and left the writings on the wall, something that they couldn't just destroy
Okay, I'm
easily.
sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother.
And that's why I'm saying that's why they left it.
But your phrase was the evil white wave of
Yeah,
death.
the evil white motherfuckers coming out the north. Yes, that's what I said. Yes.
Yes. And so, okay, I'm just trying to get clarity, God. And so you saying that's why ancient people wrote information on their walls and on the pyramids because they knew an evil white wave was coming.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right.
I think they might have did it for the same reason we do it today.
Do what?
Write on stone. Write on stone. Because they had paper, right? Like we got paper type shit, right? But you write on stone because stone gonna last for a long time.
Yeah.
Type shit, right? I don't know what was the influence. I can't say motherfuckers invading or not be the influence, but I know before we had the invasion, there was shit in stone or on stone. Might be a location thing too, from the perspective and what you're saying. I ain't gonna count it out. I mean to say no, but I think a lot of things we do today, they ain't really too much new under the sun, right? So
yeah.
Although we like to believe we think differently or we're smarter than they was, know what I mean? Contrary to that belief. It's definitely a contrary to that belief at the end of the day.
I definitely believe that humans were more intelligent in ancient times.
Yeah, I mean, look
we
at the
regress in intelligence.
In between that, right, and different evolutionary properties, right? Because I think all time periods are different evolutionary when you come together with us, right? It's propagated on the original avenue, but could branch out in any direction. I mean, at the end of the day, but we do know that it's a broad spectrum of things that they knew and knew how to do that we still yet to understand or overstand today. You know what I mean? So going along with what you're saying, Swab, you feel me? Definitely that. I mean, we still trying to reverse engineer shit and still can't get that done. I mean, a lot of the understandings of things that we have today, whether we want to believe it or not, came from ancient times. Or that they might want to slap some recent white man name on it and shit. You feel me? We obviously could go and see these same things in our ancient history. You know what I mean? Type shit. So
well, they did that with black invention. You know what I'm saying? They slapped it, you know what I'm saying? Removed the black face that was on it and put a white man's name, and you know what I'm saying, on it, as if that gave it more credence and more credibility. But really what it was plagiarism.
Right, absolutely.
Theft, you know what I mean? So
I was arguing with somebody the other day, right? And they started telling me about geometry and where it came from. And then I started directing them to ancient bone fragment calculators and buildings that will take some type of geometric mathematics to actually get up off the ground type shit. You feel me? So there's a lot of things. Then we gotta remember, I mean, up until a point, although different variations, it was only us.
Right.
I
Not
mean,
only that, I don't believe like that this was a random something that happened random. You know what I'm saying? The Great Pyramid of Giza is able to concentrate and resonate at certain frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum, you know what I'm saying, and the radio frequency range. I don't think that just by chance that is the case. You know what I'm saying? To me, that was part of the design,
Intentional,
and
yeah.
for them, yeah, it was intentional. So yeah, I absolutely believe that the ancient people had a broader knowledge base than we get them credit for. You know what I'm saying? And I chalk that up to our arrogance of people who are alive today. You know what I'm saying? We don't feel like anything could exceed our level of intelligence when that's not necessarily the case.
because we live in a society predicated on what's new is better than what was old.
Talk to him.
You feel me? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean, they gonna keep pushing that. But like I said, when you do look into everything that's quote unquote new and you do your research on it, I could guarantee you almost with certainty you're gonna find that in what they classify as a BC era.
That's a fact. So, brother Naga, you don't look at that as a conflict
Wow.
between being black and being American, brother? How you could
Nah,
look at all of this information from your ancestors and watch it get denied while white people stand up and act like they put it out their back pocket and did the groundwork for it, bro. You don't think that's like
a
conflicting, bro?
conflict. Nah, that's not a conflict. You know what I'm saying? Because nothing that affected us here through white supremacy would affect us if we were not black Americans. And then not only that, you know what I'm saying? White supremacy has historically had a boogeyman, and that boogeyman was historically black Americans. When you go back into the documentation
Hold
of
on
what
before
they
you start
actually
teaching
were
me respectfully. I
experiencing,
heard your answer,
you will
but
see
say that first part again, bro. Just like you said,
anything that happened to us in America due to white supremacy only affected us because we are in America, we're born in America, so that
mhm,
makes us Americans. If we were
mhm.
not Americans who were born in America, then nothing white supremacy does in America would affect you.
You don't think so? I mean, I don't see how that. It's kind of like you negating what was said, but yes, of course, because America reaches its power across the world. So there's plenty of people that's never ever been to America that's black that is being affected by the white supremacy that's rooted in America. But as a black American looking at America lie about black history in front of your face, these are the ancestors of black people who black people were taught. We were found swinging from trees with bones on our nose, didn't have a language, never traveled the world, didn't have no culture, was walking around butt naked, living in mud huts, eating fucking slugs out the ground. And then you see all of this brilliance, these universities, these civilizations that have all this information that predates white people, period. And you see, like you wouldn't have been able to do these constructions without mathematics, some type of understanding of language, some type of understanding of unity in science. And they say, well, they should have been more clear about it. Like real talk. You don't look at that as a conflict, brother?
No, I don't look at that as a conflict because the colonizer is going to do what the colonizer does. You know what I'm saying? The oppressor is going to do what the oppressor does. And
So
that's
you're
true.
dismissing the fact that it's a
That's
conflict by
true.
the fact that that's what they do.
It's
If
not a conflict because our Americanness does not hinge solely on the white man. Because before the white man established United States of America, we were here. We were we were putting blood and bone in the soil in America to be American, to have land in America. And this was before the United States of America was even a thing.
So before the United States of America, black people had built a black America.
Black people had alliances on this land with the
So
natives
that's
and
a
the
no. I
native.
was wrong. I was wrong in that
Uh,
statement.
well, I'm trying to explain my position on the question you asked.
Okay. Okay. Can you say yeah, no first? So I got to guess which way you going?
Repeat your question.
I was saying before the United States of America was built, black people had established an America here on this land.
Well, I wouldn't say they established America because America is a fairly recent concept. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at America, that would be everything in the Western Hemisphere. And on this land, there were absolutely nations that are today called indigenous American. And yes, we were welcomed into those nations and fought alongside those nations for land here on this land. And this land is America.
I understand what you're saying, but you said this is we're not like before it was America. We was here, and then before it became that name. You were saying that people was here
Yes.
living with the
Yeah,
native.
I agree with that. I believe that Africans made it here thousands of years ago. But what I'm saying is that it kind of seemed like because your point was, if you remember, white supremacy doesn't affect us because because before this government or before this country, before the America that we know now was made, there was a pre-existing America. You're now bagging away from that.
No, this is what I said. If you weren't Black American, white supremacy in America would not affect you. White supremacy in America only affects Black Americans.
Okay, so white supremacy does exist and it does affect black people,
Yeah, it does.
and you don't look at that as a conflict.
No, I don't look at that as a conflict
Is a
because
conflict in what though? A conflict in what? What do you mean?
yeah, let me explain why, and it'll probably clear up for you too, Hercules. Why I don't see it as a conflict is because what is or isn't American isn't predicated on white supremacy or Europeans who migrated here. You know what I'm saying? It's like what's American isn't predicated by them.
No, I
What's
want.
American isn't predicated by the
Wait, brother,
United
hold on.
States of America.
What is the conflict with? What do you mean
No.
with the conflict with who?
Okay, hold on 1 second. You saying restate that phrase? I'm sorry. You saying the United States of America doesn't define what's American?
Even if we're going to say that, I would say no. The United States of America doesn't define what's American, and how they define what's American is anyone born in the United States of America, whether slave or free, is American. That's the way the United States of America defines America. But what I'm saying is America being two continents, North and South America, and you could take into account Central America.
Central America.
No, no, the United States does not define what American is. Only within the context of the United States of America do they define what American is. And their definition, and by their definition, we're absolutely American because we're all
So what other authority defines what's American?
Well, the fact that you was born in America defines you as American.
No, I said what other. You said that's how America defines an American. What other authority, if America doesn't define what's American, what other authority defines what's American?
What?
The United States.
Yeah, that's what I said. The United States don't define what's American overall. They only define what's American as it relates to the United States of America. And
Yeah, so I'm asking what other authority or what authority defines what's American?
Geography, plate
Canada. Yeah, it'll be geography. If you go to Mexico, then you would be a Mexican and American by default because Mexico is in North
Same
America.
thing with Caribbean. The Caribbeans are islands are Americas as well. Caribbean islands are Americas.
Same thing
Even
with somebody
Canada
in
is
Brazil, Chile, Peru.
But you know that's North, like there's a difference between North America, South America,
Yeah.
Haiti, and stuff like. Okay, so being an American defined by America. And anything, I guess, if everything else agrees with America. Nothing is saying no, America is wrong. This is American. Like, what authority that defines American disagrees with America?
Well, I don't think any of the authorities disagree with America because America defines American. Now we're talking about the United States of America. The way they define it, it is defined in the 14th Amendment specifically for us. Anyone born on this land, which is the United States of America, is American, whether slave or free. That's what an American is,
Or
according
U.S.
to
citizen. I would use that term, U.S. citizen.
right, which will make you American, right? Like for instance, I'm a native New Orleanian. I was born in New Orleans. New Orleans is in Louisiana. Louisiana is a state in the United States of America. It's hard for me to be a native New Orleanian, but not a Native American. You know what I'm saying? Now, I use Native American in that sense, not as the indigenous Americans, you know what I'm saying? Because we were all born here in America.
Right.
We are native to America. This is our place of nativity. This is the nativity of our ethnic group. So it's hard to get around those things.
Right. That's what's up. So you just dismiss that white supremacy affects black people in America because what again? Because America doesn't define American?
I don't dismiss that. I don't dismiss the effects of white supremacy.
No, I didn't say you dismissed the fact. I said you dismissed the fact that it's a conflict.
I see what you're saying.
I don't see it as a conflict because the whites, if it wasn't for black Americans, then white supremacy would run rampant throughout the world. Historically, we were the only defense against said white supremacy. And if you look to the testimonies from if you look at the testimonies, I would like to. You want me to pull? I can share a screen and show you.
That's interesting because I think white supremacy is international.
It is international, but here in America, the white supremacists historically had a boogeyman. Who was that boogeyman historically in America?
Yeah, we know black people and Native Americans. Yeah,
right.
Okay, but yeah,
right. Exactly.
Okay, so once again, your statement that black people are the only people who fought back against white supremacy.
No, I didn't say that we were the only people. I'm saying that we fought against not only white supremacy, but also against the colonial powers in America alongside Native Americans who welcomed us on this land and actually gave us our part and parcel of the land. And for me to say that me being black conflicts with being American would be me negating the contributions of those ancestors who put blood and bone in the soil to be American in America.
You said if it wasn't for black people in America, white supremacy will run rampant throughout the world. That's what you just said.
Yeah, we don't want to put them in check.
So black people in America stop white supremacy from being in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in Australia.
When you look to Africa, right, the white supremacist system that we know as apartheid, who were the people pushing for that to get ended? If it wasn't for the contribution of black Americans to that struggle, then they'll probably still be in apartheid.
Hold on, brother. Were there black Africans fighting for that?
Certainly.
That shouldn't be that hard to admit. Okay, so the statement that
understood ain't got to be explained. But
yeah, it does when you're wrong in your statements. When you say that if it wasn't for black people,
am I wrong that if it wasn't for black people fighting for apartheid to end, that they would probably still be in apartheid? That's fact.
What do you mean? Okay, and if black people in America would have never got involved, it probably would have ended anyway. If you want to do probablys, but what we know is that you said if it wasn't for black people in America, white supremacy would run rampant throughout the world, and that's just not true. Black people globally fought against white supremacy, and black people in America did nothing at times. Once we got to reach the knowledge, yeah, and we had that relationship and that connection, yeah. But while we were here in slavery, black people in other continents were freeing themselves. Were winning.
Brother, I don't know if this history escapes you, but here in America, we were freeing ourselves.
Brother, okay.
Let me
All I'm saying is that the rampant running in the world of white supremacy was not stopped by black people in America.
That's my claim. Of course it was. Absolutely it was.
Well, I'm waiting on that point to get clarified.
Absolutely it was. You know what I'm saying?
I think we had a contribution. I don't think that we were the main. You know,
And ain't that what it sounds like he's saying?
That's what it sounds like.
It's not like you said, but yeah, we weren't the main
We're
ones.
placing ourselves like African Americans alone were or were the most significant.
If it wasn't for black people in America, white supremacy would be running rampant throughout the world like it's not.
I think all African and black folks in the diaspora were fighting. You know what I mean? So
Definitely.
even on the continent, they were fighting. Oh, do we have?
I mean, that sound like another debate topic if you want.
Yeah, that really does. I think that we had a significant a role in how the United Nations and stuff started dealing with international affairs concerning racism. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Human rights, civil rights, and human rights.
Right.
But I don't think we were
the ones pushing for that, right?
Yeah.
We were the ones who pushed through the UN, right? It's
like if you're talking about the United Nations and international law, I think that that our civil rights movement was a framework for how, you know, saying they started establishing certain civil rights internationally through those venues. But not all of these countries were a part of the United Nations. They didn't work.
What I'm saying is, if you take that framework away, then does that help or hinder the movement to stop?
It doesn't. That's not. It's like you taking an if and a possibly and then making a definite statement.
That was a question. A question is not.
No, that's not even relevant to what I'm asking.
Yes, it is
the
relevant.
Statement that you made is if it wasn't
if black Americans didn't fight for human rights and civil rights and get that shit pushed through the UN on an international stage, would that help or hinder stopping white supremacy outside of the border?
Who knows? You're bringing up a if. All I'm saying is that it contributed, but it was not like there were plenty of people in Africa who didn't give a fuck about the UN who freed themselves. Who didn't give a fuck about the civil rights movement, who freed themselves. They're also participants in stopping white supremacy from running rampant globally, brother.
Hold up. Man learns by being showed, not told, right? Because we can sit
Hold on. Wait. Before you run to somebody else writing something,
No.
I'm asking you, how do you diminish the contribution of black people outside of America in fighting white supremacy globally?
I'm not.
You say if it wasn't for black people in America.
Yes, because they were inspired by the movements that we had going.
Not all of them, brother.
Okay, so that's your claim. Can you give an example to substantiate your claim?
I can. 1920s when 1930s. The war in Ethiopia. Ethiopia was fighting against Italy. It actually inspired African Americans. The Afro is actually a symbol of solidarity with the Ethiopians because the Ethiopians wore traditional Afros and black folks stopped perming their hair during the 1970s, showing that symbolism of anti-white supremacist, anti-white. So we did have inspirations from other African countries who were fighting and liberating themselves. We did.
You romanticizing the black American, brother.
No, also,
and I'm not 100% totally against that, but when it comes at the expense of black people outside of America, I think we gotta, you know what I'm saying, correct ourselves on that, bro.
What do you mean?
Well, you have to also look at the black people outside of America's whose prophecy is for them to be liberated by us. A lot of the black people outside.
Yes, that's a contribution. That's a contribution.
Are waiting on us as their saviors.
That's a contribution. And then there's some people who don't give a fuck about us, who's making leaps and bounds in their independence, sovereignty, and fucking nationality, brother. Like that's the part that's the part of the book you don't read. You just Google American, and everything outside of.
You're letting the people. You're letting the people who don't give a fuck about us define what being American is when they didn't.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying they're defining American. All I'm saying is that they're fighting white supremacy.
Bruh, white supremacy has no bearing on what's American and what's not American.
I kind of object. I think the ideal of America is built on white supremacy.
I mean, who's gonna disagree with that? Other than somebody who think black people had an America before.
Yeah, they say that racism is inherently American. White supremacy and systemic racism
if
is
you were
inherently.
not if you were not born in America, a black American, would racism in America affect you?
No, not in
Yes,
America.
yes.
Right.
As a black person in another continent,
And that's my point, King Hercules.
as a black person in another continent, when I get literature and I get film that only depict black people negatively, that's America pushing their agenda. As a black person that's never been to America, when I seek to go to America and I have to go through these classes that teach you to stay away from certain black people, that's white supremacy reaching me outside of America. When I'm like, how do you not see white supremacy in America?
Hold up, wait, hold
When I fight, no, wait. When I fight for my independence as some black person in another country,
Hear that disease.
when I fight it for my independence as a black person in another continent, and America sends aid to the person that's fucking oppressing me, that's white supremacy in America directly affecting me. When they're giving them guns, come on, bro, what are you doing? When they putting fucking trade embargo, fucking sanctions on me, medical sanctions on me, that's the white supremacist nature in America saying these black people should not reach what they're trying to get.
Yeah,
and we fucking with it.
I understand what you're saying, where you're getting at. However, what King is saying, if you gotta look at it. If we look at it inside of a vacuum, now if you're in another country and you're living your life, and you haven't, if you that those movies and those books, if they was not sent there, if they were sent there, they were sent by white people. And they were sent by white people to other white people to give to the people in that country. And if not, it was sent by white people to coons in that country to give to the black
people. Anybody, it don't matter if they was coons, white, black.
Hold up. But you still have that system of white supremacy in effect, because it was that you got to remember the colonization. Their colonization, they was colonized and enslaved on the continent where we was enslaved here overseas, and it was the same system. But what King was saying was that if I'm living in another country, I'm overseas somewhere, what's going on in America, the white supremacy that's going on over there in America is not affecting me. You got to think that in the other country, they getting their white supremacy from British and France and Spain and stuff. It's not directly coming from America.
Some of it's directly coming from America. America is standing right next to them.
I agree with you. It's all the same to me. I don't care if it came from America or Europe. That shit all the same to me.
Yeah, you know and like they say, an injustice done anywhere, and injustice done everywhere. And the black people outside of Africa, even if they're not aware that black people in America are going through white supremacy things, like that's an effect right there. The fact that there's a group of people over here that's your people, you're only disconnected by a couple fucking strands of events that happen. Like, bro, that would piss me off. Like, wait, what? We over here dancing and fucking playing sports, and black people over here enslaved. Like, come on, bro.
Real quick, one thing that I learned when I went to Ghana is that when they see white people differently. You know, over here in America, we see them white people as all the same motherfucker. They don't care if you from America or if you from Europe. For them, they see them. They despise the British, and you know what I'm saying, they despise the French. But they love the white. They love America. They would love white. And I was like, why? They say because the British and the French, they didn't. The British they colonized, but the Americans they didn't. They tried to help us, and I was like, no. All these white niggas are the same, man. But you know, they don't, because they don't understand it. They don't see it like the way we see it.
Right. They look at it more of a nationality thing, and only us over here, you know, apply this black and white on a broad scale like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we like, oh, the black people in Ghana. Those people over there don't consider themselves black. They consider themselves, goddamn me, Akan and the like. You know, the black people of Nigeria, they consider themselves Yoruba, Igbo, you know what I'm saying, Fula, and the like. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we are indoctrinated with this black and white paradigm in America, and that's more proof that your black ass is American.
But
Hey,
it also
nobody's arguing that you're not American.
So where's there's a conflict? It's like you're arguing that there's a conflict.
I think we have a broader view of what white supremacy is, and when you know our African brothers, and even there are others in West Pow and certain other areas around what I'm saying, the world that are still suffering. Australia, you got the Aborigines who are still dealing with a form of apartheid as well. They kind of focus on the nations that were oppressing them, but we kind of just look at it from black and white. So we kind of look at all of these cultures, all of these white countries that are oppressing other African nations the same. I don't think most Africans, like my brother Hercules just said, they kind of, because white Americans go over there with the savior complex, throwing money around, you know what I'm saying, and handing out bags of rice and shit. And so they like Americans, but American whites, but they don't realize that American whites are no different.
Yeah. But when it's funny because I meet a lot of black people here, who like, they don't like the brothers and sisters from the continent. You have conflict. But for me, I don't know. For me, I've never had issues with brothers and sisters from the continent. You know what I'm saying? If as soon as I meet somebody, I'm like, yo, where you from? And he's like, oh, what's up, man? We talk and chit chat. Sometimes you'll see a lot of them. They for lack of a better word, man, they brainwash as hell, man. They just love everything, that's Eurocentric, European, or white American. They really love it. Then you have some of them that's like, nah, man, they like, fuck that shit. They understand that, they understand who the enemy is. They understand that, we got a common enemy, but a lot of them don't understand that. They don't see that.
Perfect example. My drum ensemble, when I first moved up here to Syracuse, I ran into a buddy. He hooked me up because he knew that, they told him I was in the drumming and stuff like that. So I got connected with the Ghanaian Adonfo drum ensemble. And all of these brothers, when I first got, these guys were just coming here, right? So, and they started their drum ensemble. They've been here for maybe like 2 or 3, 4 years, maybe, a lot of them were, interns and stuff in college, but they were all married to white girls. All of them were trying to get their little green cards and stuff. All of them were married to white girls. And even the African sisters were trying to, the African sisters, though, I'm gonna keep it 100. They were trying to find African-American men to marry so that they can get their green card. They weren't trying to do that white shit. But the brothers were all, after a little while in America, they started understanding. You know what I'm saying? Now all like all the brothers in the drama ensemble, they all got black wives, or I'm saying, they have I think they've gained a little more clarity of white and black versus French, British, and what I'm saying. So it took them to get here to see that they that,
what it is, they don't grow up with them, we do.
Right.
That's what I realized. I realized that one day that
they're
they don't
surrounded by their tribes
with,
and stuff.
Yeah, they don't go to school with them. We grow up and going to school with them. We dealing with them on a daily basis. They could grow up all their lives, never meeting a white person.
Right.
So so once they get here and they been here for a while and they see that shit, they like, yo, what the
Right. Yep. All one basket, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, all these white folks ain't for you, man. And a lot of those white women were going to Africa to pick up a black man and then bring them over here and have them at their whim. You know what I'm saying? So threaten their freaking daggone citizenship or what have you, and keep them under their finger. You know what I'm saying? And then these sisters were learning not the sisters, the white girls were learning the African drum and dance from them, and then turn around and go teach it in a college or something. And freaking and send their husbands, or and when they break up or whatever, these guys are getting deported back. But now they have a skill set that they can go in. And so you got these white groups of drum ensembles and white women dancing, doing African dance in colleges, then pretty much taking these brothers' jobs. You see what I'm saying? Like they were using these brothers, you know what I'm saying? Just as much as the brothers were using them to try to get over here. They were using them for their knowledge so that they could freaking daggone take and say, oh, I'm a master, you know what I'm saying, African dance, you know what I'm saying, teacher and this, that, and the other. You know, and you know, when these brothers got over here for a while, you started seeing the climate change. Now, none of these brothers got no white wives. They got all sisters, either African or African American. You know what I'm saying? They ain't playing that game no more.
Damn. But yeah, that's what they do, though. You know, they take shit.
And for me, part of the problem comes back to like we learned whitewashed American history as well as whitewashed African history, European history, and all of that. You know,
come on.
It's like for the most part, we only know one side of that slave trade story. It's just the side where we was getting brutalized and getting our ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? And I put that on us for that being the case. I put that squarely on our own shoulders because every city has multiple libraries in America where you can go and do your own due diligence and see what your ancestors did in America, the work they put in
Niggas
America.
don't know the Dewey Decimal System no more.
Can.
Right. Niggas don't know the Dewey Decimal System no more. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
God.
This is meme scholarship time now. You know what I'm saying? No Dewey Decimal System involved.
Oh, God.
But yeah, definitely.
Tell a motherfucker after they say the real that they are not masters on whatever topic of 30-second reel they just got finished watching and then argue you down on the shit. Like, that'd be crazy, bro. And then it should be even more crazy because I be listening to niggas. You know, I call niggas out in real time, like, yo, I just seen that same reel you sitting up here talking about. That's why I keep asking you to expand on what it is.
That's why, boss. We both agree that we're pro-black, right? Black, you scream black power, right?
All day, every day.
Where did that movement start? It's a grassroots American movement, brother.
Mm-hmm. You muted.
Oh, I said in America, but it also started in Australia too. Like for some reason, like it was jiggy thing. I mean, I got you. So
the Aborigines, the West Power were going through.
Why now? Why was it started?
Which one?
I mean, why it was started? Because they was fighting for equality and justice in America. They weren't fighting for equality and justice.
Just engage? Do you look at that as a conflict?
What?
Like at that time, like having to start Black Power in America to engage in this, like at that time, would you be calling that a conflict, or would you be like would you be?
I don't see that as a conflict because historically all American groups had to fight for their seat at the table.
That's what's up.
I think I see what you're saying. It's a conflict for us at that time to try to.
I mean, bro. I'm not jumping out no window, bro. Like the dude is steady and saying blatant conflicts aren't conflicts. Like yes, if like the reason it was started was to balance out a conflict, to put an end to a conflict, to address a conflict.
Mm-hmm. You talking about Pan-Africanism or?
But did that conflict deem you as not American or American? You were addressing an American problem in America, right?
Yes, you were addressing your American problem in your America. Yes, sir.
And if you were not an American, would that even be a concern of yours?
If I wasn't American, would Americans fighting racism in America be a concern of mine? Yes. Yes, I care about the Africans. I'm not an African, but I care about the Africans that's fighting white supremacy.
Let me rephrase that, right? Let me rephrase that. If you were not in America, would you have to start a Black Power to address a Black Power movement to address an American problem? They wasn't saying, oh, we need to separate from America. They wanted equality and justice in America as Americans. Would you agree?
Some did, but some also wanted separation in the nation of their own. And they all came to address this problem together, not putting one solution over the other, but the means to the solution. So yes, if you wanted to, just like me today, I fight for all black people to define and determine their own blackness. So if you, because we come from a mixed people, right? We didn't all come from the same culture with the same language, same dance, same clothing. We're not attracted to the same things. And so if some black people want to find a more comfortable position right here in America and vote their way out of white supremacy, I fight for that. But when I stand up and I say I want a whole separate nation somewhere on earth where we could go do our thing, also fight for that. Don't stop fighting for that once you get your comfortable position in America. Continue to fight until every black person has what they want. And initially, the only thing black people wanted was you to leave me alone, let me go. We didn't want a more comfortable position here. But I do understand we're in 2025. If people are adapted to this, if they love it, I'm not against it. Do your thing, but just know that, like, nah, we're not satisfied. And me being American or not, that like I'm trying to link that relevance to it, because it's like you're having the spine of your argument is that
I'm gonna show you how it links, right? Because there were two separate black groups who attained exactly what you just described, separation, right? They separated, they went to Liberia. When they got to Liberia, you know what they called themselves? Americo-Liberian. Americo comes from American. They separated, they went to Trinidad. You know what they call themselves? American. American derives from American. So even the black Americans who did get separation still refer to themselves as American.
and that doesn't shock me that the people who would actually fucking get some land when black people are on the edge of their seat saying we're ready to kill some or die, a black piece of America will be extended to them somewhere. What about the people who say fuck America? I don't give a fuck about America. I don't want to be another version of America. I want to go determine myself, call myself what I want to, and whatever this relationship you think we got, I want to relinquish it. You can have it, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna make friends with the rest of the world, and we're gonna move as that. Of course, those people didn't get the land. Where's that land at? No, the people who love the American dream is gonna get what they want. The people who love the Bible is gonna get what they want. But if you want to disconnect from their educational system, their healthcare system, their motherfucking judicial system, their monetary system, yeah, you're fucked. You're not getting a goddamn Liberia.
Honestly, yeah, I see what you're saying. I get that.
But don't the fact that you're saying you gotta disconnect from America points to the fact that you are American?
If I ever said a sentence that made you think I'm not American, I apologize. But I've never said nothing. I don't even know why you keep going back to that. I am a black American. I never said I'm not American, bro. I don't even understand how that is even a vein of this conversation. I just don't.
But you don't see how the fact that you are a black American points to there not being a conflict between being American and being black, because you are a black American. The black American ethnogenesis is in America. You are a homegrown American group of people. Not even the Native Americans can say that, because they migrated here from Siberia. You know what I'm saying? And for the most part,
wait. Let
me land my plane. For the most part, they stayed separate. When we came over here as separate tribes. You know what I'm saying? Our ethnic group were Akan. They were Mandinka. They were Igbo. They were Yoruba. You know what I'm saying? They were all of this. But when we got to this land that is America, we were forced to mix with each other as well as the people who were already here. And that mixture brought about a new people, which resulted in us. We are the descendants of these new people. And the ethnogenesis of these new people is right here in America. That ethnogenesis is native to America. Therefore, it is American.
Yes. Yes, my brother. That is true. I agree with that. I don't have no problem with that. Oh, my bad. I think I got muted out. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, nor do I see how that dismisses the conflict. I just don't. But I guess you'll show me. You're gonna teach me.
Y'all still going on? What's going on?
Yeah, he went on mute.
Yeah, I went on mute while I was moving.
Okay. I'm going back and forth in this thing.
Y'all did good by yourself. I was asleep for about a good hour.
My man, shout out to you. Hey,
shoot.
Did nobody get called a bitch, gay, or nothing, man?
Yeah, yeah, it was a good back and forth, those wild boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir. I knew it, bro. Like I said, man, our initial time talking, bro, it's like you're a man and I can advance the conversation with. Like that's cool. But the fact of the debate is to purposely hit that wall. You understand? So yes, I'm trying to hit that intellectual wall where your understanding conflicts with my understanding, and I'll fucking win the debate. But outside of this, it's like that's a great way to find solutions. A lot of people don't know how to construct conversations. A lot of people don't know how to shut the fuck up, listen, and then the other person shut the fuck up and listen. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers, they don't know how to make a statement and saying this is what convinces me. They make the statement, you come against it, and they insult you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, that's actually useful in the real world.
I'm a reactionary person. You know what I'm saying? Like if you looked at yesterday's situation, I came in there on some peaceful stuff. My first daggone, you know what I'm saying, bar, you know what I'm saying, didn't have no ad homs or whatsoever. And the tackling and the minimizing and the psychological, you know what I'm saying, disrespect, you know what I'm saying, the little passive aggressive start. Yeah, then I turn up, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't gonna beat me at this game. You want to do that, I'm gonna go above and beyond. But you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, I really do try to keep it respectful. You can see most even with Cedric, even though you know he turned into a whole VITCH at the end, you know what I'm saying, after that debate, you know what I'm saying.
I actually understand. I absolutely get it.
Hey, shout out to the pseudo killers, but one day they're gonna have to have that sit down with Naga because
you got to smush them boy head in there. Yeah, because
y'all can only avoid that confrontation for so long.
That's what I'm trying
to
they're pushing a form of scientism. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And lacking the understanding of how the human mind works. To say that atheism is a lack of faith is an oversimplification. I'll always use that. You're oversimplifying. It's just a lack of faith in theos or in theology. It doesn't mean that you don't have, you know, basic beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, and then spirituality doesn't always have to do from a psychological standpoint. Spirituality simply means finding meaning and purpose in life. It doesn't necessitate a supernatural force. It doesn't necessitate gods. It doesn't necessitate, you know what I'm saying? But you are finding meaning in the data. You know what I'm saying? It's a necessity. Your brain is going to do that because at the end of the day, we function to survive and to thrive. So our brain is, if you're not doing that, then you're disillusioned. You're probably antisocial. You're probably going to, you know, be nihilistic. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I caught from two of those cats. Well, you know, I know Josh Schub is not one of them, but however, he is nihilistic and antisocial. Brother Cedric, you know what I'm saying? I have mad respect for him as an intellectual, but when it gets into these debating forums, you know what I'm saying, he loses in integrity and he goes into nihilistic behaviors and antisocial behaviors. So, you know, you got this one side of the coin trying to say that people who have a belief system or have faith in some form of religious system, you know what I'm saying, regardless of whether it's, you know, Abrahamic or African centered or what have you, that something is wrong with them. However, you know what I'm saying, turn around and you're exhibiting, you know what I'm saying, antisocial behaviors. Something is wrong with you. You You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's this boundary where faith and science meet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and a lot of times people who think that they're so empirical, what they're doing is what I call rational transcendence. It's no different than somebody saying, because I, you know, believe in Jesus and I caught the Holy Ghost, you know what I'm saying? Now, you know, you have this epistemistic arrogance and you've transcended your human, you know what I'm saying, nature, because you're holy now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what do you call it? Piety, you know what I mean? But it's really arrogance, you know, and people who are in science and who claim to be totally scientific, that is a form of scientism, and they themselves are committing that same act. You know what I mean? So gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's like earlier today, man. I had to exit out of that conversation with the good brother Aunt West, you know what I'm saying? Because you was trying to tell me and thought that we shouldn't even be discussing electromagnetism if we don't have a degree. You know what I'm saying? So I pointed out the fact that Michael Faraday, who was one of the pioneers in the field, didn't have a degree, and the good brother didn't even know who Faraday was. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, I'm like, you just disqualified yourself, you know what I'm saying, in the process, by showing that you don't know who.
But he doesn't have a degree himself. He doesn't have a degree, and he's running around talking about folks don't understand the scientific method. But he doesn't have a degree. Right. So his time, his energy and time spent studying and reading and listening to lectures and stuff like that, for him to gain his understanding and the depth of his understanding, should he be minimized because he doesn't have a degree in it?
Absolutely not.
You know, I mean, certainly you can't, you know, you're not going to go on a stand and freaking daggone as a expert witness, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't have the credentials or the, you know what I'm saying, accreditation, but you can still have a conversation, you know what I'm saying, as long as you spent some time, you know, learning and studying, you know, going to libraries and going to freaking museums, and you know what I'm saying, the brother freaking daggone tried to pigeonhole what's my brother name, Slim Reaper, and say, oh, you didn't go over here, where's your what was it, he had went and took pictures of some archaeological finds and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where's your archaeological finds? Like, a nigga, then he has to go to a library and freaking and this brother has like he has a doctorate and multiple master's degrees. If you're gonna sit here and freaking goddamn try to minimize him because he didn't go to a library and take pictures or something, but then turn around and minimize you because you don't have a degree, as you shouldn't be talking about electromagnetism. Y'all spend a lot of time studying this. A lot of time. Years that I've known you and known you know what I'm saying, I see the depth of your commitment to the study, you know. So I mean, that's absurd. That's absurd. You're gonna tell somebody they can't freaking speak on history because you ain't take no history class. You know what I'm saying? It will show me that you put in the time and effort to study, you know what I'm saying, the specific topics. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, you read some books, you know what I mean? That, you know, that in itself to me should open the door for the ability to have a discourse.
Right. Even though every Sunday before I was old enough to go to the library myself, I had to sit at the foot of an actual historian,
right,
to earn dessert for Sunday after Sunday dinner. You know what I'm saying? We had to earn it.
Right. My grandmother used to say, you know what I'm saying, that me and my brother, we love the bookstore more than we love the toy store. And that's true. You know what I'm saying? I never thought about it that way until, you know what I'm saying, God bless her, she's 95 years old right now. You know what I'm saying? And she always remembered that. And I was like, yeah, that's crazy, because I read a lot of books by the time I was, you know what I'm saying, before I even went to high school. I read tons of books. Me and my brother were deep into, like, you know what I'm saying, esoterics, martial arts books, of course, because he was always on some kung fu shit. And freaking daggone, you know what I'm saying, science books. My grandmother had a library with Encyclopedia Britannicas and you know what I'm saying, all over the place. And we just ate,
Same here.
ate that stuff up. You know what I'm saying? We had some toys and stuff like that. We like to play with toys, but we love the freaking read, yo. You know what I'm saying? I think we're losing that nowadays. You know what I'm saying? With the computer stuff, we sit here. And
yeah, it's getting good. Graphics getting good. Wasn't nothing better than graphics in your head when you was reading the book, bro. But I don't know. The Marvel movies beating me now.
I love the Marvel movies, y'all. I love them alien movies too.
Bro.
But you know what I'm saying? We gotta read, man. You gotta read. You know, I'll be pushing my son. My son actually said something to me the other day. He was like, yo, because last year he had to read something. He had to get through at least 3 books by the end of the year. So every day I had to make sure that he did his little freaking daggone reading and you know what I'm saying, wrote his notes on the daggone chat. He had to read a chapter a day. You know what I'm saying? We got through the 3 books. This year they're not doing it. And my son said to me just last week, he was like, Dad, he was like, you know, I miss freaking the clouds. They're not making us read and stuff. And I, you know what I'm saying? I was like, man, that shit put a tear in my eye. With all the computer stuff and all the video games, my son was upset. You know what I'm saying? That he's not. I was like, shoot, I got books over here, Negro. You need a chapter? Make you write some notes on it. You know what I mean? But word up, yeah, them graphics is getting crazy, man. Word, man. And we got to start keep our
Hey, A1. Hey, bro, you the funniest nigga in the world, bro.
What happened? What I do?
Bro, I saw Taz's picture. Hey, you said that shit too. Like, I ain't gotta make you a type, bro. I was like, man, I want to see. I want to see it. Bro, no, put that nigga the alien suit, man. Hey,
I definitely put him in the black suit, though.
Hey, man, you don't know that
screen right now. Hold on, pull this
to me. That fit Taz so good too. Like, fuck all the bullshit.
Where you go? Yeah, this was I had a Taz yesterday. Hey, this was a fire graphic to me, man. I had a lot of fun even making this one.
That was clean, bro.
Yeah, it was clean. It was crispy. And I feel like it represented him. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, you gotta put him. Man, you gotta tighten him up, man.
You said tighten him up.
You gotta tighten him up, man. I need to see him with a arm cannon or something. Yeah, like Metroid. Do him like put him in a Simon suit. Media. Man.
Yeah, we're gonna do something this week, man.
Space Age armor, right?
The Media Man suit, the Robert Townsend.
He looking like the Men in Black around there.
I was gonna have him with some powers or something. I might just give him some superpowers, like so.
Yeah, you gotta make something, man.
Something.
Yeah, dad.
Yeah, I got something for him.
You gotta put that zapper in his hand from Men in Black.
You know what I thought was fire when I did the debate with ISUPK and they did the flyer. They had our eyes glowing. It made it look sick, B. You know what I'm saying? They had like it looked mad spooky and shit. This shit was fire though. I was like, that's one of my favorite flyers. They did that shit. You know what I mean?
I gotta check that out. I might try to do something like that. Yeah, I can do. That's
simple. Hey, that was a good debate. That was a good debate, by the way.
Man, that was one of my fucking best ones, man. I actually went up in there, man. Tazariak was up in there. Chatazar. Tazariak was heckling in the back, man. He was acting like a baby. But that shit was crazy, man. That was fun.
Oh yeah, let me get this off the background. That ain't what we doing.
And they treated me very well, man. When I came in there, they had reggae music playing. They had the Ital beef patties and stuff. I was like, for real, yo, for me? Y'all did this for me? That shit was crazy. Yeah. I still go and pop up over there, you know what I'm saying, to the ISUBK camp over there. They still show me mad love.
Yeah, you got to bring some of them over here, man. Tell them come holler at me. I got some.
But they got a whole, the way they organize. They got to go and talk to Zariak and their higher ups in order to even do a debate. You know what I'm saying? They had to literally pass that through Johanna in order to debate me. You know what I'm saying? Live in the camp. Yeah.
So it's serious with them.
It's serious with them. They don't just you know what I'm saying?
My bad.
Come on, bro. You tried to equate that. You tried to equate Michael Faraday to the electric universe. You trying to equate Michael
So
Faraday?
did I get that wrong? Did I get that?
Yes,
did I
you
get it
got
wrong?
that absolutely wrong.
Wait, what's that? Thought.
Pseudo killers. You can only avoid that confrontation with Naga for so long.
Oh, that was this morning.
Yeah.
Is the video with it?
Nah, it wasn't a video. We were just on a call, but I didn't get the what's the name? I had my camera shit all fucked up.
Okay, so ain't that what you hear? Hold on. So hold on.
Don't know about Electric Universe.
So listen to what I'm saying, yo. So I was wrong, yo. Is that okay? Can I be wrong, nigga?
It's okay, but for you to sit up and
okay, so hold on. Is that okay with y'all fellas?
For you to sit up and tell
But can I be wrong?
Hold on, brother. For you to sit up and tell motherfuckers that what they dealing with is
Hold on, Suave. Go to your thing and do that every time you hit the pound. You can do that too.
It looks black.
As a matter of fact, I want you to.
You want it to be blacked out?
It is blacked out.
Okay.
But go edit your stream and go to orientation and then go to landscape, because when you just clicked it in, it clicked the vertical view, and when you do that, it looked cool on the phone, but you can't never turn it to widescreen, the images or the videos. So it's actually shitty. It's something that
Where
just
do I
came
go
up,
to get
like-
back to? Yeah, I thought it gave them the option. So what
No,
setting?
it ain't no option. It's
I gotta wait to my dashboard. Probably.
I would go up to the S, and then it don't say edit up there. Oh, maybe I can edit it. Oh no, I can't edit yours. You gotta edit yours. I mean, either way, it don't matter. It ain't gonna mess up mine. It's just on yours.
YouTube. Let me see.
Yeah, it's just on yours. It ain't like it's mine. Is still the same. I'll just check.
Okay, bet. Well, yeah, I'll learn.
Yeah, you good. Yeah, and do that every time you hit the panel, man.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, bet. I'm gonna let it ride. Oh, my apologies. I'm gonna start it over. Actually. How long?
Come on, bro.
Nah, you trying to equate that? You trying to equate Michael Faraday to the Electric Universe? You trying to equate Michael Faraday?
So did I get that wrong? Did I get that?
Yes,
did I
you
get it
got
wrong?
that absolutely wrong.
I said
That
okay.
means-
So
that means
so
you
hey,
don't-
so yo.
that-
So ain't that
that
what
means
you
don't
hear?
know
Hold
about
on.
Michael Faraday,
Hold on.
and that
So
means
hold
you
on.
don't know about Electric Universe.
So listen to what I'm saying, yo. So I was wrong, yo. Is that okay? Can I be wrong, nigga?
It's okay, but for you to sit up and
Okay, so hold on. Is that okay with y'all fellas?
For you to sit up and tell
But can I be
somebody-
wrong?
Hold on, brother. For you to sit up and tell motherfuckers that what they dealing with is bullshit and you admit to not know nothing about the information is wild crazy.
So let me get this straight. I want to get this straight. See, when I say something, everybody else start talking. How is that possible?
You can talk. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you're trying to equate is, I don't know who the fuck Michael Faraday is. Obviously, you've done in-depth study on the guy. And I mix it up with the Electric Universe. Okay, I got that wrong. But what the fuck did I got to do with the fuck that God ain't electromagnetism? It's two separate things, bro. And you know it, but yet you still would argue that shit.
That will also be a straw man argument because ain't nobody never said
Man, you
God
don't
is
even know what a straw.
electromagnetic.
All right, you know what, yo, you got me.
Yeah,
You beat
got
me up and you
yourself,
drag me down to your
really,
level.
got
Yo, you
yourself.
got me, yo. You got me.
Because it was never said that God is electromagnetism. That has never been
I
said by
still
now.
want to send you this information though if you going to take a look
No,
at
you're
it.
not sending me anything, bro. Wait, don't waste your time. I'm not reading that stupid shit.
Oh, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'd be stupid. That's like a nigga. You ever heard a nigga? How many of y'all think y'all Native Americans, yo?
Nobody.
Thank you. Do you
I'm a
know how
native
crazy?
New Orleanian.
Wait a minute. Do you know
I'm
how
not
crazy?
an indigenous
Hold
American.
on. Let me just make a
I'm
point.
not
Let
an
me.
indigenous American, but I was born in America. That's what makes
No.
me a
Let me
Native
make a
American.
point.
I'm
Let me
native
make a
to
point.
America.
I'm just trying to make a
My
point, bro.
nativity is America. I was born here. Now, am I an indigenous American? No.
Okay. The point I was trying to make was you got niggas that's all over TikTok and the internet, African Americans, swearing they Hebrews and swearing they Native American. You know how silly they sound to the world for real, yo? It only makes sense in our community, bro. Amongst the stupid, bro. So when you start talking that wild ass electromagnetic, it sounds crazy, but you'll never see it. Because you will never learn enough about the subject to realize you're wrong. You'll just keep reading the same shit. You won't get experts. You won't talk to the niggas that you think know what they talking about. You just gonna fuck with me and get an aha moment off me, bro.
No, see, this the problem.
That shit is crazy,
this the problem.
bro.
You talking out of ignorance again, niggas.
No, I'm not talking out of ignorance,
niggas
man.
do have experts. Niggas do have.
No,
people
you
with
niggas don't got no
credentials
experts.
Talking about the same
You don't
shit
got
we
no
talking
experts.
about. Look,
Y'all
that's
don't have
ignorance again.
experts,
You
bro.
talking to
You
ignorance
don't have
again.
experts, bro.
You
You
talking
don't.
to ignorance again.
You don't have experts, bro.
You got experts that have been when they shit has been disqualified, and that's okay, bro. That's okay. Y'all act like it ain't okay to get disqualified.
You
You can have
don't
an
even
expert to
know
get
that. You
disqualified
speaking
on
out
that.
your ass, nigga, because you don't know the information. Nor do
Nah,
you
yo,
want
you
to
just
accept
mad now.
any.
See, now you mad now.
No,
See,
I'm not
see.
mad.
Now
I'm
you
not
mad,
mad
yo.
at
That's just
all. I
crazy to me,
told you.
bro.
I
Yo,
told
do
you.
you
I'm
know?
trying to
Why don't you
prep
do this?
you.
Why
I'm
don't you do
trying to
this then?
prep you.
No, why
That's
don't you
what
do
I'm
this for a
doing. I'm
minute?
trying to
Listen,
prep you.
why don't you do this for a minute? Go get a Google search and say, "Are African Americans the original Hebrew
We don't
Israelites?"
care about
And
that.
go read the
We don't
answer.
work. We don't
And
rep
go read
that.
the answer.
We
And
don't
then go
rep
read the
that.
answer.
Why
And
you
then the
why
next
you
thing you
talking about shit we not talking about?
hold on for a
We
minute,
don't
bro.
believe
Hold
none
on.
of that.
All right, yo. Yes, you do.
No,
You
we
do.
don't. No,
Yes,
we
you
don't.
do. Yes, you do.
Bro, how you gonna tell us what the fuck we
Because you're
believe?
doing the same thing on another subject,
No,
nigga.
what
That's what
you're
I'm saying.
doing is trying to fit us
You
in a
doing this.
paradigm
You're not
so
trying
you
to
could
figure
try
out
to argue
anything.
it. This is beyond
Okay,
the
okay. So
paradigm you're trying
I
to
watch
stick
this.
us in,
Watch
brother.
this. Hold on, watch this. Okay. Now, so are you telling me that mainstream science, the highest level, and the highest level of science agrees with what y'all saying? Is that what you saying? And I'm just an overlooking ass nigga? Is that what you trying to tell me right now, bro? Seriously. Just want to make sure.
In the highest levels of science,
The highest levels of science in the
things
United
like this
States
is
and
being
Britain
discussed,
and
bro.
No, I'm
I
asking you a
can show
question,
you,
bro.
like you said,
No, that's
but the
not. I
same
just asked you a
credentials
question,
you
man.
asked for 5 minutes ago, right?
No, give me
That's
the answer.
doing the work on this very
No,
thing,
that's not what
brother.
I'm saying.
Now
That's
you
not what I'm
trying to move the
saying.
goalposts, right?
No, no,
You
listen,
are
hold on.
though. You
Listen,
are
listen what I'm
though.
saying.
Come
Listen what I'm
on,
saying,
brother.
bro.
You gotta
Listen what I'm saying.
stand on something.
Yo,
My
listen
nigga,
what
you
I'm
older
saying, bro.
than
So
me.
you saying
You older
I'm
than
playing the
me.
game. So you really saying I'm playing the game with the question I just asked you?
Yeah, you absolutely playing games because you ignorant to the motherfucking facts and you have
So why
nowhere
don't
to
you
go.
so
That's
then
why
why
you
don't
keep
you
trying to put us in a paradigm with other niggas.
I never tried. No, what
You
I'm
is. You
saying is
telling
you
us we
doing the
Hebrew
same thing.
Israelites and
No,
shit.
listen. I was a joke, nigga.
Come
The
on,
hell
bro.
wrong with you?
I
I was
bet it
trying to get you
was.
to
Hey,
see how
bro.
wild you sound.
You ain't too much different from Silky, my nigga. That
Okay,
say a lot.
do you
That
think you
say a
make me
lot.
mad? Do
That
you
say a
think?
lot.
Hey, listen. Do you think I'm mad about that, yo?
Nah, I mean,
Do you think you saying? Listen what
from
you
the
just
shit
said.
that you
Listen, hey,
motherfucking
yo, listen
say
what you
about
just
them,
said.
I
Yo,
would
listen
feel
what you
some
said.
type of
So,
way
yo, so
about
you
that.
got your moment. So check this out. So now you got your moment.
No, I don't, hey, bro,
The
I'm trying to
great God
prep you.
killer, nigga.
I'm
You
trying
got
to
your
prep
moment,
you
nigga. So
for a
now what?
moment,
You
nigga. What
proving
you
me to
talking
be
about?
human.
This ain't no
You proving
moment.
me to be
I'm trying
human.
to prep
And
you
then you
for a
yelling.
moment, nigga.
So this
What you
how I know
talking
niggas
about?
don't really want to get out. This
I'm
how I
trying
know
to
you don't really
prep you
want to get
for a
down.
moment.
You don't really want to get down, nigga.
I'm
You don't really
trying
want
to
to test
prep
your
you for a
idea,
moment.
nigga. Because if you did want to test your idea, you
I'm
wouldn't be as
trying to prep
ignorantly
you for
sound
a
as you did.
moment.
You don't want to get
Stop
down.
running
You
around
don't
the
you don't
bush,
really want it,
brother.
nigga. You don't want it.
You
You don't
running
want
around
this.
cars and shit, man.
Listen what
Stop
I'm
that
saying.
shit.
You don't want
Nah,
this.
So if we could go to
That's what I'm
Sinetta and
saying.
put a
Y'all
clip
niggas
of
is
Naga saying
fugazi like a
that we kill
motherfucker.
our
Y'all in a
God and
wild
we
ass
turning it down
situation,
with
and you in a bad
everybody.
chat yelling at me. Get the fuck out of here with that silly shit y'all niggas on. And I'm telling you it's silly. So stay silly for the rest of your life,
Yo,
nigga.
a
Super
silly
silly
nigga
niggas.
that
You
don't
like
know
the
none
Hebrew
of the
Israelite niggas, and
information
you like the fake
telling us
Native
some
American
other
niggas.
shit
You
silly.
fake, nigga, and you know it.
No,
It's
you
fake.
the fake one by definition. You back
Nigga,
here
I didn't
telling
realize
niggas
it was
some
fake until
shit
I asked
fake
you a
that
simple.
you
I asked
don't
you a
even
simple question.
know.
You folded,
You
nigga. You
admitted to
folded like
not
a piece of
knowing the
paper,
information,
nigga. I
but
asked
you
you. You
telling
ain't got
niggas
no
that the
information,
information
nigga.
is
You don't
bullshit.
got no information.
I see y'all was going in.
And
Oh,
the
bro,
crazy thing
no.
is,
He ain't
he
even
he
going
be
motherfucking.
guilty.
I called the nigga out like blankly,
Right.
nigga. Like
Yo,
that's
he be
big
guilty of
smoke,
the same. He gonna sit there and say you sound like the Hebrew Israelites. This brother, yo,
bro.
I said that I said that in one of my presentations, and I said that in the debate with Cedric. I said y'all are proselytizing scientism, and anybody who doesn't agree with you, you know what I'm saying? Like they heathens or they Gentiles, right? From the Israelites. Oh no, y'all pseudo. It's the same tactic. authentic.
Right. Bruh. And it's like, you try to make it like we don't want smoke with him when anybody could go to sign at a platform and pull up Laurel's God is Light, Light is Electromagnetism presentation, and you see him openly challenge the God Killer and give the God Killer an opportunity to come and kill Naga's idea of what God is. And he declined.
And he doesn't want that smoke because y'all are dealing with science. and at the same time, he's got his own scientism thing going.
Right.
His own cult. I did a whole presentation. Was it on here? I think I forgot where I did that presentation on the atheist. What is it? Oh, I think it was on Wavy. The atheist God complex. I did a whole entire presentation pointing this out. Pointing out the behaviors that are no less cultish or religious in nature, just hidden under the guise of science.
Right.
Right. Not only that, bro. If you're an atheist, you shouldn't even be talking about God because it don't exist to you. Why are you giving credence and life to something that you yourself say don't exist?
It's a dichotomy. They're creating a dichotomy. Right? Good versus evil, science versus religion.
Yeah, even though a lot of scientists have religious faith, you have Muslims that are scientists, you got Christians that are scientists.
You know how I destroyed them? I didn't bring this up in my debate with Cedric, but what's his name? One of the most prolific atheists out there. What's his name? The white guy from Britain. It's on the tip of my tongue. This dude been prolific, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember his name off the top right now, but he's been prolific with the atheism thing. This dude in 2024, just last year, succeeded and said that I'm an atheist, but I am a cultural Christian. He came to the realization that as secular practices started, coming into certain countries like Sweden and Switzerland and Japan, that folks would stop marrying. The reproductive rates, the marriages, families, were declining, right? And now they have an aged population, meaning that there are more old folks than there are young folks. So secularism wasn't doing better, and on top of that, the fact that people were becoming more secular and moving away from their Christian faith over in Great Britain, the Islam was starting to take over. So now he took a position and said, you know what? I might not believe in God, you know what I'm saying? But I stand for Christian ethics and Christian practices. So their own main dude who was heralding all this anti-God, anti-theos, you know what I'm saying, turned around and acquiesced because now they're not making babies. Gender bending things. People are starting to decide whether children are beneficial. My career and my life is more important than me having children or getting married. So now marriages, reproduction, if that's not a Darwin award, reproduction is what keeps the special continuity. If you stop reproducing, that is a Darwin award. That's an L.
Right.
You stealing my shit, my material now, Zion. I'm talking about reproduction.
No, I did that. Wait, hold on. I did that in the debate with Cedric, and I brought that out on Wavy Channel when I did the Atheist God Complex. I already been talking about this for years.
What they do is they're taking simple reproduction, simple mating, simple regular primordial Mother Nature mating, and they're taking that and trying to misconstrue it. They're trying to misconstrue that all into a whole bunch of evolution stuff. And what is it? Selection? What is natural selection and all that shit?
Natural selection, right? Natural selection.
Right, yeah. That's all I have for y'all. Go ahead.
I agree with natural selection. I think that we do naturally decide, you know what I'm saying, who we want to mate with. And I think that I don't think that, I think part of it is conscious and part of it is subconscious. Like, you're going to want to mate with the type of, like, and I think your brain is geared to seek to mate with the type of woman that would, produce, better genes. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people get confused and confounded, you know what I'm saying? And they only marry or reproduce based on aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? Like certain folks want to, you know what I'm saying, have a white girl because, you know what I'm saying? Oh, well, if my child is light skinned and, you know what I'm saying, we're getting away from the no. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't work either because
which one is worse?
Y'all. I'm sorry.
I was loading it up. I didn't want to cut your wisdom. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to go on a freaking diatribe, but you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna pull up something because
Go ahead, pull it up.
different. You were talking about different atheists specifically, and I was trying to find. I think his name is Hitchens, who you were talking about.
No, Richard Dawkins. Dawkins.
Slavers is worse. Which one is
But on
worse,
this page,
slavery or?
that's where I usually find Richard
You
Dawkins.
pulling up Dawkins, Zion? Oh,
Not yet,
snap.
but we're gonna get there.
Dawkins conceded and says that he is a cultural Christian now. 2024. Look it up.
I'm about to pull it up.
They actually took his award. They took his award from him.
Damn. Oh, we about to get into that. I'm about to let this ride.
Yeah, and see that's why a lot of scientists don't come forward and
Which one is
profess
worse?
their religious connection because those type of things happen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was part of the Atheist Alliance at first, and now he's a Christian. I mean, I guess they wanted to.
He's still an atheist,
But he said a cultural Christian, so I have to see what he means by that.
But what he means
He
is basically
celebrate
that he
Christmas
keeps the
and shit like that.
practices, the
That
holidays.
don't necessarily mean that he thinks it's
He doesn't
real.
necessarily believe that
When
God
he in
is
the face of white
real.
people, he put on that act.
That's not a victory there for Christianity, but we're gonna look it up though still.
Which one is worse, slavery or eating shellfish? Slavery. Which one is worse, slavery or wearing clothing of mixed fabrics? Slavery. Which one is worse, slavery or cutting the sides of your beard and hair? It's slavery. Which one is worse, slavery or working on the Sabbath? Slavery. Which one is worse, slavery or dishonoring your father and mother? It's slavery, most doubt. It's slavery. So here's a question for you then, Michael. Why are there commandments about not eating shellfish? There's commandments about not cutting your hair. There's commandments about not wearing mixed fabrics. There's commandments about not being an atheist. There's a commandment about not making graven images. Why did God feel the need to make strong rules about all those things, but God couldn't say, oh, by the way, don't own human beings as farming equipment?
It's because the Jews are
because of the stubborn personality of the Hebrew people who actually.
Follow-up question. Exactly how stubborn of a person do I have to be for you to say that I should be kept as a slave?
I would say pretty stubborn.
So you're saying that there is a point where you would condone me being a slave?
Yes, especially if you did crimes, because.
What a hideous, disgusting thing to say, Michael. Which one is worse, slavery or eating shellfish?
Okay, it wasn't the point he ended on, but just stuff like that is stuff that always stuck out to me.
Right.
Like I've had debates on morality,
Well,
the
we're
morality
still-
of the Bible,
we're still-
or
we're
is
still
it even
certain-
immoral? Go ahead.
It's not even like a morality thing to me, though. It's like a kick in the mouth. Like, this is what's going on, nigga, and I'm gonna make you look at it regardless of how entertaining it look.
Selfish is not a commandment.
I'm gonna
Selfish
show
is
it
not
to
a
you every
commandment.
chance I get on every motherfucking level.
Selfish is
shit.
not a commandment.
It isn't.
You know what I'm saying? Like they added a whole bunch of stuff. And neither was slavery a commandment. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't, you know what I'm saying? Commandments was to love thy brother as you. So slavery is encompassed in that one commandment. You're not supposed to, you know what I'm saying, hate your brother, or you're supposed to love thy brother, right?
And man, slavery was definitely ordained by the God of the Bible, bro.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say ordained, it was allowed.
It was ordained. I know you wouldn't say ordained. You have
not necessarily allowed. He gave
it was
rules
ordained.
on how
He ordered
to
it. It was
maintain
his
your slave.
command.
There was
his will.
certain things. Yeah, it was allowed. Now I'm not saying that it was right, and I'm not saying.
Yeah,
that
listen, man. I don't go back and forth if God is an allower or a creator. It's a creator. He of the Bible is the creator, not the allower. Nothing exists unless God thought of it, wanted it, willed it, and created it.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true.
Because the Bible says that man was given dominion over the earth, and once man
That's
sinned,
what I don't like. Like I'd rather you just tell
man
me,
was
yeah.
given dominion over the earth, and once man sinned, he was subject to the effects of his own sin. So
that God
all the
created.
things that were
That God
allowed,
created. That God created.
God didn't create.
That's the
this
system God created. That's the system
come on,
God
bro.
set up.
You gonna cut me
If
off,
you
bro?
do this, you eat of this tree. I'm
I know you're
enslaving people.
passionate. I know you're passionate. I'm not trying to have that. I'm not trying to get into a shit show with you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, we already had that last night. Let's move forward and actually have a discussion, a discourse. So to my understanding, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying to my understanding how I studied it, you know what I'm saying? Man was basically, it's like, okay, a parent, you know what I'm saying, tells you not to do something, and then, you know what I'm saying, you continue to do it. And it's like, all right, you're gonna learn from your mistake. You know what I'm saying? I told you not to go out there and do that. Now, when you bust your ass, you know what I'm saying? That's on you. That was allowed. It wasn't commanded. It wasn't created. It was already said. If you do this,
that was allowed by your parent, but even that action was created
that's
by.
the thought.
Hold on, brother.
Process.
Hold on, brother. Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
brother.
Come on.
That action was allowed by your parent, but that action was also created by God. Like that's what your parent is saying. Okay, I'm trying to save you from what God created.
If you
You
believe
gonna burn your hand. God made fire hot. Okay, go ahead. So I allowed that. But when we're talking about the creator, I'm not comparing it to my parent. I'm comparing it to nothing other but the creator of everything that exists, including existence.
According to whom? According to whom?
According to the
you
Bible.
gotta understand. You gotta understand that the characteristics of the God of the Bible are characteristics of a false God, not the Creator, as my brother was trying to explain.
I don't have no problem with that.
Most of y'all don't understand the difference between God and the Creator of all.
I mean, that's all I stand on. So who is most of us? Because I separate the God of the Bible from the creator. I know the God of the Bible is fake. God of the Quran is fake. Vishnu, all of that stuff.
I wouldn't say fake, but I would say false because they inspire war, slavery. They're angry, jealous, vengeful. They unalive children. You know what I'm saying? Those are all characteristics.
We place humanistic. We place humanistic principles on. So
But you can't do that with the Creator. You cannot place humanistic principles on the Creator. Why? Because he's not a human.
I agree with that. And I'm not big with the OASP thing, but I agree with you on that.
Yeah, no, I'm stating that the fact of the matter is that the Creator is not vengeful, jealous, or any of that. Being all powerful, he has no reason to be jealous of anything in his creation.
Right. It's not some dude running around freaking snapping people and stuff. You know what I mean?
Nor is he a man. Nor is he a man of war. Right. Exodus 15 verse 3. God in the Bible is a man. M-A-N.
Not a man. He should lie, right?
But the thing about it is, everything about him is manly. He's jealous like a man. He's vengeful like a man. Angry like a man. He's a warrior like a man. First of all, the difference between God and the Creator is simple. All gods are at one time mortals. Know ye not that you are gods? That's what Jesus stated, because he understood that God is a title given to a high raised angel who was once a mortal just like us.
And Jesus is a biblical literal creation. Jesus was not a real person.
Man. All I'm stating is that the Creator of all is his inspiration, or its inspiration, not he. But the source.
Yeah, because your book called him a he.
Just take it as a hypothetical. He's making a statement. We don't have to go into whether it's real or not. Let's just come from the perspective of where he's coming from. As you know, use it as a hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah, we know that the Creator doesn't have testicles. He don't have a vagina. You know what I mean? The Creator is all in all and invisible. You can't attach any type of character traits of anything seen to the Creator. That's why Jesus would be an idol. If you worship anything form and figure, that's an idol. The Creator is unseen, invisible, yet fills every place in space and all the cosmos, ever present in all places. Right now, he's with you, he's with me, or it, the source, is with everything.
God is light is electromagnetism.
That's
word. That's the Ron's eye.
Light is a product of creation. It's a product of the Creator.
No,
the Creator is not light.
That's subjective to your belief, brother. You said that backwards.
No. The Creator makes light. Light is not the Creator itself. You silly nuggets.
That's subjective to your belief, brother.
Well, obviously, it's subjective to your belief as well.
Yeah.
So
we can agree with that.
Let's not argue silly shit.
Yes, with that.
The fact that you can't have the fact that you can't have an atomic structure without a photon is not our belief. That's a fact.
Right.
The fact of the matter that the Creator is unseen, yet in every present in all places, is a fact.
God is light is electromagnetism.
God is light is electromagnetism.
Whatever. Have your subjective belief to yourself.
Brother,
you good? It's all love. It's all good. The Creator ain't light.
Brother, light is both. Light is both seen and unseen and permeates the universe. There is no thing that exists devoid of light.
I wanted to respond to Zion. That's why I pulled this presentation up. It was a debate I had maybe 2 years ago. It was because he said that slavery wasn't. What did you say? Slavery wasn't what? I don't want to misquote you.
He said it wasn't ordained; it was allowed.
It was allowed. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a
So yeah,
commandment.
that's why I
He said
wanted to
it's
go
not
into
a commandment.
specific scriptures.
You
Yeah,
won't find that. You won't find that in the 10 Commandments because those are the laws.
It's 600 commandments in the
Hold
Bible.
on, but that's not commandments. Those are laws of Moses. The
600
laws of
commandments in the-
Moses.
I don't care about Moses. I'm talking about the law of God.
Hey,
bro.
can I, let me get at him. Let me get at him right now. It's me and him right
So
now.
watch this. The laws of Moses, 613 laws of Moses. Those laws were Moses's laws, not the commandments. The commandment, there was only 10 commandments by God. Only 10. That is what God ordained. Only 10. The other 613 are from Moses.
Any God that has a law is false.
Okay.
The
First of all,
law.
now that he went, it's on me. Let me where am I at? So I can pour myself on the screen. Am I on the big screen? It's not about the 10 Commandments, sir, and I'm about to show you scripture.
If it's not about the 10 Commandments, then it's not ordained by God. It's
God
ordained
is-
by Moses.
So who is supposed to be speaking for whom? And his writings are supposed to be.
He was not given the 613 laws. In fact, Jethro, his father-in-law, helped him write it. It's in the scriptures. These were dudes who were trying to deal with the mixed multitude and come up with laws in order to keep a large group of people in order. But the 10 commandments, the only thing that you can give to God, to the God of the Bible, the rest of
Hey,
the
my
law,
bag ain't one.
that's whack.
Sorry.
Can't do that. Exodus is not, this is not a 10 commandment.
Wait,
Then who wrote Exodus? Who wrote Exodus?
Stuff like that did not
You know what's crazy?
Oh wait, no, we already know that. We don't got.
I was gonna say Moses. What you reading in your Bible right now? Moses didn't write that. That was written all by Ezra, because the Torah was burned in Babylon in 586.
I understand. I'm just saying from the if you're saying, so if you want to say that, then you could say that God didn't even write the 10 Commandments.
It was written by a false
Well,
God.
these are the rabbit holes
we're
y'all
not
go
gonna
down
place-
to
we're
avoid
not
getting
gonna
slam
place
dunked
that.
on by me, but
But
I'll let y'all go
according
ahead
to
and
the
get it.
biblical-
Y'all got
No,
it.
no, I need to see that A1 work. He running.
It's
Biblical
all right.
scholars is called the laws of Moses.
Now all of a sudden he ain't write nothing no more. Like, forget it. Like he ain't even know God no more.
Let's
Like,
stick
that's what they
to the
about to say
Moses
next.
narrative. The laws of Moses, even if he didn't write it, that I think that we can get into. That's a whole other conversation. However, the 613 were not
Somebody
written
got
by
YouTube
God.
for
It was not, according to the Bible, at least. The narrative of the Bible says Moses and Jethro. 613 were not written. Somebody echoing, yo. According to the Bible, mute up their back mic, yo. Moses and Jethro. Somebody got to mute, man, or turn off their freaking YouTube.
Yeah, somebody got YouTube playing in the background.
I thought it was Swag. It ain't him.
Y'all new to this. Somebody got to mute.
I'm about to figure out who it is. I'm
We over
muting
here
everybody.
freaking daggone
It
echoing.
was not. It was thought.
Okay. So according to, I'm not even placing any, I'm saying like any, I'm just saying from the biblical narrative, and all biblical scholars will tell you that the 613 laws were not written by God. It was written by Moses and Jethro. Jethro, his so-called father-in-law, whether we think that these people are real or not, is have no consequences.
Is the Bible the word of God?
No, not to me.
Okay.
You got the wrong Negro.
You know what?
It's the word of a.
No,
It's
if that's
the
your answer, then you
words
have
of
no.
man.
Brother,
You know what I'm saying? Trying
that's
to
your answer.
interpret
We have
what
no
God
fight.
thinks.
If that's your answer, then we
Hey,
got nothing to talk about.
And I will say
it's the
this:
word of a
he
false
consistent
God,
with
though.
that. He consistent with the answer too. A1. I
Yeah,
understand
if
that
that's his
that all
answer,
the time.
he ain't got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, but I was gonna say
consistently answer like that.
it's objectively the word of a false God because of the characteristics that the God itself portrays. You see what I'm saying? And that's what most people in what you call Hebrew Israelite and Christianity, they both worship in a false god based on the fact that he's a man of war, he's angry, jealous, vengeful, enslaves people, unalives children. I mean, come on, man, it's too much
That's to
against this
presume that
deity.
the term God only refers to the creator, and that's not true. A
I
God,
didn't say that.
according
Who
to
said
the
that?
Bible, but God, according to the Bible, is simply the word El. You know what I'm saying? When you say
But
El
L, you
Elyon,
can
it means
you
the
can
most
see it.
high
You can
authority. Can I
look.
finish? I know you're excited, bro. I won't be long. I'm not going on a diatribe, but the term El refers to any authority. That could be a king, a priest. It could be the weather. It could be your natural environment. Anything that is an authority that controls or can affect your life.
Yeah. God is a title.
Is a God. So when we're saying El, it does not have to refer to the most high creator.
Exactly. We agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing. There's the El is an actual deity. You can look El up and look at this nigga's image. There's an image of El you can see. So I know who El is.
So there's multiple L's in the Canaanite.
I know what you said, but what I'm trying to tell you is that the reason why the term God, let me, I know you're excited, brother, but let me just get this off and then I'm gonna let you speak. But what I'm gonna say is this: the term God can be attributed to angels and, like you said, high men in authority, powers, judges, because it's a title. God is a title given to an angel in the heavenly realm. So God is not to be worshipped because an angel is a one-time mortal just like us. So we don't worship God, we salute God. A true God is our brother. A true God would never ask you to worship him. He would always point you to the creator.
Correct.
See that? So
yes, sir.
They know, the true gods know that they're sons of the creator. Now a false God though will
you name it. Who's the true God?
hold on,
I get an
let
example
me
of
say
a
this.
true
I'm
God.
gonna let my plane. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let my plane. A false god, though, will appear to you as an angel in pomp and glory with crowns and jewels in a robe of light, and have you bowing down to him like he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And guess what? Any spirit of the dead can do that. Any angel can appear to you as a god and have you worshiping him. But the way you know not to is, first of all, if you can see him, he's false, because the creator is unseen. You will never ever point to the creator. No angel so high in the heavens has ever seen the creator himself or can
Can
comprehend
you
him.
show me can you tell me a true God? You give me an example of a true God?
How about you, my brother? If you decide to serve the creator in service to your fellow man, because guess what? I'm gonna tell you right now, a true God is anybody. Every one of us will have that title. If you decide to serve the creator in service to your somebody might. Look,
turn the sound off on your YouTube, dog.
Yeah, that's you thought. That's echoing.
I ain't on YouTube.
It must be your speaker coming back into the mic.
Yeah, if you're not talking, just I try to
just close YouTube out.
Yeah.
Good.
Just in case.
But yeah, man, it's not hard to understand. Even quote unquote Yeshua said, or even it's in the Bible itself, know ye not that you are gods. God is a title given to the sons of the creator. That or daughters. A female could be a goddess.
All right, so
you know what I'm saying? It's just a title. That's it.
All right.
I think he was, and Jesus was quoting somebody else from the Old Testament when he
Right.
said
Psalms 82:6.
Yeah.
Or Psalms 86 verse 2. Yeah. No, 82 chapter verse 6. So what he was saying was a true, and those are the characteristics of a true God, one who serves the fatherless children and the widows and looks out for the needy and those who are, suffering, taking care of people. That's the job and work of true God.
Haile Selassie I the first.
You see what I'm saying? It's it's an assignment.
Yeah.
God is a job. Just like you have the job of a president who rules over a people for the benefit, supposed to be for the benefit of the all. That's God.
Sir. Yes, sir.
The creator assigned.
Man, who's going to church, man?
Look.
Where you gonna say your ties to?
Lord.
The creator is ever present, man. He everywhere with us all. We ain't waiting for a
Why you
savior to
calling
come
him a
save
he?
us.
Why you calling it a he though?
Yeah, right.
Look, you always do me like that. I'm not saying the creator has
I'm gonna
testicles.
keep doing you like that.
Giving the creator
The
a
source,
pronoun.
look.
You're
All
doing
right,
your
look.
mono,
Let
Don't
me
give
check
no Jew the
myself.
head like that.
Look, the source of all is not a male or a female having testicles or a vagina, because the creator is unseen. I'm gonna keep saying that part. You ain't
You've been
never gonna
saying that
point to
since
the
I
creator.
heard it a
You ain't
month
never
ago.
gonna point. You ain't never gonna point to the creator. Oh, there he is, right there, the one who made the suns, moon, suns, and stars, and all the cosmos. You ain't never gonna do that, cuz I don't care how long you live.
Where's the Rob again?
So if you
You ain't gonna
worship,
never point
wait,
to
let me
him.
say this: if you worship a God that has been seen ever, he's false. Did Abraham see his God? Did Jacob wrestle him? You see what I'm saying? If your God has ever been seen and tangible and handled, nigga, it's not the creator, because the creator is unseen. What are we talking?
Well, if you wrestle my idea of what God is, you're not gonna live to talk about it. Once them votes, once them electric votes get the coursing through your body, you're gonna
Yeah, so
lose
your
that
God is a
wrestling
killer.
match.
Your God is a murderer. Your God will kill you if you try to give him a hug.
Yeah, it also
yo.
yeah, my God is light.
Your
I
God
mean,
is a tangible photon. Your God has been seen.
brother,
That's what I'm saying.
you
Y'all
can't see,
twisted. The creator ain't
brother.
seen, bro.
Hold up, brother. You
All
cannot
right, let me
see.
hold up.
All photons cannot be seen, brother. You
But
can
many of
only
them
see,
can. The ones that you
brother.
see.
No,
Nigga, I'm not gonna argue
Listen,
with you, bro.
let
I'm not doing that.
can you?
But
If you
you're
can
coming with
clear,
a biblical
if you
argument. You're saying the
clear the
argument for
runway,
God in the Bible applies to your creator. The Bible says that God cannot be seen, and you're taking that and saying the creator cannot be seen.
No, what I'm saying is the fact that the Bible got that is from the writer of the Bible is a false god, pump faking to be
can
the
you clear the
creator.
runway, brother?
The whole point is you're taking a biblical
No.
argument.
I'm not taking the biblical idea.
So where did you
The
get that you can?
The
Where did you
Bible
see?
itself
Okay,
has
so
the
where did
idea
you
of
get?
an
I know, I
ever-present
understand. You
creator
hate the
from the
Bible.
creator.
Where do you get the idea that you cannot see the creator? The creator cannot be seen.
Because the creator, first of all, let me say it like this.
No, where you get it from? Just don't bullshit me, bro.
What do you mean? Where do I get it from? I've always known that. It's something I've not known any other way to think of the creator. There's
So
never
when you was
been
a child, so when you was a child, you knew you knew the universe was created by something.
As I've developed in the wait, first of all, the creator is ever present with
Hold
everybody
on,
right now.
brother. I don't want you to preach to me.
All
Don't
right,
go to your
I
cue
ain't
card.
trying
You
to
got a
preach.
bunch of cue cards lined up.
Anyway, all I'm saying is that I've always known that the creator ain't, you can't point to him. I don't know how I know that, but I've always been conscious that the creator is with
Okay,
everybody
well, I'm gonna
everywhere.
tell you where you got it from. The
You
Bible.
ain't gonna tell me where I got it from, nigga. I got it from the creator.
You don't remember.
Nigga.
You don't remember.
Bro,
I'm gonna let you
tell you
know.
right now, bro. Shut up talking to me, bro. I don't want to deal with nothing you
When you
hollering
say the
about.
Bible, when you say God can't be, when you say
You
the
ain't gonna
creator
tell
can't be
me
seen,
shit.
you got that from your pastor.
Bro, no,
Hold
I
on,
did
Spar,
not,
boss.
nigga. No, you're not gonna
He
tell me nothing about where
he
I got what
segued
I got
himself.
from.
He segued himself
You
into a trap,
disingenuous
right?
for that shit. Nice try
Brother,
though.
hold up, brother. Can you point to visible light, or can you point to the sun? Can you point to visible light, or can you point to a light bulb? That is the question.
Bro, I can point. I'm pointing to visible light right now. I'm literally pointing to it. It's coming right out my phone. How about you do the same thing out your phone, your computer? Point to your computer. It's visible
Brother,
light, nigga. You can
brother,
point to it.
brother. How much
It's
of
an
the electro,
idol. You're
brother?
worshiping your idea of
How
God is
much of
idolatry.
the
Period.
electromagnetic spectrum
Not arguing
does
with you. I'm
visible
not.
light
No, I'm not. No,
represent?
no, no. Sorry, I'm not playing your stupid game. Not
What if
doing it.
I told
The
you
creator is
99?
unseen. You
Listen,
can't
it's
see
not
him.
a stupid
Or
game. It's science. Oh,
Y'all gotta learn how to make objections.
99.9965%
I don't
of
care.
light
Whatever point that you can
cannot
see, bro.
be
You can
seen.
whatever point you can see, nigga.
And
The creator made light.
you cannot point. You cannot point to visible
The
light.
creator is the
Listen,
maker of
listen,
all. He made
brother.
light and
Clear
dark.
the runway. That is
The
subjective to
darkness was
your
made
belief.
by
That
the
is
creator.
brother.
What
That is
are we talking
subjective,
about?
brother.
He's the all of the all.
That brother
The
is
all of it.
subjective to your
The
belief.
all that is
That is
seen and
subjective
unseen is
to
the
your
creator.
OYSP
What are we
belief,
talking
brother.
about?
Can you show me Jehovah?
I'm not
And
playing the game.
can you show me?
Game
Can
over,
you
man.
show
The
me
creator is
Jehovah?
undefeated.
Brother?
The
Can you show me
creator is
Jehovah?
undefeatable.
Can
wanna
you
know what a
show,
fraggle
brother?
patty is.
You can't
If
win.
the creator,
You cannot beat
if
the
your
bro.
creator is undefeated, then you should have no problem with letting me complete a statement or ask a complete question. Can you show me Jehovah keeping electrons in orbit around the nucleus of atomic nuclei?
I'll do you one better. I'll show you Jehovah creating light itself.
Can you, brother? That was a direct question. Don't move the
I just
goalpost.
said yes. Yes.
Can you? Okay,
Yes.
demonstrate for it. Let him share screen and show us.
I'm on my phone, so I can't share my screen.
Okay, point
But
us into the direction. Point us into the direction of said
if
information.
you can use your intellectual mind for a second and think about this, you might be able to understand it based on the creator's presence with you now. Not light, but the presence of the creator.
Based on my wisdom and knowledge, it is the photon that is keeping the electron in orbit.
The
brother.
creator is all knowledge.
It's the photon.
All wisdom comes from the creator. All light, spiritual light, physical light, however you understand light, it comes from Jehovah. Period.
And that's subjective to your belief.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I'm trying to tell you, when you look up in the cosmos and you see a sun, when you see the sun being created,
can you show us
God.
objective evidence of Jehovah?
I'm trying to tell you, when you look up in the
It's a simple yes or no question. Can you give us objective evidence of Jehovah?
I want to know what a fraggle patty is too, man. I really don't understand that.
I don't know if he
Where'd he
his
go?
phone went out. He cut out. He's still on the panel though.
It's like, bro, it's like you can't shoot down one belief system while pushing another. You know what I'm saying? It's like that becomes a hamster wheel. It's like, oh, my belief is better than your belief. And come on, man. When all of it's centered on belief, you don't have no objective evidence of Jehovah outside of light, brother.
Well, Jehovah wasn't even, I don't think they even considered Jehovah, saying the creator in their book. Oh, he slid out.
Yeah, his phone must be messed up. He'll be back. Shout
Well,
out.
yeah.
Prince
Yeah,
Javon in the
it
building.
is. It's like it says. It speaks about the Creator, the all light, who man calls Jehovah. That's what their book say.
Oh, wow. I didn't know, man. That that book was created by a dude during a time where at Madame Blavatsky and all of those dudes were freaking creating cults. There was a time period where a lot of these what do you call, like new age occultists, what I'm saying, during that time period were creating many different cults. A lot of them were coming out of Masonic and Satanist groups. You know what I'm saying? Like Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky, and there were a whole bunch of them at that time. Another person who was around that time period, I believe, was Joseph Smith, who had started was it Joseph Smith?
And what ain't that the Quaker dude?
No. It's either the Mormons or
that's it. The Mormons.
Mormons, and then
right.
the Jehovah Witnesses. The Jehovah Wickedness also came around from a dude, I think Charles or Rutherford or something, around that same time. So you got to be careful around that time period with white folks' writings and stuff. Like, they were really trying to recreate Bibles. They were making claims that they found tablets, in South America that were written in some Egyptian language, and then talking about Moroni's, and none of these words ever existed in any Semitic language. They were creating religions. They were creating cults. You know what I'm saying? And we see that reflected later on in the 70s, 80s, and 90s in the Black community when after the dismantling of the Black Panther Party and the attack against Black liberation movements, they started placing cults within our community. You know what I'm saying? That was COINTELPRO. I'm gonna stand on that, yo. You know what I'm saying? Your Dr. Yorks and Yahweh Ben Yahweh's. These Negroes were working for the man. You know what I'm saying? To keep us divided. You know what I mean? It was divide and conquer. And the only way to do that with a very religious and spiritual people is for them to send a whole bunch of group of different, you know what I'm saying, proselytizers and self-proclaimed messiahs, you know what I'm saying, into our communities. But definitely during that era, when the Owaspy Bible was written, that's Madam Blavatsky and Aleister Crowley and all of those dudes were freaking. They were just creating cults like it was freaking McDonald's hamburgers, bro.
And everybody smash that thumbs up. If you're
Yeah, see-
watching at home, please smash that thumbs up and hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live, so you don't miss anything. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Your cults are popping up everywhere.
And John Newbero said that light shined through his window and led his hands to the typewriter for 50 days straight and caused him to automatic write the Owaspy Bible. And these niggas have had a nerve to come up here and say God ain't light.
Look at
God is all
Abba
light.
Bivens. Abba Bivens, 1968. He went against the commandment keepers and the Morris Zionist Jews of Harlem, and where he started out, and he freaking daggone said he saw an angel, you know what I'm saying, appear in the bar when he was drunk. Told him to create the ISUPK. So yeah, we gotta be careful, man.
Wait, what happened with the ISUPK? I missed it.
Abba Bivens was drunk in the bar and said he saw an angel. And now
Nick, hey, you know what's crazy? That nigga's funny because Ezra said the same thing when he wrote the quote unquote King James Version Bible that y'all hold right now. Ezra he said he saw an angel, told him to drink a drink, and then he began to speak. And this is all the book. He began to speak for 40 days and 40 nights without stopping.
That's crazy.
And his scribes wrote everything he said, and that's what we have today in our Bibles. That's written down in the book of Esdras, chapter 14.
How many books did Ezra write?
Man, it was over like 100-some books he wrote. He wrote, but his scribes wrote as he milly mouthed it off that Molly water. The angel that gave him the drink, his name is Luamon. He is the Antichrist of the Bible, the one who wrote the Bible today. The same nigga that the Apostle Paul saw, and the same person that Constantine saw is the same God, Luamon, who is the false the false God, the Antichrist.
I didn't really subscribe to Paul. Paul even said that he was a liar. He said,
"Man, come on, man. Paul's a false apostle. He the ops. He tried to say he from the tribe of Benjamin. No, he ain't."
He said that if my lie glorifies God, then why am I also called a sinner? And he was referring to the fact that he claimed to be a Messiah. He claimed to be an apostle or a disciple. You know what I'm saying? Right. And also there were two conflicting scriptures in the writings of Paul from, I think, when they talked about
so many of them.
The road to Damascus. He said that, you know, nobody saw Christ, nobody heard him, and then in another text says that everybody heard him.
Right. Yeah, that's facts. That two different things. Paul's a liar. Paul's a false apostle. Paul was not the leader of the church when Yeshua died. It was actually his brother James the Just, who was the head of the Jerusalem church in the first century. But everybody accredits it to Paul because Paul was the ops. Paul was tied into the Roman government, being on payroll. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was like he was slaying. He was
slaying. Paul says it in the book of Acts to salute Herodias, my kinsman.
He was a plant, yo. He was a plant, bro.
Easy work, bro. It's easy work. Josephus explains it all. When you read the books of Josephus, the Antiquities of the Jews, man, look, the Creator Gang been putting this information out for years now. My brother Malachi Maccabee, Selah Shalom, Kaz Monkel, we've been putting this information out on Paul, man, for the last like 4 years. Niggas just now getting up on Paul.
I don't think you heard what we said though earlier when you fell out about, you know what I'm saying, that time period that the Owaspy Bible was written.
The 1800s was a high spiritual time in the earth.
It was
All
the
over,
highest time
all
for the
over the whole
most
earth, people were claiming to see angels
It
and
was
spirits.
cults. It was a whole time
No,
period.
no. There was some
Hold
cults, but
on, brother.
that's not the
Let me
reality of the
say it.
spiritual world. The reality of the
I know
spiritual
you're
world
gonna
is
be
real.
defensive. I know
The
you're gonna
people get spooky because y'all
know you're
scared.
gonna get
Niggas,
defensive.
the reality
Brother,
of life after death
brother,
is
you're being defensive. You're being
that's
defensive.
real. So
Brother,
what I'm saying is when you start having interactions with spirits, that's not cultish. That is actually
brother,
reality. Spirits
brother.
exist. Angels
Okay, so
exist.
You don't
can you
think
stop being
interacting
defensive?
with
So
spirits is
I know you want to filibuster so
when
you can
Ezra,
defend your
had an
philosophy
encounter
further.
with the angel, when Abba Bibbins had an encounter with an angel, these
Preaching
niggas wasn't capping. They had
Lord,
from angels and spirits, but they were low vibratory, false.
oh Lord.
So what I'm trying to tell y'all is y'all niggas is spooky when it comes to spiritual shit. Y'all
No,
want
no.
to act like y'all spooky when you got all this shit, but when it comes
You're
to
being
talking
spooky
about
because you
spirit
won't even let nobody
and
else talk.
right.
and
We're not being
and the
spooky when we tell you
manifestation
God
of
is
Like,
light.
get some of your own medicine. That shit don't feel good. Do it.
so what I'm saying is the manifestation of spirit is real. Y'all niggas, y'all gotta stop being so spooky. Where your grandmamas at?
Okay,
Where are the ancestors? Where are the ancestors at?
brother. Can you tell us what spirit is?
Yeah, spirit is the expression, right? That is you. You can't exist without your expression. The manifestation of your expression is who you are. Your spirit. It's different. It's different from your
You
emotional.
know what's funny? Every time we ask that question, we get a different answer.
No, I
Lead me to
always get the
believe,
same answer. I got
which
the
leads me.
definition right here. I
Hold
can
on,
look
I'm
it
not
up.
talking about from you. I'm not talking about from you.
Oh,
I'm talking about in general. Every time we ask that
because
question to
everybody's
religion,
duped.
brother, clear the runway. Every time we ask that question to religious people, we always get a different answer, which leads me to believe that y'all don't know what spirit actually is. Y'all don't know.
No, nigga, I just told you, spirit is is expression. That is the manifestation of your expression is spirit, and it is connected directly to the creator.
All right. So can I finish what I was going to say real quick?
Hey, before you do that, let me let everybody know what we got coming up in 1 hour. We got this.
This November, the Coliseum of Arguments opens its gates once again. The stage is set, the question explosive. In one corner, the Argument League champion, the revolutionary voice shaking platforms across the internet, Suave Boss, preaching black power, unity, and unapologetic truth. And standing across from him, the former Lions Den Debate League champion with a record of 14-1. The mind behind the philosophy God is light, light is electromagnetism. The electrifying intellect King Naga. This round's topic: does being American conflict with being black? Two titans, two worldviews, one question that cuts the core of identity, loyalty, and liberation. Who speaks for the truth? Who walks away victorious? Find out Sunday, November 16th at 8 p.m. only on the Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League, where minds collide and legends rise.
Yeah.
Get y'all popcorn ready. You heard me?
Make sure y'all get y'all butts on over to at Titans Debate League on YouTube.
That's what's going down.
Again, that's at Titans Debate League. We have that in 1 hour exclusively on my channel. We're gonna stream a little bit of it to Swives, but you won't be able to get the whole thing over there. Just to make sure everybody knows exactly what's going on and where we at.
Nah, I ain't even gonna do it. No, we going straight over here.
All right, big bet, big bet.
Yeah.
Back to you, Zion.
All right, so this is what I was saying, and this is why I said that we have to be careful, because that time period, the Book of Owaspy was published in 1882 by John Below Newborough, right? It places it historically between Madame Helen Blavatsky's active period, 1870 to 1880s, and before Aleister Crowley's rise in the 1900s. So that time period, there was a whole bunch of cults, right, that were happening, and these were groups that were coming out of a what would you call it? I would say like the New Age ideals. They were making cults like hamburgers at that time. Okay, so I would just say I'm not, you know what I'm saying, going to knock the brother or whatever, but I would say that you have to be careful, just like the same thing with what I just said about the cults that were coming up after the fall, the rise and fall of the Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? They were placing ops within our community, you know what I'm saying, like Dr. York and Yahweh Ben Yahweh. We had a big insurgence of cult ideals, books and stuff like that. What about also the dude who did the Book of Mormon, the Jehovah Wickedness? All of these things were coming out of that same era, around the same group of white folks who were teaching this New Age doctrine. So I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't take anything for face value. I would look into the cultural context of the time period that things are written in to understand whether these things are for us or against us. That's all I wanted to say, brother.
And every time you get the cooking on that Owaspy stuff, he wind up dropping off.
You know, cult folks are not allowed to listen to somebody's opposing arguments. They will run away real quick, come back and throw some stones when they get back. There he is. Now he's back. Come on now.
Yeah, I had to travel through the ethers real quick, my nigga. I had to go help, help some people in Syria. The Twitter got missions for your boy all over this cosmos. I'll be in and out, man. Look, I'm back on the earth. What's up?
Yeah, you late, man. You want me to repeat it again?
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you say. Say what you gonna say.
Okay, so what I said was that the cultural context of that time period. All right, hold on, let me see here. Yeah, let me bring my source back up here.
Cultural context of what time period?
Time period when your book was written, man. 1882.
Oh, you talking about the 1800s? Are you? Oh, wait. Is this? Are you trying to?
I wasn't done talking, my brother. Before you
before
you start preaching to us,
I know you excited. That's his favorite.
Chill now. So watch this. So like
this nigga trying to debunk a book he ain't never read.
He's about to slide out again before I get finished. Watch this. So the Book of Owaspy published in.
Well, I'm not finna argue the book. That's not. I don't care about.
Don't let me talk. Why are you still?
Hey, go let him give him that work, man.
Come on, man.
Let him see that.
Man.
I don't give a damn about the book at all.
You're nervous. So the Book of Owaspy.
Let the people see that A1.
I don't care about the Book of Owaspy. What is your own?
This is defense mechanisms, bro.
What you talking about?
Let the people see that, man. I'm sharing my screen.
Owaspy was 1882 by John.
We know this. That's fact. That's facts.
Okay.
But again,
hold on. Everybody mute out and let's let Zion and this brother Prince Judavon Bill. Zion was supposed to be repeating what.
I'm about to debate this nigga on everything he about to say. I just want to let that be known right now because I already know he about to pull some bullshit up. But go ahead.
What am I pulling bullshit for? I'm talking about a time period. The Book of Owaspy published in 1882 by Bilal Newberry. You want to debate that? This place is historically between Helen Blavatsky. So that's not true. The 1882.
No, that's all facts. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's no debate there. So this is places historically between the Madam Helen Blavatsky's active period, 1970s to 1980s, and before Aleister Crowley's rise in.
Who? Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. Wait, what are we talking about? You talk about a time period.
If you're talking over me, you retard.
You just took a crazy.
Are we about to get retarded? Are we about to? You about to make me go all the way?
I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna
smush your head, boy. I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, because all right, go ahead. I'm trying not to cry. Go ahead. Mute my mic.
Button your pork eating lip for a second, man. Let me finish what I'm reading, man. I'm trying to be respectful. In other words, Owaspy
don't meet at all. But go ahead.
See that? That's diarrhea of the mouth. Emerged during the height of Blavatsky's theosophical movement and nearly 2 decades before Crowley began shaping modern occultism. So Owaspy, a new Bible published in 1882, automatic writing text by John Bilal Newberry, a contemporary with Blavatsky's theosophy. Madam Helena Blavatsky, 1875 to 1891, unveiled 1877 the secret doctrine Owaspie appeared during her peak influence. Aleister Crowley, 1898, 1947, founded Thelema, 1904, Book of the Law. Owaspie predates Crowley's occult career by 20 years. The contextual note, right, claimed to be a new Bible. Blavatsky's co-founded the Theosophical Society. So he's coming literally out of Blavatsky, and so is Aleister Crowley. It literally says it mirrors, right? It mirrors Blavatsky's. You can laugh all you want. It's a
bullshit, nigga. All that shit you talking is bullshit. You ain't never read the book. You ain't never read the book. Now I'm finna be an asshole because you want to pull some shit.
So let me ask you a question about your book.
You ain't never read it. Wait, have you ever read it? Have you ever even read the cover?
Let me ask you a question.
Have you ever read it?
Yes,
at
I
all?
have. Yes, I have.
Have you? Okay, so what is the front? You said you read it. Okay.
Ask you a question first.
Go ahead, ask me something with the silly stuff.
I'm not debating with retards. So
you are one. Go ahead.
Yeah, with a degree, whatever, with multiple.
Exactly, with a degree.
So watch this. So what is a fragapatty?
Fragapatty is a name. First of all, it's a heavenly name. You don't even understand it. It's a name of a person. Fragapatty, Fragapati is actually pronounced Fragapati, and it's a name of a person. A high-raised angel, actually,
what language
who was righteous and a son of the Creator.
What language is that? Does that word, the etymology of that word come from?
I ain't gonna lie. To me, that sounds like food for the characters on Fraggle.
No, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and I got my Owaspie open right here, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn to the page. I'm gonna go ahead and deal with it. Hold on. We're gonna go to the book of Fragapati, not Fragapatty.
I thought a Fragapatty was a
Fragapati.
Fragapatty.
Say it with me, Fragapati. Y'all can't even pronounce the words in the book. You trying to talk shit about? All right, so here we go. The Fragapati is an Etherian angel from the high raised heavens. Okay, he's a righteous son of the Creator who inspired mortals and raised the spirits of man during the time of let's see.
How your Creator get a son if he ain't got no genitalia?
During the time of Zarathustra, right? 9,000 years ago. So Fragapati is an angel that came to earth 9,000 years ago during the time of the righteous man Zarathustra, who inspired righteous commandments in the earth, like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not, obviously love your neighbor. All those things that come from the Creator, that's all God's do. God's only raise man up to know the Creator's righteous virtues. That's it.
What other documentation prior to 1882 do we have of this angel Fragapati?
Okay, that's a very good question. I'll answer it practically. Owaspie is a primary source. Okay, a primary source, meaning it didn't come from other texts prior to it. Everything in Owaspie is only in Owaspie.
I got a question before Zion responds about the primary source.
This is ridiculous.
You're talking about the same book that the dude wrote because he saw a stream of light going to the typewriter. That's that book that came out from him is the primary source.
It went to his.
No, Owaspie is a primary source, a practical guide to the spiritual life. No other text has the information that's in Owaspie. It's primary to it.
Who wrote Owaspie?
Owaspie was channeled through automatic writing through he just read it. If you weren't following along with
Lord of the Rings is a primary source.
Really what you just did was
Lord of the Rings is a primary source too, I guess.
I just want to show that this guy went in a circle with me. And
a circle? No, I didn't go to no circle with nobody.
Let me go ahead and speak. What I just asked.
Let me go ahead and speak.
I just asked you, was the book that came from a guy who saw a stream of light going to a typewriter and then put it out, that book? Was that book the primary source?
Yes.
You wait.
Yes.
First, you said no.
No. Yes.
It's okay that you said no.
It's on the cover of the book, moron.
Then you were trying to educate me and you said the same thing.
I'm not listening to nothing y'all rabbit ass minds is trying to spew because you ain't even read the book yourself. What are you talking about? Why would I argue a book with somebody who hasn't even read it?
I haven't.
You ain't read the information. You're studying it. You're not a part of the creative game.
I'm gonna let you get that off
we actually
they've
read
been insulting you in your text.
I want to read that shit.
But I did ask
Yeah,
you
because
a
you
question
ignorant.
about it.
That's how you hide shit from niggas. You put it in a book and he ain't never gonna read that shit. That's how you hide shit from niggas. See me, I'm intellectual. I'm gonna read the book for myself. I don't care what nobody say. Oh, it's from a cult. It's from a white man. I don't care. I'm going to read the information because I'm intellectual. And guess what? My creator
I
is
think that when you do that,
my
it
creator is gonna tell me straight
lets
up
me know
if
that
it's
my question
bullshit
really
or if
hurts
it's
you.
not.
It really hurts your feelings that
It don't hurt none of
posing
my
that
feelings,
question.
cuz.
Well, then why would you go? I just asked you a simple question. It was like, is this the? I'm just trying to make sure the
I
same book
told
that
you
you were.
several times. It's a
Why would you
primary
cut me off
source.
though? But why? I had barely spoke, especially to you. We haven't even really had a chance to dialogue.
On things that happen.
You know, I was asking, I was making sure that I was on the same page as you. I wasn't trying to slam dunk you, but it did sound like a slight because that shit sounds crazy.
What sounds
No
crazy? I
disrespect
don't
to nothing you
understand. What
believe
sounds
in.
crazy?
I mean,
What's crazy?
it don't sound no crazier than none of the other stuff. Divine,
Right. Because guess
divinely
what? The
inspired. It's all
creator,
divinely
look,
inspired.
the
I
creator,
just wanted
look.
to make sure that you were saying that the book that a guy who saw a stream of light going to a typewriter and then came up with that book was what you were calling a primary source.
Hey,
Because
the light
Meaning,
that goes to the
we
meaning
debate
typewriter,
what
bro.
I
about
what
what
I
a
meant.
primary
Okay,
source is.
you know
The
what a
light, the
primary
light, A1.
a
The light
primary
went to his
source
hands
is
and
a
guided
hold
his
on,
hands
Nugget.
to the typewriter for 50
Hold on,
days.
Nugget. Hold on. A primary source. If you look up the definition, it means that it doesn't come from any other source materials. It's its own source. There's no other materials that it came from, right? Or and it only came from one person. It didn't come
It
from
seemed
different
like
prophets
It's
or
it
just
seemed
not
different
a
like the
people.
word
light.
I would
It,
use
it
when
seemed like the light
talking
that
about
shined through the
that
window.
text. Like,
Bro,
let's not call
listen,
that a
the Bible,
primary to anything.
the
It's
Oxy. Look,
figment
if
of
you
his
ever,
imagination.
this
We
how I
can
know niggas ain't read it. Because if you ever just look up Oxy, if you just look it up right now, the PDF, you can look it up, download it yourself for free. On
Yeah,
the cover,
I got it.
it says Oxy, a primary for the practical development and enlightenment of humanity, groups, and individuals for the benefit of the
I
whole.
understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Yeah,
your
but
lip. Go ahead, because I don't want you to cut
wouldn't
mine.
the light
My
that
bad.
shined through the window and guided his hands to the typewriter for 50 Days Street be the
Yeah.
primary? Because
I
without
mean,
that light,
it's
he
it's
wouldn't
a
have
weak
never
primary. I mean,
automatic
if you could call it a
wrote and
primary,
written
I
What
would
have you
never use it
wait?
as
First of
one.
all, has anybody? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna just be real sincere, real quick. Has anybody on this panel ever actually downloaded a wasp and read it? Just
Yes, I've
cracked
had
it
it.
open.
I've read
Yes,
it.
that's
I
how.
started
That's how.
reading it
Yes,
after
Okay,
the
okay,
e-books.
okay, okay.
that's
So
how,
let
brother.
me just
That's
share
how I know
something.
the
I had
creator
that.
Jehovah is all light. Yeah,
Yeah, I
But
So
started.
so
I'm
y'all.
not
So let
reading.
me
But
state
sir,
this too.
just to
Oh, go ahead. No, I'm
before you
sorry. I'm
go in,
sorry.
I'm about to let you go in now.
No, go. You do your thing.
A book that I forgot the exact phraseology that you were using, but you were saying that somebody talked to him or whatever. Man, that stuff. I'm not. Man, come on, man. You want somebody
Well,
talk?
ain't
An
that what
angel
happened with
came to this
Moses?
guy.
Ain't that what
Man,
happened with
listen.
Moses? Ain't that what happened with
Yeah, but
Muhammad?
you're not a Christian, so don't use that to validate your
Listen.
point, though.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I gotta say this.
No, you can
Every
interrupt.
single spiritual text on the planet claims to come from the Creator via angels.
Yeah,
Every
and I
one.
use that to blow
Every
a hole in every
single
one of
one.
them arguments in a debate because that is
Right.
bogus.
So what I'm trying to state is
Anybody can say
this.
that.
Now,
Because
what I'm
anybody
trying to state to
can
you,
say,
all I'm
angels
saying
came to
is
me.
this: angels
Angels
are
came
not
to me.
a separate part of creation. They're not different. Angels ain't nothing else been a mortal man that you just can't see because he don't have a body no more, or she,
I
or
just
the
want.
baby. That's it. So
I just want.
I'm not over. See, y'all get spooky about spiritualism. Y'all
Oh,
think it's all fake because it's dealing with spirits or angels. Nigga, no. Spirits and angels are just a part of the progression of natural life that the Creator made. That's it. It ain't spooky.
all I
If
wanted
I
you to
see a
know
ghost,
is
if I
I'm
see
not
my
picking
grandma,
on you.
my
That
grandma
I
was born in
treat your
2008.
divinely inspired book the same as I treat the rest of them.
You gotta
I
treat
read
every
them, but
look. I agree. You gotta treat every book with scrutiny because why? They've all come from a secondary source than the Creator directly to you.
Okay, but
If the
that's
Creator,
that
listen,
was my problem in you calling it a primary. Not to say that it wasn't specifically, but it's just a
Like, how
weak
can
one.
you
And to
validate
lead
that?
with that as if it's your strong point, like it was
I'm
throwing me.
not
That's why I
leaving with
was
You would
bringing
have
it
to
up.
be able to
I
validate
just
that
Hold
it
on.
came from the
I
creator
just
to
brought
make
that
it
out
a
just to
primary
say
source.
it doesn't come
There's
from.
I
nobody
feel you,
able to
brother. My bad.
validate
Peace
that
to
the
you.
book of Owaspy came from the creator down through an angel into freaking daggone
The only
Blau.
way, wait, the only to
There's
do that.
no freaking way
Wait, hold on.
there is no way to
There is
validate.
a way. There
There's
is
no
a
way to validate that.
there is a way to validate it. Actually,
Oh man, get out of here.
the
But,
way
but, but so watch this.
first
So
of
watch
all,
this. Let me ask you this question.
I'm gonna tell you practically. I'm gonna tell you practically how you could validate any book, whether it's from the creator or not.
Yeah.
This is what you do. It. Number one, you have to read it. First of all,
Okay,
you gotta read the shit. Most of y'all, because I know for a fact, most of y'all niggas have not read OWASP.
I read enough of it to turn it off.
You read the Bible. Y'all ain't read the OWASP like that. So first and foremost, in order to determine if it's from the creator or not, you have to read it.
No. But go ahead. What's the next part? What's the second way to validate it? What's the second way to validate it?
How else can you validate if you don't first read?
No, you said there was you said first. Now there has to be a second. You said
Here's how I validate it.
multiple
I
ways
just
to
know
validate
the
stuff.
creator
Now
that
you're
I
just
believe in
focusing on
wouldn't play a game of telephone like that.
Creator.
Because
Everybody doesn't know
he's
that.
smart enough to know that that's one of the dumbest ways to disseminate information to the masses.
Man.
It's through an angel
Niggas
and
do
word
that
of
shit
mouth.
with every other book too.
And
Be like,
he would have came and put it in everybody's soul or something. To pass it around word of mouth and believe me, this whole believe me game. When he knows, man, even he regrets making us because of how sinful and untrustworthy
Exactly.
But he wants to disseminate his message through us. Nah.
Philosophy says that no man is going to believe no book that even if the book came from heaven in a flame of fire. Owaski says humanity won't receive books.
So why would God continue to keep doing this if he already knows it won't work?
This is some Madame Blavatsky bullshit.
But not evil.
Not only that, a lot of the names you find in the OWASP Bible come from other.
Stop capping.
Bro, why can you clear the runway? A lot of the names that you find in the OWASP Bible do indeed come from older religions that.
That's not, bro. Y'all gotta read the book. Y'all just read
one, and then I'm gonna ask you real quick. Since you read, now I read it.
I got my OWASP.
Hold up, brother, because
I'm gonna read something for you.
When I downloaded the PDF,
so I can prove my second point.
Hold up, brother, clear the runway. When I downloaded the PDF for the OWASP Bible, there's a whole section in there called the glossary or dictionary, where it's giving you all of these different names and redefining them, like Buddha,
Redefining
Sarah.
No, but you don't.
Yes, they are redefining.
Oh my God, my brother. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this too, man.
Clear the runway.
All right,
names in the this is what I typed in. Names in the OWASP Bible that come from older religions. Names in the OWASP Bible that come from older religions include those referencing the Creator, such as Jehovah, Almaz, and Elohim, and various
do you know why? Okay, let me explain to you why that is.
And Molech.
Because the OWASP gives the history of the. No, I'm gonna explain to you why that is real quick.
At least let me finish.
Yeah. All right, then I'll explain.
The name OWASP itself is defined in the book as a word for sky, earth, and spirit in the ancient language of Pan. Names for the Creator, Jehovah. A name used for the Creator, which is the same as the Hebrew Tetragrammaton YHWH.
That's not true.
Yahweh.
But no, that's not true.
It absolutely is the same Tetragrammaton, brother.
No, it's not.
Latinized Jehovah, or the Latinized Jehovah. So you're telling me JHVH ain't the Tetragrammaton in Jehovah?
No, that's the Tetragrammaton. But
in the Hebrew Bible, that's where that comes from.
First of all, the Creator doesn't. In OWASP, the Creator doesn't quibble over names. The Creator states in OWASP he does not quibble over names. Bro, you making shit. You talking about stuff that's going way around the bend, and it ain't got nothing to do with OWASP, bro. I'm trying to tell you, I read OWASP, bro. I'm trying to tell you as a friend,
brother.
What you talking about ain't in line with OWASP.
Brother, do I have to shoot my 50 caliber Gatling gun at you to clear the runway?
I'm just trying to tell you that what you're reading is all. I read OWASP.
Another name for the Creator, possibly referring to the deity Ahura Mazda. Elohim, a name for the creator, similar to the Hebrew Elohim or El Elyon.
No, it's not.
Egoquim, other names used for the Creator in the WASP.
Okay, let me tell you why this is, because you're reading so damn slow, nigga. Let me just can I cut in real quick?
I should be finished. Other deity and spirit
Oh,
names:
God,
Asherah,
it's a
an
tragedy.
ancient Canaanite goddess associated with fertility and motherhood. Molech, an ancient Canaanite deity associated with child sacrifice. And Storeth, another name for
Yeah,
Asherah.
they all in there. Owaski
Abramelech,
talks about
a
all of
name
the false
for
gods.
a name from ancient
Owaski explains who they are, what times they were
right?
living, what areas of the
Other
earth they
names.
ruled over.
Here's
The
where it
Owaski
gets
gives the
juicy.
history of the
Here's,
heavens.
brother,
All
here's
the
where
false
it gets
gods are
juicy.
in there.
Other names: the Great Spirit, a name
Yes,
for the
that's the
Creator,
creator, the
which
great
is
spirit.
a
Correct.
common term in Native
But
American religions, right? So
right,
y'all
the
know
great spirit,
Native
the great
American.
spirit is
The
a
I
listen. All
am.
right, let me explain.
Listen, the brother, explain when I'm done. The
This is
I am.
theosophy. The
The
This
mixed
nigga
I
taking
am.
always
forever,
A
got
name
man.
it
for the
for
Creator.
pluralism.
Oh my
Name for
god,
the
man.
This is
Creator,
Madam Blavatsky shit.
echoing the biblical
Shut up.
expression I am, the all
Shut
person,
up with
a
that dumb
name for
shit.
the creator, which is similar to the concept of a universal consciousness in some spiritual traditions. The highest light. You know Naga gonna resonate with that one. The highest light. A name for the creator, similar to the concept of a supreme being in many religions, because across the planet you find the concept that God is light. But you all Osby niggas will sit here and say, no, God not light. Even though
God creates light, silly
your
mother.
creator, even though your creator,
Tricks is for kids,
Jehovah,
bro. We not silly
is
kids. We're
the
not kids.
highest
We
light.
know that the creator made light.
It
Nobody will ever
say,
debate you on that
does
ever
not
again, bro.
say,
You're
We already
look,
cut your head off
theosophist.
with that.
You're
look at this one.
theosophist.
Right? O-M.
That's
A
Blavatsky.
sacred name in Hinduism, which is also mentioned as a name for the feminine aspect of the
The
creator
creator
in
don't quibble over names,
So
cuz.
a lot of the stuff that you find in your Oaspi comes from other religions that predate
That's
the
not true.
automatic writing of
It's
your
simply not
book.
true. It's simply not true.
Nobody falling
Simply.
for this for you and them dumb Negroes.
It's simply not true. But let me say what I was gonna say again. I was trying to go back to my other point. Creator is not a god at all, for one, and he already states that his name, he don't quibble over names at all. The reason why
Got a pronoun, but he can quibble over
the
pronoun because
reason
he keeps
why
saying
they're different.
he is him.
All right, no pronouns. Creator don't have testicles or a vagina. Once again, I'll state that again. He's unseen, or it is unseen.
Creator got a son,
So,
right? Your creator got a son.
all humanity are his sons and daughters. Yes, its sons and daughters. Yes, all of us are brothers and sisters to love one another and help one another in the Creator's virtue, right? So, with that being stated, the name of the Creator has been called differently through different cultures all throughout history. So some people call him Ormazd over in Persia. Some people call him Yah over in the African regions. People call him Om in India. It's the name of the Creator don't matter. Matter of fact, the Creator in Oaspi Jehovah, he literally it said it don't quibble over names. He don't care what you call him. What he cares
Straightening
about,
that shit up, ain't he? I'm proud of you, bro.
what Source cares about is how you live to your brothers and sisters, doing good to each other, raising each other up, and raising yourself up like a god that you are. That's what creators say in Oaspi. It ain't got nothing to do with worshiping no gods. Creators say, don't, the God in Oaspi tell you, I'm your brother. Don't worship me. Worship our creator. That's the God in Oaspi. The creator is not a god at all in Oaspi. You see what I'm saying? So in the Bible and in other texts, we got gods, we got lords, we got saviors. Oaspi don't have none of that. None of it. The Creator states he won't have no worship of no gods, lords, or saviors. You can't rise up in spirit with the Creator till you denounce all lords, gods, and saviors. And that's what I'm here to do with the Creator gang. Let y'all niggas know you gods and your sisters is God and sis, and we are to worship the Creator who was unseen through service done unto others righteously in love and harmony and happiness without slavery, sacrifice, no blood, none of that war shit. All of that's the mark of the beast.
Oh, really? So what happened with those Oaspi camps over in Australia? And
I don't give a damn what happened with Oaspi. I'm not a part of no Oaspi camp. I don't care about Oaspi.
So
I don't care.
Creator gang, right?
I don't care.
You don't care.
Do you get that?
So I
That don't got nothing to do
that
with
goes
me.
against what
That don't got nothing to do with the Creator gang.
It
Nothing.
has everything to do with the Book of Oaspi and the
No, it
practice
don't.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. You trying to link it with that so you can have something against what I'm saying. When Owaski ain't saying nothing either. Owaski don't tell you to go sacrifice your babies. Owaski don't tell you to go worship the God. Owaski don't tell you to go to war. Owaski tells you stop
So
doing
they shouldn't
all of
have
that.
done that. So they should
So
have
what
done
I'm
that,
trying
right?
to tell you
Because
is
they were
that
following
you
the
trying
same
to
book,
push
right?
it on Owaski that
Hold
Owaski
on, the doctrine.
on it because you ain't read it.
Cosmology,
You ain't read it,
moral purification,
bro.
new Bible
Stop.
for
Just
humanity,
stop.
right?
Just
The
stop.
new dispensation of
You
divine
haven't
truth,
read
preparing
Owaski, so you
humanity
really
for
can't
higher
speak
ages.
on it.
Preparing
To be honest.
preparing humanity for higher ages. So the purification, right, for humanity, angelic cosmology, moral purification. Why weren't they pure? Why did they
What?
sit there and
I don't even know what you're talking about. I ain't even heard what you. I ain't heard half the shit you
you're
said, bro.
not
I ain't gonna
educated.
be honest.
You
I'm gonna be
really
honest.
don't know what the hell you're talking about. You
I
just
don't know what you're talking about at all. I have an
you're just
Owaski right
drinking the
here in
Kool-Aid.
front of me, brother.
Just
I got it
drinking
right
the
here. I can
Kool-Aid.
read. Matter of fact, let me just read what
drinking
Owaski
the
states
flavor
about
aid. Just
itself.
drinking the flavor aid.
I got the source.
That's all we doing. The
You
source is
reading
trash.
about shit.
Your source is trash.
No, it's not. It's not. First of all, you ain't read it, so you can even
I
judge
did. I
it.
told you I fucking goddamn read. I read enough of it.
You ain't read Owaski, bro. You ain't gonna sit up here and lie, and that's why
I
you
was
getting
supposed
mad.
to be in that
You're
debate
liar.
against
You're
Cosmon and
lying.
them.
You
I was
lie,
supposed to be in that debate with Cosmon and them.
bro. Cosmon will demolish you in a debate.
Cosmon is a fucking
Cosmon, me, I'll demolish you. You
paper.
want to set up a debate right now?
Toilet tissue to me,
You
bro.
want to set up a debate with this toilet tissue book right now? Hey, set it up. Hey, what Anon at? Anon. This nigga want to set up a debate with this toilet tissue book that I follow us. Let's get it. I'll debate you on anything that you want to talk about using Owaski.
Jabari whooped that boy ass.
Does Jehovah
Jabari studied it. I saw fucking Jabari spank that boy, man.
Nigga, I'll debate you right now. Set a date. Set a date.
You ain't shit.
Set a date. I'll debate you. I ain't shit, but I look. I ain't shit in this Texas toilet paper.
You got under your belt.
I ain't shit in this Texas toilet paper. So debate me.
You don't know who the hell I'm
Debate me. Debate me.
Of
How many
Jehovah
debates
outside
do you
the
have under
Owaski
your belt?
Bible.
Debate me, bro.
I don't debate fucking minors.
Okay, then run then. You sucker. Run, sucker.
I don't debate minors.
Go run then. What's your name? I don't even know who I'm talking to. What's your name?
That's Zion, Zion Wall God.
Zion the Wall God?
Zion the Wall.
I'm the dude that be all over the place, nigga.
All right, Zion.
There you go on the big screen right there.
Oh, you a warlord. So you a false god anyway.
Who ain't said I never said I was a god. That's your fucking.
No, I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you. But listen, my nigga. Look, salute to you, my bro. It ain't I ain't mad at you at all. I'm just trying to tell you, bro, that I'll debate you on any subject that you want to talk about. And I will.
Otherwise, send Cosmon Cal to see me. Send somebody who got enough debates under their belt. Because what I'm not going to do is sit here and go flat gums with a fucking goddamn youngin. I'm your elder, nigga. I'm your elder, nigga.
Listen. I don't give a damn about how old you are. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about age. Ain't nothing but a number, nigga. I'll beat up on your old ass. I will beat up on your old ass. You understand me?
In real life?
Do you get that? No, I'm not talking about in real life. I'm not talking about in real life. I'm talking about in the debate. I'm talking about in the debate. I already know I'll beat your old ass in real life. That's not a question. I'm saying in the debate.
I'll make you shit your drawers, so don't ever say that.
Bro, we'll set up a debate. What you want to debate?
Don't pull out the number.
Go call your
listen, Kaz ain't listen.
Go call your daddy.
Zion, put the number up.
Spank you, spank him.
Man, just stop. Just please stop with the testosterone. It's too much.
Zion, put up the katanas.
He ain't finna debate nobody in the better game. Zion will get dusted by any of my homies. Malachi, Maccabee, Selah Shalom, Cosmon Cal, Daryl Cosmon, me, my sisters. I got sisters that will whoop on you with Owaski. I got females that will whoop you up with Owaski. On my mama, nigga. We have you with your body.
Okay. I got an open challenge for anybody in the Owaski or any combination of.
Bro, we already beat you up, Naga. Nah, we don't want it with you, Naga. We already beat you up 6-7 times. I'm still beating you up. God ain't right. The Creator made right.
Now we're cooking, brother. And y'all already down on the scorecard.
No. Ain't no. When we are defeated, ain't nobody beat us in the debate.
Y'all already down on the scorecard.
You talking about
1-0.
You already got dusted by Cosmon. All y'all knocking.
I have yet to debate Cosmon, brother.
Oh well, whoever debated Cosmo,
I'll give Cosmo that.
Cosmo debated
He's a great
Larrell,
debater.
and he
yeah,
is
Larrell.
already, and he is
Yeah, that
already
was embarrassing
down.
for Larrell. I was like, damn, that's sad.
Listen. He's already down on the scorecards 1-0, brother.
What are you talking about, bro? Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Stop, bro. Just stop, my dude. My man.
The only judge that has submitted their
Nah, bro. We're not finna do this. I'm not finna go to therapy after this conversation, bro.
That's why them niggas want to run around fucking who wrote the book.
No, we ain't running around it. John Balu Nubro wrote the book under the inspiration and overshadowing of angels through automatic writing. That's obvious. Nobody's ducking that. What are you talking about? Nobody's ducking any of that.
About the racist Dennis. Let's talk about
Owaski is a book that is the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors channeled through.
Y'all want to
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Beat on y'all chest and claim victory over Naga when
Go
the
ahead, bro.
stuff said debate has not been released.
Right. Okay.
Oh, we flooded
All
the
right.
polls and we had more votes than y'all.
Right.
We know it's more members of Creative Gang than it is or not. But that debate, the winner and loser of that debate is not and was never decided by the polls. It's decided by the judges who ruled in the debate. And so far, we only have one judge ruling. You know what I'm saying? And you are down on the scorecards 1-0 because the only judge that we have at the moment did not rule in Creator Gang's favor. He ruled in the favor of Naga. So what has to happen in order
Nigga, how long is you gonna talk, bro? How long is you go? We don't care.
What
I
has
don't
to
care.
happen, what has to take place
Nobody
in order
cares.
for Creator Gang to win is you virtually need a 2-0 sweep from the other two remaining.
Well, I'm just gonna say it like this. In my opinion, Cosmos scraped y'all. In my opinion, Cosmos scraped y'all niggas, bro. In my opinion, I'm gonna stand 10 toes on that.
Yeah, that's
Back to niggas, Cosmos scraped y'all, nigga. God is not like God is. The light is created by the creator, nigga. What you talking about?
It's all light, brother. Your book said
Cosmos
it's all light, brother.
Your book light is created. Everybody knows that. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not doing this.
Wouldn't even exist.
It's like talking to a toxic chick.
Bro,
God is not light. The creator created light. It's simple. All things were made by the creator. He created light. He created darkness. He created everything. What are you talking about? Light didn't make shit. Shut up.
Light does indeed make shit.
No, it doesn't. No, it was made. I'm not saying light can't make sense. I'm saying light itself was created.
Without light, brother.
Slow bus.
Without light, do you
light
have
was created.
Do you have photosynthesis without light, brother?
Go somewhere, bro, and tell somebody else that bullshit. Don't try to tell me. Don't tell me that. Tell somebody else that. I'm not with that shit. You understand that? You ain't never gonna convince me. Never. You're never gonna convince me that. Stop.
Some objective evidence of Jehovah creating light.
It's called cosmology, nigga. All the cosmos is created by
your belief force, is what it's called,
which is created by
your subjective beliefs.
What are you talking about? It's called cosmology. It's a whole study of science, nigga. What are you talking about? Shut up. Stop trying to convince people that dumbass shit. Light
cosmology, brother. What's
cosmology,
brother?
You silly nigga.
Okay, what creates light?
Damn.
And what cosmology?
I'm done. Hey, talk to somebody else. I'm done. I'm done. Bye.
You've been done. Outside of religion, brother. Outside of religion. I'm even narrow it down. Outside of mainstream religion, right? Okay, which cosmology says that light was created?
Yeah, you put him in a fucking chokehold. He's done. Can't argue like his fucking goddamn elders.
Yeah, because bro, it's an open challenge for from Naga to any member or combination of members of Creator Gang to put their God on the table
against our idea of what God is. And
Your idea of what God is false, nigga. You are idolater.
going to
You
see
worship idols, nigga. Light isn't. If you worship
which
light,
one
you're worshiping
manifests
an
in
idol. You
object
silly
reality,
naga.
bro.
Do you not understand that? Creator is
We
unseen.
want you
You ain't
guys.
finna debate none of me,
We want
none of
you
my credit
guys.
gang homies,
We
nobody.
want
We already
you
body
guys
bagged y'all
to
niggas.
get
Y'all just
Jehovah
fumigating.
out of the
Y'all like
pages
a
of the
corpse
book,
just
brother.
fumigating.
Jehovah is
You're
not all
shivering and shaking and
because
touching shit.
Jehovah lives in a book.
Jehovah lives in heaven. Shut up.
Great grace and peace.
We tired of hearing your
Gentlemen.
fucking goddamn lips.
Is this the channel owner
lives in the
speaking?
book, brother.
That butt paper.
And
that
then you
fucking-
redefine what
Got your
Jehovah
teeth.
actually is. You took that from the
Before you get
Abrahamic
your teeth,
religion
yo,
and
since your
redefined
book
it.
got it, the dentist.
Is this the channel owner? Who is the channel owner?
A1, where you at, brother?
What's poppin'? Who is this? Jay Ill?
They call me Joe.
Jill, how you doing, Jill? I seen you down there. I was waiting for you to speak.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with my mic earlier, but
Okay.
But I just thanks for having me on.
No doubt, man. You could jump in. These boys is rough, a
Yeah.
little rough around the edges, man. So make sure you put your armor on and wear your cut before you get in the ring.
But this was a debate panel, man.
Listen, don't
Came
start.
here to debate.
Oh, you wanted to debate like on a time clock, get paid.
It's all peace, love, and light, man. Peace.
Out here hitting the speed
Peace to
bag
you,
before my
Cousin
debate, you know what I'm
Jill.
saying?
Hold on, let me holler at Jill real quick. You wanted to debate on the clock and get paid for it? That's what you're talking about?
Oh no. I mean, I thought, you know.
Oh, we do that. We set up
like
actual debates here.
Yeah. That's why I saw your channel. I found your channel. I said, I was looking for somewhere to,
Definitely. And we run the open panel sessions like this, the spar sessions, where you can always come on and verbally spar with the gentleman.
Tell us about yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what you
Perfect
know
question.
what's going on and
Well,
everything.
I'm a Christian, so I would be defending the Christian.
Do you believe that God is light?
You don't believe it's no Fraggle Patties.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like this another
Fraggle.
misconception, but they keep trying to pigeonhole Naga into religious texts when God is light is a universal concept that predates all religious texts.
Nobody believes God is literally light, though. That's an attribute, bro. That's not literally him.
Was Ra literally light? Brother, was Ra literally light?
I don't. What? I don't give a fuck about Ra. He ain't the creator. What?
You said you just made an absolute statement. Nobody says God is literally light. So then,
Bro, stop.
And asked you, is Ra literally light?
My daughter will never ever listen to that that doctrine will never come across my children ever because it's a lie.
You said nobody, and then you try to exclude literal light when your own book says the creator is all light.
Not
all
literally light though. Not literal light, bro. Stop it.
All is
all right, I'm done. I'm done talking to you, bro. I'm done. I'm out. Peace.
Am I tripping, people? I'm asking the panel. Am I tripping? Is all not an absolute?
All is an absolute.
But they want to say their books say the creator Jehovah is all light, but then they want to sit around and turn around and tell you what light Jehovah is and what light Jehovah isn't.
Down in Fraggle Rock.
Anything having form and figure is an idol. Anything seen is an idol. Anything. The creator is unseen. Period.
Man, where'd you get that idol talk from?
Yeah, they made that up.
I don't give it. Look. It's a part of. It's a part of.
I'm saying, what part of the Bible did you get the idol worship?
I didn't get it from the Bible at all. How about that?
Yeah, you a liar, bro.
No, bro. Even if I did get it from the Bible, what does that even mean?
Then that mean you're a liar. Like I said, just say you got it from the Bible.
No. I didn't get it from the Bible. But
where you get it from?
Every spiritual
you
text
knew
on
it
the
since a
earth
child.
talks about idolatry. Every
You knew it since a baby. You knew it since a baby. Where did
talk
you get
about
it from?
idolatry, nigga. The books of Moses. I mean, the books of
you're
Vedas talk
dead,
about
bro.
idolatry, bro. Every spiritual text on the planet talks about idolatry, not just Bible. What are you talking about?
Boss, time to work them ribs, man.
Oh, you got to get it from the Bible. No, you don't.
Nah, I'm good. Go ahead. That just caught my ear. Shit, I got a half an hour ready, and then I'm gonna be giving your brother Naga that work. Don't worry about it.
I'm trying to see what Jill on though. Jill said he a Christian. What type of Christian are you, Jill?
Yeah, what type of Christian, brother?
I don't know.
How many times you read the Bible?
God? You believe that Jesus is God, or you believe that Jesus is the Son of God, or you believe that Jesus
Jesus is an idol.
Jesus
I'm not
is
talking
God.
to you, nigga.
Is the Son of God.
You get your
How
butt.
many times have you read the Bible in its completion, Jill?
Probably twice. Oh, straight through.
Okay. All right. Do you study the Bible outside the Bible, or you just stay within Genesis, Revelations?
I've read some of the non-canonical books, like Enoch.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, do you study the actual history of the Bible? Like, the Bible was compiled here. This is the papers that they translated from. These are the codexes and stuff.
Yeah,
Like, do
he's
you
talking
get
about the
into
history of the church fathers and all that.
Oh, sure, yeah. And I wanted to help the brother, but like I said, I was muted with the contradiction that he, says he found in the text. That's just a translation error, so I wouldn't rely on.
There's billions of translation errors then,
Yeah,
because
with
there's
the King
millions
James,
of contradictions in the Bible, bro.
I wouldn't rely on the King James there. There's a reason why there's a corpus of manuscripts, so we don't have to rely on just one tradition as if that's the, that if that was written off of Mount Sinai, fresh off the plate of Mount Sinai, right? So we have many traditions that we can rely on, and we compare them to each other, and that's how we flush out or get as close to as we can to the mother copy. Okay, so I would read that in the ESV. The word that they used in 1611 can mean a number of different things. The word that they used there in the text, but I have to pull it up again to get the specifics. But yeah, I would use another translation rather than relying on the King James.
Right. All right.
I want to say peace, brother. Welcome to the panel. You know what I'm saying? Make yourself feel at home, and don't let this be your last time coming visit the panel.
Yeah, don't mind us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sometimes.
And don't take this ass whooping personally. They go get on your.
Hey, I'm going to McDonald's to get a coffee, man. Hold it down, y'all. Hold it down, man.
Yeah, I'm about to step out for a second myself too. I'm gonna leave my thing up.
Gotta get a coffee before I host this debate.
Yeah,
man.
where that boy go? Where that young man go? He need a little bit more licks. You know what I'm saying? He got work.
Because like I know, it's been on the table for Owaspia. Anybody else who keeps saying that Naga is idol worshiping and Naga is worshiping a false deity. When we say God is light is electromagnetism. We challenge anybody to provide observable evidence of their God. We can show you observable evidence of our idea of what God is and how it functions and is responsible for our very existence. It's that simple. You can't show me that with Jehovah. You got to say the book said such and such and such.
Most of that book is.
Well, where does the concept that God is light? Where does that come from? What book?
It's a universal concept that comes from the religions of the world. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look to even the indigenous spiritual systems, they have light deities. You know what I'm saying? That's why I gave the example of Ra as it pertains to the Egyptians. And then I could conversely give you the example of Polo Dumare and Niroba, Krishna. You know what I'm saying? Buddha would be another light deity. And God,
I get it. Aren't there ancient traditions? Aren't there ancient traditions that have creator gods?
Yeah, and a lot of those creator gods are
They don't have
also
light. They don't have light gods. They have creator gods instead, right?
but
Some of the oldest civilizations, right?
Most of those creator gods are associated with light.
But they are not light itself. They are the creators of light.
Right.
When you look to them, I don't see in none of these spiritual systems that'll give you a chance to probably enlighten me where it says that the creator created light. You only find that in the Abrahamic paradigm. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now you might be able to enlighten me, and show me from the Igbo perspective where it says Chukwu is the creator of light. You know what I'm saying? That Chukwu isn't light. You got to show me among the Kikuyu that Ngai isn't all light, isn't the light. You know what I'm saying? Supreme light. It's like the moment we disassociate God with light, we create the idol.
Well, no, God is not disassociated with light. He's the creator of it. So
But
there are
again,
traditions that have a creator God, and then there are traditions that have a light is God. So how do you determine which one is true?
we have zero evidence of a God creating light. But we do have evidence of light creating or being responsible, one of the key ingredients in the creation for the entire observable universe. You know what I'm saying? Our reality that we experience is predicated upon light. You know what I'm saying? And
That's true.
without light, then there is no universe.
Yeah, all of that is true.
Every atom in the universe breaks down. So how we
Sure.
define God is as power and force. God is the power and force that binds all matter in the entire universe.
Right.
God is
Light
light is
light
electromagnetism.
is the right. But how do you get from God being light? I see light creating, I see light sustaining, I see all of those things. I observe all of those things. How do you jump that chasm backwards, sort of, to get to saying that that is in fact God?
Based on the observation of the spiritual systems and religions of the world,
Which have
light
both, have a creator,
saying God
and some of
is
them have a
light.
light God.
Saying God is light. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And,
It's
and
like,
some say God is creator of light.
yes, but you will only find that in the Abrahamic paradigm. We are not coming from an Abrahamic paradigm. It's just that the Abrahamic paradigm is not exempt from what we're saying. Because if you look to Isaiah chapter 60, verse 19 and 20, that passage says that God will be you will first it says you will have no need for the light from the sun, no need for the light from the moon. We're talking about real electromagnetic radiation, because that's what we get from the sun and the moon. It says you won't have need for that because God will be your everlasting light. And according to that paradigm, also, God doesn't change. So God is not about to become something that God never was. Isn't that what it says? I am what I was and what I will be.
Well, yeah, the Abrahamic faith says God is a lot of things. God is love, right? He's light. Jesus is the light of the world. So yeah, we do see that God is connected with light. I'm not denying that. But
Yeah, but
yeah.
and see,
Well,
that
if
give
I
me a
showed you an ancient
go ahead.
Chinese tradition that had their creator God creating their sun, at least, which sustains their planet, would that be enough for you to say, hey, it's
Well,
not just the Abrahamic faith?
I wouldn't argue against that, but what you have to understand is the sun is not the source of all light. You know what I'm saying? It's like the sun.
Well, their light.
The sun, I can argue, is created by
Yo,
light. You know what I'm saying? I can make the argument that without electromagnetism, there is no sun. You understand? You know what I'm saying? And it's like I don't want us to get pigeonholed or rabbit holed into Abrahamic religions because it's more of a
Will?
universal concept. Go ahead, dog.
No. I'm talking to somebody.
All right. Well, I don't want us to get pigeonholed in that because that's not what we're saying. And we also aren't saying God is only light. Like you say, God is love, God is justice. We're not denying any of that. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at love, justice, and all that, these are human traits. You know what I'm saying? These are human traits. Love is not omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniconscious. Justice is not omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniconscious, but light happens to fill all of those attributes. So that's where we're focused at on the thing that we know that fills all of these attributes. You know what I'm saying? That we're told God is.
You go get my shit.
Okay. So who created your God? Or is your God self-sufficient? How did your God come into existence?
Well,
Like
it
like
will be self-sustaining. It will be something
is it
that always
self-sustaining?
existed and it'll be self-sustaining. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's like a conversation we had earlier when we was talking about standard model cosmology and the Big Bang theory, right? They tell you light came 200 and some odd thousand years after the bang, but before the Big Bang, they tell you that all matter in the universe was condensed to an infinitely dense hot point, right? Well, how did you have infinite heat and matter without light? It's impossible. You can't have that because heat produces thermal radiation in the infrared spectrum. That's electromagnetic waves. You know what I'm saying? Which is what light inherently is. So
You
what
believe
we're
in
saying,
like the yin and the yang philosophy?
I mean, I'm not against it.
Okay.
I mean, it's a positive and negative charge at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's that Chinese mythology.
Paradigm, right?
You trust the Chinese mythology over the Abrahamic faith or religion?
Now, I'm not negating all of them. I'm just pointing out what all of them where they convex, the convex way, where they cross paths at. We're looking at the intersection between them. We're not negating any one of them. You know what I'm saying? I have no problems with Abrahamic religions because I come from an Abrahamic background. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that we're negating what's actually in the text. We're just saying, hey, look, all of these religions are saying the same thing. They're pointing to the same thing that's fulfilling these attributes that all of them say God feels. You know what I'm saying? So
it's like this, like at the end of the day, this ain't to argue against your God, right? It's a taboo to mix theology and science, right? But what we're doing is saying here, right? We're looking for what they telling us to look for isn't what we should be looking for, right? And what we're offering you is whatever book that you going with, right? We showing you that in our tangible reality. But the only thing is you don't apply none of the human nuances to it at the end of the day. It absolutely interact with you every day. I mean, you being you is because of it at the end of the day. You feel me? So
Well, yeah. What we mean by creator is that he is the one that is bringing the light. Let me see how I can approach this.
Like we wouldn't even say he, like because
Okay.
that's another human aspect. Like we take away when you strip all of the human, the emotion, sexuality, all that. You know what I mean? You left with like a handful of things, right? And a handful.
Yeah, you left with power and force.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's no explicit step in the Hebrew text where God says that, or where the text says that God made light.
No, but see, what
So I'm agreeing with you there.
is right when God made light. Immediately after that, He said, "And they saw it, and it was good." Right, which will lead us to believe that the light that was created that day by Him was visible light, right, which is less than 1% of the spectrum.
Well, the text says, "Let light be."
Yeah, that's what it says.
Right.
Yeah, let there be light.
And then
there was light.
And light was.
And yeah, then we saw the light and saw that it was good.
Right.
So there's no step where it says God made the light.
That's visible light, though. Again, we will have to take in context of our understanding of what electromagnetism is, right, and apply that to what's being said in the sentence, right, in the statement. And according to the statement in its entirety, right, we will have to presume that the light created was visible light.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
let light be.
That's not the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. Or
It's a
what
fraction of
light
1%. It's a fraction of 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Well, I'm just showing that there's a distinction between light be and all the other steps in creation. He created the humans, he created the animals, but with light, he just says be.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Yeah, I get it. Because when it goes to the creation of Adam and Eve, it say
he fashioned man from the
Right.
clay. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
right, you don't find that with light. It says, "Let there be light," and that's an argument I used to use with a lot of people who try to come at us from an Abrahamic perspective when they say, "Oh, God created light." But I'm like, and the verse they point to was always that verse. But I'm like, this doesn't say that God created light. It says, "Let there be light." You know what
It
I'm
would
saying?
be tantamount to saying God created love. Is that what you're saying? God is light, God is love. So God doesn't create love. He
Oh,
just
that's human and subjective. At the end of the day, we don't deal with that aspect of it because that aspect of it is subjective and is a human perspective.
Well,
But
I'm not
maybe
talking about
love
human
to
love.
you may not be love. No, you can only explain it from your perspective. You can't explain it from no other perspective. You're a human, bro.
I can because I'm a Trinitarian, so I can explain it from
Bro,
my own
you are
perspective.
human. If you're not anything outside of a human, you cannot explain love from a different perspective outside of the human one.
Well, hold on. There's different types of knowledge. I don't mean experientially, meaning I experience this type of love. Only the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit has experienced that type of love for eternity.
What
But
type of love is
I can
that?
certainly obtain that knowledge from reading Scripture.
What type of love is that?
Again, it's not a love that we can actually fathom.
So how you know it's love?
It's one that existed because the Bible tells me so. It's still a line from Vacation Bible School.
Oh man!
But there's a reason why we
leave that
believe the
alone.
Bible. Well, there's a
He
reason why
just
we
went
believe.
nursery rhyme on us.
I know I was
Right.
about to say for the Bible.
Yeah, there's a reason why we believe the Bible over other books, but that's another discussion, in its
I like
entirety.
the way the brother moved, though. He's
I
very
respect that. Yeah, he's respectful.
I could absolutely have dialogue with the brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
And see, that's the thing. Is like we're not attacking any specific religion. We're just showing the commonalities between them. You know what I'm saying? And how we found evidence that this thing that they're placing this title on actually is something that exists. We're not saying it's a he. We're not saying it's a she. We refer to it as a it. You know what I'm saying? Because we're defining it as power and force, and it is a real thing.
Power. Power of the Holy Trinity. Yes, sir.
It seems that darkness is also in the same basic state.
Well, the Bible does say that God dwells in thick darkness, right?
But
Yeah.
you have to understand that darkness is subjective to the human perception. You know what I'm saying? Darkness is only the absence of visible light. And again, visible light is only 0.0035% of all light. You still have 99.9965% of light that could still be present in what we perceive as darkness. That's why Naga has a saying, darkness is just like your eyes can't see.
So why is darkness faster than light? How, Naga?
Why is darkness faster than light? Again, that goes back to human perception. You know what I'm saying? It's like one
Because the darkness you can't perceive, the light you could perceive the particular type of way once observated, right? At the end of the day. So because the other light that we call darkness ain't perceivable, you feel me? It doesn't act in the same way that the perceivable light do.
So when we discuss like light speed, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Trekkie, we discuss light speed.
That's only perspective to humans.
That's
And
light speed is only perspective to human perceptual light.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's It's subjected to our perception of light because from the perspective of the photon, it experiences no time, therefore it has no speed. It's instantaneous.
Understood.
Yeah, the Hebrew text says that light was formed. I don't know if there's much of a distinction, but it wasn't created.
Through his word, right? Through
The
the
Holy
Gabar.
Spirit, through the
Through his
Spirit,
word.
yeah.
Through speaking forth, the first thing, you know what I'm saying, was
Right.
let there be light, right?
Well, yeah, and then with the earth, it's the Spirit that moved.
So wouldn't that still be like an emanation of the Father?
Yeah, it could be. It could be the rays from the sun, maybe.
Well, when he
not
said
not the
when
sun
he said let
itself.
there be light, there was no sun yet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I'm using that as an analogy. I'm
Okay.
saying the rays from the sun, but
I'm
not
speaking of
not
the
sun
light that
itself.
God spoke forth in the beginning, right? So in the beginning, God, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
God said, let there be light. That light was not the sun. The sun was created on the fourth day. So it
Well,
wasn't.
that light was not God itself, is what I'm saying.
No, but it was the
You see?
debar, right? It was the word that was being spoken
Right.
forth, right?
It's right. The analogy is that it's not the sun that's burning you or created you or causes the light. It's the rays from the sun. That's
Right.
what manifests. That's what you see, and
Right.
that's what was formed. That's what formed the earth. Not God. It's so I'm not a what they call a panentheist or a pantheist. I think they're called
Pantheist is where, yeah, it's like
pantheist. Right.
pluralistic.
Right. Well, all is God.
Right.
So, yeah. So I do believe that the light emanates from God. It is
Okay.
God is light.
So with Christ, for instance, so you know what I'm saying, Christ stating that he's the word made flesh, right? And the word, you know what I'm saying, is the light, right? Christ is considered the light of the world, right?
Well, yeah, right. But I think he's. I don't
So you're
believe
not,
he
you don't
created.
connect that him speaking the in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, let there be light, that
Yeah.
he wasn't the debar, the word.
Well, I
That
don't
was
really. I
flesh.
don't have a problem with your theology as
Well,
long
that's
as
not my
Jesus.
theology. I'm just, you know, this is just
No, I'm
things that
saying in
I've
general.
seen. Okay.
In general, I don't have a problem with your theology. Biblically, if Jesus is uncreated, so if you want to say he's the Logos, fine.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you want to say he's the light, fine.
What do
As
you
long
say?
as he's not
Do
created.
you believe that Christ was from the beginning, or that
Of course, he has.
okay, all right.
Yeah,
So
he has.
he is the word that was spoken in the beginning.
Yes.
From John 1:1, right? God, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God.
Right. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You see them in the very beginning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And in the very end. You see them both. Father, all
Yeah.
three. In the very beginning, Revelation or Genesis to Revelation.
Got
You
it.
see them three there. So
Yeah, that's
I
what I
have
was
no,
trying
I have
to
no
make that
choice.
connection, right? I was trying to make that connection with what you were saying about God creating light. You know what I'm saying? God being the originator, you know, the creator of light. And in that beginning in Genesis, also connecting that with Christ in John 1:1.
No, I don't see God as creating light. I see God as I agree more with you that he is light.
Okay.
But he's also love.
Okay.
So he emanates love, he emanates light, he shares those attributes with us.
Okay.
And he uses those attributes to create relationships, the earth, the
No
plants.
objections. No objections.
Yeah.
No
Those
objections.
are God's, those are all God's
Right.
attributes.
And so basically we kind of agree, because when we say God is light is electromagnetism. That isn't to take away from nor negate neither one of the attributes that we're told God has. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're not denying those. It's like, but we can find a lot of those other attributes in humans. You know what I'm saying? In man, and God will be something that resides out within man and outside of man.
And
So you
outside.
should be able to find these qualities outside of man as well. And you know, we're using light to do that.
Let me
That's
ask you a question. So from that perspective, King Naga, can man get away from the light or move away from the light of God?
not even if you try, no.
So man can't fall from the light of God, like we, you know what I'm saying, spiritually.
Yeah, I mean,
you could deny it.
Whatever you think, you
You could
can
deny
go.
it, but no.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you could deny what, you know, and in our paradigm, what we're telling you God is God's light. You could deny it all you want, but every thought, every neuron firing, you know what I'm saying, is evidence of what we're telling you God is. Every brain wave is evidence of what we're telling you God is. Every atom that makes up the human body, and there are 7 octillion that do that, could not exist without what we're telling you God is. So you can deny God or think that you're getting away from God's light, but you can't even think
Spiritually,
you're
not
getting
so.
away from it. You
Can a person become spiritually dark and fall away from the light and love of God? Through like
Well, if
being wicked, or you know what I'm saying?
It don't care. It doesn't.
yeah,
You don't
feel like,
care
yeah,
about that.
you don't care
Okay.
about that. That if you're a horrible individual, then that's what you are. That's all on you. That's all on you
So
and
God
your
is still
character.
in you though, but God is still with you, and God is still in you.
All the
Yeah,
time.
you wouldn't exist without it. No.
It's an impersonal God.
I mean, we could make up whatever we want to in our mental paradigm. You feel me? But what we trying to give people is what's in your physical reality, right? And electromagnetism is in your physical reality, and it is omnipresent, omnipotent. You feel me? And omnipotent. At the end of the day, right? This is the only thing that we have that operates on that level in this reality.
In this reality.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
the only
right.
reality we could depend on. I mean, we could go even farther, right? And science right now is doing a study. They're trying to see if the electron is actually a fourth dimensional matter, and what we get here in the third dimension, right, is just a remnant of or shadow of its true form of what it is. Not only that, but out of all the unnamed number of electrons that are out there that we see, right? Even when we do experiments to split shit, right? At the end of the day, is one electron, just one, existing everywhere at every time, because it doesn't, go necessarily along with how our time moves.
When's this debate coming on?
Shit, 7 minutes.
I mean, like, so it's a lot of studying going on with that. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, that kind of make more questions arise than not. But at the end of the day, I mean, when you lay it all down scientifically, I mean, and got to be like, this is what fits the criteria. I mean, you don't have to do all the praying and all. It just is. At the end of the day, if you feel as though you want to pay homage, don't waste the time you got here. Type shit. Do something with it.
I just posted the passage in from the Epistle of John where he says God is light. So that's I think that's God's divine nature that He shares. That's transferred to us in this created world. So when He says "light be," He's saying "let it be here, in this place, in this darkness or this area." That's just my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give you no pushback on that. I wouldn't give you absolutely no pushback.
So was God living in darkness before the?
No, because
right,
it is what it is. Like, we perceive the darkness to be darkness because of how our eyes work.
Yeah, and then if you look at Psalms 139:12, right? It says, "Darkness is light to you, O God. Say ye, the darkness shineth as the day." You know what I'm saying? Because darkness is light to you, God. And that's what Naga is saying. Darkness is just like your eyes can't see. Same thing.
Oh, he is getting confused.
You will kind of see that looking through other animals' eyes on Earth. I mean, that got more photoreceptors and things of that nature, and how they perceive reality when they look at it.
That's a fact. It's about that time, fam. You strapped up?
Oh yeah, man. I've been strapped for about a month.
You been strapped for about a month, fam?
Yeah, I just been loading more bullets in the clip, man. I've been strapped.
Can I get the channel link to the debate? Because I'd like to, if it's not going to be here.
I think we're waiting.
No, it's on the same channel.
It's on the same channel. Yeah, he's got to set up the stream and when he comes back. So once he comes back, I close this one out.
McDonald's run.
Yeah, you probably can hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's get it. Yo, listen, Swabby, I like your methodology with your questioning and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? I like the way you think, brother.
I appreciate it, God. Yeah.
It's about to be a
Looking
good
forward to this debate. How many debates have you been in?
Nah, for real. Cause look, man, it took us 2 shows.
It took us 2 hammer it down.
Hammer it down. Something that we could flick on, man. It's like that.
I mean, I done had like 4 seasons of debating, and then just off season shit. I don't know how. I can't tell you. I know it's been over 40, 50.
Good. That's what's up, man. So you're putting in that work. That's what's up.
Yeah, man, we gonna get it in, man.
Yeah,
this being American conflict with being black.
I ain't taking Taz lightly either because I watched a couple of his things. I was like, all right.
Wait. What was the topic? What was the topic?
The topic is does being American conflict with being black?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the affirmative. King Naga is the negative. Yeah, like Taz, my dude, man. I'm gonna have to cut his head off. You know what I'm saying? But like real talk, that's one of them ones, bro. And like I love seeing niggas do that dance. Like you didn't go all the way through the dance, like you a little bit more posture, but when motherfuckers don't know who he is, and then a lot of the they Google him, and it's like, and it's like, shit.
They don't want no more smoke, right?
Yeah, dog.
I ain't that one, bro.
Yeah, I know. I see your history. I know already.
I want to debate, you know what I'm saying, really good debaters. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter to me, but yeah, the better, you know what I'm saying, the more difficult, you know what I'm saying, the better to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, God.
You know what I mean? I don't want to waste my time if it's gonna be a simple debate like some of these other dudes be picking and choosing who they want to debate because, you know what I'm saying, they don't want to they don't want that competition. You know what I'm saying? I run head first.
Well, it works for you, you know. You say you undefeated, didn't you?
I didn't say I was undefeated. I'm about 51-6 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
I'm the Intercontinental Champion on Lions Den. I was the first seed on freaking on DMG's original debate thing, but I dropped out because I didn't really care for how they was doing the judging towards the end. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing some work, man.
Facts.
Oh my, you know what I'm saying? Like I read this thing from it wasn't Sun Tzu, it was like some other Japanese samurai dude who says you gotta fight like you already dead. Yo, what the fuck you gotta lose? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Understood. Understood.
Sometimes it's not always about, you know what I'm saying, the end, the end of the debate, because like the last debate, they had the 2 judges judge, and I lost that one with Cedric from the judges. But then I turned around and there was like 3 panels talking about it, and everybody was saying that he lost. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? It lifted up my spirits a little bit. I was like, see, like the 2 judges didn't mean shit, and the fucking goddamn community out here talking and saying that I won. So, you know what I'm saying? But I'll take the L regardless, you know what I'm saying, and as a good, a good sport.
Pardon me, brothers. You know I gotta step out. Grace and peace.
Yep, do your thing, baby.
I'll be good, God.
Peace. Break a leg.
All right. Anybody want to debate?
Don't break your legs.
Christian topic. You can. I have my own channel if you want to go there.
Yeah. Put it in the chat so we can.
in the chat. I'll just put my email if you want to debate me on Christianity, the Bible. You have any questions?
I'm a Rastafari. So I don't know. Like we could have a debate, but I'm a Rastafari Israelite.
Yeah, my
I do
dad
believe in
was.
Christ. You know what I mean? I have a little bit different cosmology on the Trinity. You know what I'm saying? Than most Christians. But yeah, we could definitely do that. Put that in the chat so I can
Yeah, I'll put my
on
email.
it, and then
Just shoot me an email if anybody wants to debate any topic in Christianity, slavery, contradictions, anything, you know.
Contradictions in slavery.
It's a conflict of interest to debate on your own channel, right?
I'll debate on anyone's channel.
Okay, good. You
Yeah,
gotta have a fair and honest platform. You know what I mean?
yeah, no.
Neutral ground.
Yeah, we debate. I mean, this is
Hey, Zion, you know we come from that Lions Den get Gladiator school when it was at its toughest.
Right.
you guys know G-Man, right?
G-Man.
I think I heard of. I don't know him, but I think I know somebody who do.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be irritating or something.
Yeah, I've been on YouTube for about 8 years now.
What's the name of your YouTube channel? Did you put that in the chat?
No, I put my email in the chat, but my YouTube channel is just my name, Rebuke and Reprove.
Rebuke and Reprove. All right,
yeah, I used to have another channel, but it got taken down.
Okay.
It's a long story, but yeah, I'll put my channel in the chat, and but I do gotta hop out.
All right. Yep.
Nice chatting with y'all, brothers. Take care.
All right, for sure, God.
Yeah, bro, have a good time. I'm back. We have a debate set for 2 minutes ago. I just got back from getting my little coffee, man. I needed to pick me up. I'm gonna go ahead and run this commercial, and then I'm gonna end this stream, and we're gonna go ahead and head over to the stream that the debate is in. Clash of the Titans. King Naga. Here's the advertisement for what we have going on right after the stream is.
This November, the Coliseum of Arguments opens its gates once again. The stage is set, the question explosive. In one corner, the Argument League champion, the revolutionary voice shaking platforms across the internet, Suave Boss, preaching black power, unity, and unapologetic truth. And standing across from him, the former Lions Den Debate League champion with a record of 14-1. The mind behind the philosophy, God is light, light is electromagnetism. The electrifying intellect, King Naga. This round's topic, does being American conflict with being black? Two titans, two worldviews, one question that cuts the core of identity, loyalty, and liberation. Who speaks for the truth? Who walks away victorious? Find out Sunday, November 16th at 8 p.m. only on the Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League, where minds collide and legends rise.
Hey, Suave Boss, we can go back to being cool after the debate. Let's get it.
Where the link at? I'm only one